진을 예쁘게 쳐놓긴 했는데
이거 준이 얻어. 준이.
자, 많이 뺐어요.
워리어스. 스코어도 자 이거 오케이가 순식간에 녹을 수 있습니다. 이거 스코어가 판을 깔아줬거든요. 워리어스.
본인들의 점수가
Jumper lontaran hit ke bahagian hadapan, tapi itulah dia Free Fire yang ditunggu dengan begitu sabar sekali oleh Riz. Mungkin akan meranapkan impian Team Secret. Team Secret terkeluar di tempat yang ke-8 dengan kini telah boleh diketahui. Pun cuba untuk masuk daripada bahagian belakang, tapi datang boleh gangguan daripada Jumper.
In the wrong direction, Zaxir aiming out for the grenade, and he gets the whole team wide here for Gig Fan.
Oh, Rule them through. Here we have it.
Looking out really tough for you, High getting 70k. MR5 is down as well. That is huge, Nate.
Close one there by Fluke. Ooh, another one coming in from Damroot. Can he finish off Fluke? Fluke at 50% health. Fluke is actually being shot at.
Oh,
Where is he gonna go? Oh no! Fluke! Ooh, Fluke! Man, he goes.
Much early on as Crasher Yango goes moving into the corner of the container, and Tamio gets taken down.
Hello, di manakah QB berada? Bombs bakal aja.
Bahkan ada sebuah lonjakan, ada sebuah bagi yang juga loncat tadi kita melihat. Dan itu dia Genesis Dogma memulangkan semua pemain dari V Gaming. โลแกนโชว์ความเก่าครับแล้วนี่เรียบร้อยครับเป็นทางด้านโลแกนครับที่ค่อนข้างที่จะเก่ากว่านะช็อตนี้แล้วมียายขาชิ้นต้องนะครับต้องปั๊มวงเหนียนเป็น CPTR กิ๊กแฟมโดนหนีสุดแล้วดึงตอนนี้เก็บโอกี้ไปแล้วเหลือแค่ตรงจะโดนไฟ2เลยมิลาต้องใจเย็นน้องรักมีเรื่องตัวเปมาก็เช็คชื่อครับโอ้โหเอาได้บอลล่างเลยไฟหนอนแล้วเป็นเครียดแล้วก่อนหน้านี้โดนคล้องจากไกลๆขอแค่เม็ดเดียวพอขอแค่เม็ดเดียวล่วงไปโอ้โหวันนี้3 ปมเป็นเกมได้ไม่ทำได้แต่เพื่อนเขามาเทได้เหมือนกันแล้วไม่เอานอนแบบนี้ร้อยเลยไม่ตี2 แต้ม
Ada kedudukan yang cantik. Kita lihatkan Team Secret di bahagian high ground tersebut, tapi Nerpeko dengan satu pemanduan yang begitu.
Oh ya, mungkin dia memang bikin achievement pula. Bomba Malaysia Miramar
daripada tim EVOS.
Rasanya ya seneng banget sih.
É uma sensação incrível. Nossa. Tu aprende a ter amor pelo próximo. É algo assim. Perdi, velho.
Но когда закончил, уже ни о чем не мечтаю, просто живу одним днем. У меня просто цель выиграть чемпионат мира.
他现在的责任很重，因为他现在是作为中国和平精英的形象代表之一。
Gimana kalau lu tahu lu ngebuat kesalahan terus bikin mood tim jadi agak down ya? Pastinya kesal sama diri sendiri juga sih. Banyak lah, gede pasti pressure-nya.
Fazia parte da Loops, um time brasileiro também de PUBG Mobile. E meu time acabou sendo desclassificado da final. A Alpha 7 me deu todo o apoio possível, né, naquele momento difícil.
Я уверен, что команда в нашей в текущей форме готова стать чемпионами. И мы идем за этим.
Yang pasti gue belum puas karena semua player, semua tim pasti mau yang terbaik dan juara itu cuma satu, yaitu juara 1。
在 PMGC 夺得冠军后，只有2个方向可以走，要么是继续保持胜利，或者是其他队伍击败你。
I feel like if you're not one of those who have participated in these big past events, then you're gonna crack under that pressure. Or maybe, again, you turn out to be a diamond and you turn out to get into PMGC and win the whole thing and make a dynasty of your own.
And that's kind of speaks to me a lack of confidence. Like, where is the Bigatron I knew before? The battering ram coming from Southeast Asia. This time they just try slip on past undetected before rivals. They've got the bead. The nades are coming through. Oh my lord, Nigma Galaxy ruin the Infinity. Break out wide and a lovely nade, beautifully timed, finds Jasper and a Molotov as well to follow it up. Gets the burn down, in goes the spray, and Attacker lives up to the nade with a quick 1-2 around the side. There's backup from the team and Manhand seals the deal, but no boosters for Duello. 1 versus 2 still, the nade over the top. Looks to go high, looks to plant perfectly, but the nade is better. Oh, it's on him! Through, and it is right on the money for Rivals, able to take down Reject. Deal with
Brilliant nade. And now it's a 2v3. This is Jewel with almost an instant knock coming in. Oh, he's gonna find them both.
No way!
Find them both, and he gets it with a shotgun. Oh my lord!
Important that they take out what's behind them, which is 4 Rivals and Genesis Dogman.
Somehow the final surviving member of 628 still dealing out damage, are getting just third party by multitude of teams. All 3 other surviving teams taking shots at Nova as Ponzai in the meantime returns fire onto 2 members of Enigma Galaxy. Enigma Galaxy are down to a 1-man squad.
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
PUBG Mobile fans around the world, welcome to the 2021 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. To the top teams across all regions, we have a message for you. The Middle East, you have proven your worth. Now, make your formidable debut on the PMGC stage. South Korea, forget the past. This year, show the world you've ascended. Remind the world of South Korea's raw talent. Japan, you came so close last year. But what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Bring it back better than ever. The Americas, you're the alpha dogs that dominated the West. Now, lead the pack on the world stage. Southeast Asia, you took down so many strong teams on your journey to the top. It's time for a comeback on the global stage. Europe, it's now or never. Push your limits and surprise us all. This is the moment to create your legacy. South Asia, you were the dark horse of 2020. Amaze those who would underestimate you again. China, you carry the crown of last year's PMGC. Now, with everyone's eyes on you once more, can you secure back-to-back victories? PMGC needs a champion. The world needs a champion. Who will stand victorious in the end? Who will be next to glory?
Hello, PUBG Mobile fans. It's almost time to bring together the world's top teams for the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2021. This year's PMGC has a total prize pool of $6 million for teams and players, and tons of great rewards for our fans as well. PMGC will consist of 2 stages, League and Grand Finals. The League phase will last from November 30th to December 24th. During the League phase, teams from the Americas and Europe will compete in the West League, while teams from Asia and the Middle East will compete in the East League. Each league, 20 teams will compete on Tuesdays and Wednesdays for 16 slots to compete on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday in that week's Super Weekend. The total Super Weekend scores over the first 3 weeks will determine which 16 teams will compete in the PMGC League Finals during the final week. The top 9 teams from the East League Finals, the top 6 teams from the West League Finals, and a special invited team will advance to the PMGC Grand Finals. The PMGC Grand Finals, which will take place on January 21st, 22nd, and 23rd, will determine the PMGC 2021 Global Champions. Who will be the next to glory? Don't miss a single minute of exciting PMGC action.
Danny, ready for abstract.
And that kind of speaks to me a lack of confidence. Like, where is the Bigatron I knew before? The battering ram coming from Southeast Asia. This time they just try slip on past undetected before rivals. They've got the bead. The nades are coming through. Oh my lord, Nigma Galaxy ruined the Infinity.
Breakout wide and a lovely nade, beautifully timed, finds Jasper and a Molotov as well to follow it up. Gets the burn down, in goes the spray, and Attacker lives up to the nade with a quick 1-2 around the side. There's backup from the team and Manhand seals the deal, but no boosters for Duello. 1 versus 2 still, the nade over the top. Looks to go high, looks to plant perfectly, but the nade is better.
Oh, it's on him!
Through, and it is right on the money. 4 rivals able to take down Reject. Deal with
brilliant nade. And now it's a 2v3. This is duel with almost an instant knock coming in.
Oh,
He's gotta find them both.
No way!
He's find them both, and he gets it with a shotgun. Oh my lord!
Important that they take out what's behind them, which is 4 rivals and Genesis Dogland.
Somehow the final surviving member of 628 still dealing out damage are getting just third party by multitude of teams. All 3 other surviving teams taking shots at Nova as Ponzai in the meantime returns fire onto 2 members of Enigma Galaxy. Enigma Galaxy are down to a 1-man squad.
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. and I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration and the first steps. I am the 1+9.
It is time for day one of the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2021 East League Super Weekend. We have 3 days of action with 5 matches a day to determine the teams and their placings, and more importantly, how many points they can stock up going into the second week, as this is one of our 3 super weekends, all determining which 16 teams will get into our grand final, or our league finals, I should say. The grand finals will come up a little bit later on, early on next year. I'm your host, Jason Kaplan, joined once again here by Klaris and Tarzan returning as well. Now, Klaris, you weren't here actually for the last day of show, the second day of league play. What's your quick little thoughts on what all went on? What did you take away from that day?
Some of the teams that I thought were going to go out did go out, unfortunately for them. Some of the, I mean, it was difficult for some of them, of course, like BC Swell, for example. Bigatron Red Aliens is actually one I thought wasn't going to make it and didn't, which is a little bit unfortunate here. But I think the top 16 we've got here today, Jason's fantastic.
Yeah, and Tarzan going forward now into this weekend, it's all about those points, right? They all stick around across all super weekends, and any team right now, we don't really know who's going to perform well, considering some teams have done well in league play in the past and have fallen going into super weekends. But any initial thoughts out of you?
Oh, it's really hard to say, right? Look at those consistent teams, and of course, it's a very different type of play, right? You're playing against the same 15 teams for 15 games, and those who could get a mental reset maybe after those league plays would be like in a huge advantage. After all, is that mental game, right? We start from zero, so it's about who can really anchor those down, those right mentalities.
Yeah, and actually, let's maybe bring our minds back a little bit to league play in general and talk about maybe how the standings worked out. I mean, Stalwart Esports, besides Maxman, I don't think any of us really thought they were going to be top of the table, to be completely honest.
No, I have to agree. I do think that some of the players as well were massive standouts for that team. If you think about someone like Action, for example, the way he's able to kind of bring the power for that team, very impressive stuff. If you look at the games that they were played out, in the first 5 games, he did 2.5k damage with 17 kills, and you think, wow, that's pretty impressive. And then they only have 3 games left. And then he comes back and does 2.3k damage during those 3 games alone. So what a play and what a performance from Stalwart, considering they were almost, 20 points ahead or something as well?
Yeah. I think it's 26 if I could do math correctly on air here. I believe I did. But also, I mean, a couple other teams in there. Professor Tarzan, Enigma Galaxy. Yep. 0 chicken dinners, able to get 3rd place, behind 2nd by 1 point. I think that's a true testament to the power that Mina has brought to PMGC this year.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of placement points coming through from that day 1, right? And day 2, because they only played 3 games, and it's not so well for them. I think the transition from early game to mid game is where they struggled a little bit, but it's good to see that they went out in that last game for day 2 with a 3rd place and 9 kills. I mean, that's at least some signs of aggression and confidence.
Another team that's going to stand out, and I'll leave it open to you two to actually talk about, whichever wants to take it. Reject, Japan. We talked about Blue Bees, we talked about how they did last year, and we knew this year they had much better infrastructure going into PUBG Mobile. So happy, at least for me, to see them end up in 4th place in the first week.
Yeah. I think one thing that really stands out for me about Reject is not necessarily a devil-may-care attitude, but the way in which they're approaching the lobby as a whole. It didn't look like they were nervous. They were doing some very interesting drops here and there. There were drops where they were even trying to surround people on kind of that entry on Miramar, for example, and then kind of collapse in. But I think the 83 points that they were able to accrue from that, with this kind of lobby, extremely impressive and very good for their prospects here.
Yeah, but gentlemen, when we look at the stats from yesterday from Reject, one, of course, we love their adaptation, right? They're quite flexible with their drop, but when you look at those 1st place, 2nd place, and 3rd place, they were all on Miramar. They were all on Miramar. And look at those 2 games from Erangel, and we know how important this classical map is for Super Weekends. And so this is the thing that they have to address for sure.
Yeah, it's actually a very good point, and we'll jump into the matches in just a few seconds, but the idea that you do really well on one map, but really subpar on the others is really going to hurt you in the long run, especially as you mentioned, when it is Erangel, when it is such a big part of every single super weekend. We can see here, we're starting things off on Erangel. We're going to have it 3 times across today, but match 4, Klaris, something sneaking into the pool finally.
Uh-oh. Yeah. Danger time, danger zone, abort. It's going to be Sanhok on the way for match 4, and it's scary for a lot of these teams. I mean, even a team like we were just mentioning before, like Rejects, for example. Actually, I think Sanhok might not be too terrible for them. I think that they can bring the fight to some people, and when you're on Sanhok, you got to be careful about those third parties and even fourth parties sometimes. If you enter a fight, you got to end it quick, because you know another one is looming just over the horizon.
I think Tarzan on Sanhok in particular is going to be interesting because we haven't yet seen any of the teams playing on it here within PMGC.
You're right. And I mean, we've got some scrims to look at, and I know there's some busy action happening in boot camp. I know Reject, like how Kalara's mentioned it, they actually know these distribution of teams, and they're trying to third party from their drop spots. So that's something that's very important to see. Some people can argue, right? It's just one map per day. It's like you don't want to focus on there, but we know the importance of one huge map, one huge game that can have on the standings.
Yeah, and considering, again, to give you guys context at home, this Super Weekend, it obviously matters a lot, right? It is a third of the points you can accumulate to get into the league finals. But in the end of the day, you just have to beat out 4 other teams, and that's only if they manage to qualify for the Super Weekend, right? So any points you build up here is going to be fantastic. It is a marathon, it is not a sprint, and I feel like a lot of teams need to realize that because you're not awarded money based off your placings in the Super Weekends. It's all about those league finals.
Yeah, definitely so. And one of the teams that I think that can greet that well, I feel like, actually, is Rico Infinity team. They got 5th place throughout this league play so far. And considering what we thought about them coming in, so think about the names on Rico Infinity team, right? Think about Prestigio, SK-Ton. These are the guys that we thought were standouts coming in. Actually, it's funny because those 2 players were kind of surpassed by both Anas and Fidan throughout the league play. So if you think that Prestigio and SK-Ton are very, very good, very powerful and strong players, and then the 2 that you kind of leave by the wayside a little bit compared to them are now stepping up, that means all 4 components of this roster are playing well. Anas was 6th place overall in terms of damage last in the first league play. Fidan was 16th. Both of them were above Prestigio and SK-Ton. So I'm looking at Rico Infinity team here to run with that kind of marathon mentality, Jason.
I think it's important to also note, in us, he's such a strong player, but more importantly, the experience he has just in PUBG Mobile in general, playing at this kind of level. Tarzan, I feel like that's such a big advantage to have here for teams who have players from the past. Like Reject have quite a few players who played in Bluebees last year. I think it gives you an edge against other teams, and then you bring in these strong fraggers who could just gain that experience over these marathon tournaments. Yeah,
absolutely. The experience allow you to absorb the pressure, right? And just perform in the better state. We've got this term called the flow state. I think actually a lot of these players, when they can enter that state, their maximum potential is quite similar. It's about how often you can allow yourself to enter those state and play at that top, and what are the factors, right, through trial and error that can allow you to enter them more frequently.
Maybe I can open up the conversation a little bit to maybe not be so team-centric or player-centric, more of the meta-centric of how we've seen things change. I'm curious, you guys' thoughts about the current quote-unquote meta we have going on in PMGC. I know last year we had a lot of teams play very center, and it in my opinion, it's kind of stuck around to that. At least the successful teams have been able to do that.
Do you want to go first, Tarzan?
Ooh, I need to have a think, right? I need to have a think with that one. You go first.
Okay, that's fine. So I think some of the successful wins that we have seen have been very central heavy, right? We've seen, I think, Nova with their insane Miramar win where they were flexing out and being able to control so much space, coming down to the wire towards the end. But the fact is they were controlling so much space. I think there are a lot of teams right now that are cautious, very cautious, and very edge heavy. You're occasionally getting 2-3 teams maybe sitting center and finding themselves big, strong positions. I almost said stalwart positions, but they're powerful spots. But then the other teams on the edge, there's a lot of them right now, are very cautious about how they're approaching things because they know if they lose 1 or 2, it's unlikely they're going to be able to get themselves the chicken dinner. So I'm seeing personally more edge play to start things off, but we could kind of crunch down later on to heavier central play.
I can, from what Clara said, I feel like it's about pacing, right? When it comes to macro, from the early game to mid game, they need to find a sweet spot of transitioning into a more aggressive playstyle, and that can be shown by the choice of compounds. I think there's quite a few teams like Cripsticks that we saw, which heavily rely on then 25-point Erangel game that showed that style, right? Doesn't really rush through the phases 1 and 2, but when they found that opening, they need to know how to claim that. And bear in mind, when they did that, it's not because they're trying to be blunt, it's because they prepped for that. And I think that is what we are seeing for all these teams. Those who could do that, they actually have those early games quite secured.
Okay, and actually, this kind of leads me to something I've been thinking about over the course of actually both you chatting, and actually thinking back to the last 2 days of, I'm thinking to myself, how have these teams differed from PMPL now to PMGC? How have things changed up in terms of like, what are we seeing out of these teams? And one thing that comes to mind here is like confidence. Thinking back to PMPL Western Europe when we were covering that, I saw a lot of teams just be unconfident to take fights, unsure of what to do in situations. But honestly, it feels like every team here playing in PMGC just knows what to do in the situations. It's just about playing those odds.
Yeah, I feel like one of the teams that's kind of hedged that quite a bit and looked confident, apart from one Miramar game, which I won't dive too much into, is Nigma. I think Nigma has really put up a great showing so far with the 91 points they were able to accrue, and a lot of what they were doing looked confident. Their rotations and choices of positions on which they wanted to take, for the most part, apart from that Miramar game, looked confident. You think about what Lord is able to put up across the first 5 games of his tournament as well. As 2.5k damage coming in for that guy. Like, I mean, him alongside someone like Action were absolute standouts. So I want to see more confidence, even more confidence from Nigma, because I think that they have the chops and the ability to back it up.
I think, though, I want to mention one team in particular, and we mentioned it before the show as well, gents. Genesis Dogma. I love to look into these drops and macro. They were that team that basically relied on teams not being in the lobby and taking the drop spots away. Like, it's, if you look at the drops through these 2 days, they just didn't have a place to call home. But you can say that's their tactics. But right now they're playing against the same 15 teams. That early game macro and plan needs to change up, I think. But I'm just extremely curious to see what they're going to do.
It's funny that you bring up Genesis Dogma, actually, Tarzan, because there is a weird outlier for them as well in terms of the numbers coming in from the league play, right? They came 11th place with 56 points, but Satar and Booms were respectively 2nd and 12th in the lobby overall in terms of performance, despite being 11th place in the lobby overall, which is kind of crazy to me. So Satar and Booms, they're definitely the names that we have to keep an eye on for Genesis Dogma if they want to continue on this kind of pace, because they looked fantastic. Just needs the entirety of this kind of roster to round things out and push them up the leaderboards.
Agreed.
Yeah, and funny enough with Satar, I mean, we know he's the magician in the Watch Me. I mean, we saw him in one of the matches just dancing around every single vehicle possible, and then eventually did get ran over. He can dodge 1 car, but 2 cars, a little bit difficult for him. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are wondering, we are waiting for a remake to come through, but before we do even fully hop into that game and get things ready, I want to remind you guys about OnePlus, our official sponsor here at PMGC, with its flagship performance and immersive 120Hz display and hyper-touch technology made specifically for you, for the gamers. The OnePlus 9 and 9 Pro are your best shot to climb the leaderboards. Make sure to check that out. I'm assuming every player out here is going to be using one of those. Satar, I don't think he could dodge cars without one of those lovely devices in his hands. But ladies and gentlemen, yeah, the remake is happening. We're actually going to head to a short break in the meantime while we get things figured out and set up and ready to go. But when we come back, I promise you, knock on wood, we'll be heading to our first match of the day, so don't go anywhere.
And that's kind of that kind of speaks to me a lack of confidence. Like, where is the Bigatron I knew before, the battering ram? Coming from Southeast Asia, this time they just try slip on past undetected before rivals. They've got the bead, the nades are coming through. Oh my lord, Nigma Galaxy ruined the Infinity.
Breakout wide and a lovely nade, beautifully timed, finds Jasper and a Molotov as well to follow it up. Gets the burn down, in goes the spray, and Attacker lives up to the name with a quick 1-2 around the side. There's backup from the team and Manhand seals the deal, but no boosters for Duello. 1 versus 2 still. The nade over the top. Looks to go high, looks to plant perfectly, but the nade is better.
Oh, it's on
coming
him!
through, and it is right on the money. All rivals able to take down Reject. Deal with the...
Brilliant nade. And now it's a 2v3. This is duel with almost an instant knock coming in from Erangel. He's gonna find the boat.
No way!
Find the boat, and he gets it with a shotgun. Oh my lord!
Important that they take out what's behind them, which is 4 rivals and Genesis Dogland.
Somehow the final surviving member of 628 still dealing out damage are getting just third party by multitude of teams. All 3 other surviving teams taking shots at Nova as Ponzai in the meantime returns fire onto 2 Enigma Galaxy. Enigma Galaxy are down to a 1-man squad.
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
PUBG Mobile fans around the world, welcome to the 2021 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. To the top teams across all regions, we have a message for you. The Middle East. You have proven your worth. Now, make your formidable debut on the PMGC stage. South Korea, forget the past. This year, show the world you've ascended. Remind the world of South Korea's raw talent. Japan, you came so close last year. But what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Bring it back better than ever. The Americans, you're the alpha dogs that dominated the West. Now, lead the pack on the world stage. Southeast Asia, you took down so many strong teams on your journey to the top. It's time for a comeback on the global stage. Europe, it's now or never. Push your limits and surprise us all. This is the moment to create your legacy. South Asia, you were the dark horse of 2020. Amaze those who would underestimate you again. China, you carry the crown of last year's PMGC. Now, with everyone's eyes on you once more, can you secure back-to-back victories? PMGC needs a champion. The world needs a champion. Who will stand victorious in the end? Who will be next to glory?
All right, I hope a lot of you out there weren't listening at the very end of that segment because the match is not ready just yet. Let's ignore that ever happening, but I will tell you that we have a lot to talk about here. Again, if you guys missed out on the first 2 days of the event, we had 20 teams participating to get as many points as possible to make it into the top 16 to play into our very first Super Weekend where the points will matter. The points will stick around week in and week out, and when we are done with our 3rd day of the Super Weekend, we go right back to league play on Tuesday of next week, and every team starts at 0. So if you didn't qualify for the first Super Weekend, it's all right. You have a chance to get back into things. But let's talk about the teams who did qualify. Stalwart Esports coming out on top by 26 points. Yes, 26 points. The team from Mongolia, I think for me, is like the real highlight about them because Zeus, who we had last year, did so well out of nowhere. And I think we're seeing here, Claris, that there's a lot of strength in Mongolia when it comes to PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, I think what's fantastic to watch when it comes to how they're playing out a lot of scenarios is they're not just relying on their gun skill, which they have a lot of. They're not just relying on the rotations, which they have a lot of. They're relying as well on so many other factors that are happening in some of these final circles. If you think about one of those Erangel finishes over by kind of that car showroom, for example, they know exactly when they have to push based on when other teams are knocking each other. They can smell those opportunities and push on when they know that they have to. And I think that's a great skill to have coming into a lobby quite like this when people are such a top tier caliber that I think Stalwart is going to continue to go further and further here in this tournament.
I think they've gone beyond the usual very rigid ideas of the game, right? Because sometimes we're just talking about center, edge, or whatnot. They look at the landscape and they just think we need to do this to capitalize. Like, they know their pacing and that they are so patient in wherever they're going to play. But every strong team has their weakness, right? Like right now when we look at those outliers, which is the outlier bad games for them, sometimes it's those northern playing path that they still want to go to Novo for. So like that can take up some time, but given that two teams are not in the lobby, gentlemen, so farms open up because BTR's not there, BC Swell is not in there as well, so Motus open up. So they've got some other, ways to play that macro differently, to pace their early game, and maybe that transition into later phases will be even smoother.
I mean, let's kind of, be blunt about their kind of domination so far. Well, I don't want to call it domination necessarily yet. Maybe I misused the word. Maybe that's a little bit too intense, because they have had 2 fourth place finishes, 2 first place finishes, and a 3rd place. So out of 8 matches they played in our first week of league play, they had 5 top 4 finishes. I think that's such a massive showing of consistency out of them. And to be honest, I feel like if they can continue that momentum, obviously, in the Super Weekend, we could be looking at potentially a first place team. But speaking of first place teams, TJB, I mean, we got to talk about them. We got to talk about China. If we're talking about Stalwart being so strong and Mongolia as a region being strong, China is insanely strong every single year, it seems like, when it comes to PUBG Mobile. And this team coming through, they placed higher than Nova, who are the reigning champions from last year.
You know what? Like, they were the kings.
Don't leave me hanging.
Kings of day one so far. So this could be a trend, but I don't want them to get, into their own heads to feel like, oh, like we've been relying on these strong starts every day. If it's gone a little bit bad, if it's gone south, I don't want them to really, crash because of that. But I do want to give them a lot of credit, because I know they're not playing with Bamboo, which is the idea that they played with for many, many games, like in the past competitive years. So coming in with that change, I think there are some very good reasoning behind that, and the team seem to be able to adapt, because we know when it comes to rosters, guys, like sometimes you have those 1 or 2 key players, not just by skill, but by personality, like character, leadership, whatever you want to call it. So Bamboo could be that person, but right now with the change, they were able to hold it down, and the results really show.
Jason, ask me, do I think TJB should be number 2 right now?
Clarus, I got a question for you. Now, you feel free to take a second if you'd like here. Do you think TJB should be number 2?
No, I do not. Not currently. The reason being is actually some of their results were a little bit up and down. Of course, they did get themselves 2 chicken dinners. I think that's fantastic. But one thing I do extrapolate, especially from that first game when they were controlling Potato Hill as well as they did, they had no threats coming at them. And Potato Hill is not an easy place to split 1-1-1-1 and be able to hold on to it when in that aspect, because you don't really have many covering angles, covering shots from one side of Potato Hill to the other side of Potato Hill to help your friends out. So I think that first win that they got was a little bit fortunate for me. They still rounded it out, don't get me wrong, they still round out the game, but I feel like right now TJB in my mind is maybe 5th through 6th. We'll see how this plays out today.
I find this interesting, Tarzan, because you were here with Max on the second day of league play, and we were talking about how TJB, if you look back at PEL, they like to play on the edge most of the time. Here going to PMGC, they're playing very center, so maybe that goes in line with the in-game leader being changed within the team. But I feel like, considering they've changed up things so drastically, I feel like they've actually had pretty good results, to be honest.
I think the key there is they understand what it takes to make that work, right? Sometimes we see, if we just compare them with another team that really likes playing center like the Ice Guys, they tend to be a bit more clumped when they could play louder with more split. But TJB knows what it takes to control a center position better with a plan B. When we talked about that Impala game, they picked a side that they can actually get out if the circle doesn't continue to go to Impala. So these are the basics of the game that you need to really anchor down, and they seem to be able to do that.
That's a good point. The Impala game that you're bringing up here, Tarzan, that's another great example though of when you've got a spot that's an amazing spot. Basically, they had a fortress to be able to shoot from, right? Anybody coming onto that location is going to have a really hard time, especially since a lot of the teams are over in the west. And when you're trying to traverse through those Impala fields, oh boy, is TJB going to have an absolute whale of a time. So I think it's great what they've able to do, capitalize on the situations that they've been given. But I want to see when they've got adversity against them. I want to see what happens when they've got a bit more of a rougher game going against them here.
Yeah, I mean, well, maybe we're going to see it. We obviously have 15 matches across these 3 days. But I want to bring up a different topic, which I feel like in PUBG Mobile we have been seeing more and more of, is like these 5, potentially 6-man rosters. You know, thinking back to PMPL Western Europe Colaris in particular, we did have those rosters because of the times that we were playing the matches at. Some people couldn't be there for their commitments of starting the matches, obviously with work, school, etc. But we're seeing here, we're seeing actually some like proper rotations of players, and I'm actually curious about both your thoughts when it comes to having these extended rosters, but legitimately using these players, not just keep them as backups or substitutes.
Well, as you're saying, when we were watching it in EU West, it was cool to see, especially some of the teams that made it work. There's not been huge amounts of happening just yet. There's been a few players that have played 5 games, a few players that have played 3 games here and there. But we do know that there is some depth in some of these rosters that can flex out. I mean, even if you look at BTR, for example, they had Yuhai as one of their subs in inverted commas, but he's fantastic. So you know that there is depth here in this region as a whole.
Okay, well, Tarz, I'm sorry. We'll get your thoughts, though, when we do come back eventually after the match finishes. It is time, though, to head over to our commenters. I believe the first match is ready to go. So, John and Blank, why don't you two gentlemen take it away?
Thank you very much, Jason. We are, of course, going to be getting into the first game of the Super Weekends. I mean, this is where you start to accrue those points. This is where you need to be playing for the long run. The marathon begins here. Blank, you warmed up? Have you stretched?
I have stretched. I've got my scalenes on my neck. They're all just untightened. I'm loose. I'm good to go. I'm ready to watch a bit of PUBG Mobile as we head right into the game, flying just underneath, well, I should say just over the top of Sosnovka as well. So really, really interesting little playing path here. It's not going to open up a lot towards that north side, so a couple of teams are going to find it a little bit more difficult. And Yasnaya, which has been popular recently, might be quite rough to get over to this time.
Hopefully, going to be a little bit easier to access the north as our teams start to drop out across the way. In general, it should be a race for those cars, right? A race for those vehicles to head up to the northern sides of this map. We did see a couple teams, you're right, on that Sosnovka military island. So hopefully they'll be able to find their place and not get overcrowded.
Yeah, I mean, for the Infinity, they like to head down this way, so this is going to work out well for them at the beginning of the game. They're going to get a lot done here, as well as 628, dropping down towards Primorsk. They love this spot. This is the place to be for them. They start to make their way up past Gatka, up towards that northeastern side, which tends to work out for them. They're quite cautious at times, though. I think that their rotates have seemed a little weird sometimes and not actually being able to scout too much. But with this circle, heading over to the western side, 628's got a lot of time to work with here.
A little bit of leeway, right? That's what they're going to be looking for there. The western plane path, the vehicles starting to get picked up. Rico Infinity team, you can see them grabbing a vehicle just out to the east of Gatka. Gatka and Pachinki. Well, the rest of the team a little bit further south towards Quarry. Seem to have grabbed some sort of vehicle themselves. And there we go. Here's the team that's going to stick around for the longest down in Primorsk, 628 as well.
Yeah, you really don't have to move too much here. And with you back towards the sea, you are chilling with that ocean breeze coming back your way. Get the ice cream out. Don't have to do too much in the early game. You can just relax. The rest of the game, though, you know, it's going to be a case of making sure you can pass through Quarry, get up to Gatka, get up to Everest, wherever you need to be in the map at that time. But I think 628 should be fairly okay. You know, the rotational paths recently have been over towards the western side. I'm just looking at my map right now. I'm getting a little graphical bug. Not sure what it is. But I'm sure it'll be fixed very shortly. Don't even worry about it, guys. I just hope this is not another remake. I'm going to tease you here. You might. Is it a remake? Is it not a remake? Blank doesn't know. You guys at home don't know.
I just can't get over how, quite frankly, silly that hat looks with the phone on top of it.
The phone on it. You know, none of these teams are phoning it in. All right, that's the only way. You guys want to check out all the action like this versus MS Chonburi with the Mad Max rundown? You need to head over to YouTube and drop that bell icon. Make sure you gain all the notifications so you can check out everything up to date as it comes out on the dates that it comes out. Don't even worry about it. You be there, we'll be here. We'll be waiting with some hot PUBG Mobile action.
DRS finding a kill against MS Chonburi and Yasnaya in Poliana in the battle that rages on across the centuries. It seems timeless. No one really willing to give up this this drop spot. Still contested, which is interesting, right? Especially given where the playing path was. They both actively decided to go here. They both actively chose, this is the location we want to play. And now MS Chonburi are paying the price for that.
I think that, you know, it opens a lot. And this is what I'm talking about, saying it's rough getting up to Yasnaya, because you don't get the luxury of dropping into Yasnaya and then splitting yourself up from the other team by dropping either north of the road or south of the road. And that road is enough to kind of keep both teams at bay. But in this situation, you know, you're driving into it and you're both on similar axis as you're coming in. So you can get shot at. And MS Chonburi almost get the worst end of the stick because they are there first. And you get a team flying behind them and take shots. So Yasnaya Poliana, that's now held, and it's a great spot to be in, especially for this current lobby, because it really does open up a lot of options over towards maybe the north side or even the south side.
Pubgmobile looking to move a little bit more central as their methodology dictates. It's the only way that they know how to play, it seems. Seems to be working pretty well, though. They've had some pretty decent returns, although we have hypothesized that streak might come to a close given the development that the lobby can show. Over on the military island, the Infinities, they are going to be still holding out C block, yet to rotate, but the circle is right next to them. You can see that on your minimap on the top left, so it shouldn't be too hard. We have seen some pretty hefty bridge guards come through in the past. On that western bridge from Reject specifically. So the question is, do they want to take that path or not?
I think that Reject are setting themselves up in very peer. I mean, with that playing path as well coming from the western side, you know the Reject's going to be set up very quickly. They'll have looted fast, and they'll be in position to get over towards Lighthouse, towards the bridge, to make that camp happen. So the Infinity, yes, they are very close to getting into the circle, but I don't personally think they can take that western route, because with the circle being there, this time Reject can stick around a long time. So the Infinity most likely will head up towards the eastern side and try and rotate past through farm, knowing that that's now open. I do wonder who picked up that up, but currently we don't have a map feed. As soon as we get that back online, I'll let you guys know at home what's going on.
There we go. Nova just holding out the set. And still, the battle for Yasnaya Poliana, I feel like this has to end soon. And I feel like maybe they were waiting for Super Weekend to decide who actually was going to get it, who was actually going to claim it for these Super Weekend games, because Erangel is a massive chunk of points in this lobby for these Super Weekends. Over the 45 games they're going to play, I think it's over half of the games are going to be on Erangel. So if you aren't getting good starts on Erangel, it's not going to go well for you. Something needs to change for one of these two teams. But maybe they're waiting to claim it here.
Yeah, I mean, for league play again, if we say it again, like most of the time you are just looking for that 16th place. That's all you need from league play. Save all your best tactics when you come through for those Super Weekends. It looks like the Infinity has rotated on that eastern side. Smart choice, knowing that Reject have so much time to set up that bridge camp. So really good stuff from them. 628 looking down to Pubgmobile. Just off in the distance, you can check them out there. Oh no, sorry, the Infinity on the western side. Reject, in fact, not opting to go for the bridge camp.
There we go.
Oh, interesting stuff.
Yeah, departure from maybe what we expected. But then again, Reject know that a lot of teams are going to be pushing into the western side, so they isolate themselves towards the bridge. They are losing out on being able to potentially claim a very strong area in this next circle. Is it worth it to guard one team to allow all those teams to swing in on your northern side when you could have that ridgeline in those forests, which is generally a very strong position, a very good rotational area to hold if you're Reject Scarlet in this situation. Pubgmobile, though, they get run down here, which is not ideal for them, losing a player, especially if they want to hold out wide, hold a large area of land moving forwards.
Yeah, losing Sir as well, it's not great. He's one of the great off-angle specialists in that team. And, you know, for Pubgmobile, the way they tend to play, like having that off-angle is really important for them to get that surprise attack. So, unfortunately, they don't have him anymore. Down to 3. Just sitting around towards Gakka's side, outside Quarry. You know, this becomes a little bit more difficult now for Pubgmobile because really you need the numbers to push in because a lot of these teams are going to be heading central looking for those spots as there's not a huge amount of compounds here in this circle to play around with. So you're essentially looking for position early on in the game that you can hold on to for a long time.
DRS leaving Yasnaya Poliana. Could be heading a little bit westerly. They're on the path right now. Not too many teams they should be worried about right now. It seems like they're probably the most furthest out to the east, but Stalwart, a surprise. Well, maybe not a surprise for some. I know Jason was talking about the strength of Mongolian teams, and I know Zute was saying he's always been a massive fan of those Mongolian teams ever since he saw Zeus. But they are at the top of the tables, and they are currently doing very, very well for themselves in the league play, though. So it's super weekends they need to prove themselves. Rico Infinity team come up against MS Chonburi. And it's MS Chonburi to be able to take the kill.
Yeah, very nice. I think you're right as well, John, because I was literally about to say, I mean, Zeus surprised us all at the end of the day in those global championships, and they did fantastically well there. So I think that Mongolia is just here to surprise. Deadeye guys just barely making it into this super weekend, and already they're just getting ripped apart by Genesis Dogma's Daybot, making it look easy. So Deadeye guys, they make it in, and then it's hit straight back out again.
It's a very difficult area of the map here on the western sides, and these hills to the west of Pachinki Fields, it's just so dangerous to move through. But the shots keep on coming through. Nova are close by. Deadeye's guys tried to sail on in. Daybot's still alive. The Infinities and Reject do end up clashing in this ridgeline that Reject decided to hold instead of guarding out that bridge. They're fairly close to one another. Difficulty all round, very close and in the grass. You've got to see that Reiji does indeed spot it. The UMP gets the spray down. First knock goes through. I wouldn't be too surprised to see a flush following it very soon. There you go.
Yeah, I know. Logan now looking for the nade over the top side. Looks pretty good, and Duella runs straight into it. So Logan making this one look very, very easily done from that nade toss. Does even the playing field just a little bit. Sarah off in the distance, very low, has to heal up. Nade again from Logan. God, this guy's pretty accurate as well.
Finding those marks. But in the meantime, over towards the center. Nova seem to have a 3-1 split right now. You see 3 of their players on either side of this road leading west out of Pachinki. We're going all the way down to Quarry. And Jimmy's got a really far west outpost. They know a lot of those teams aren't really going to be crunching in that far. It's only really 628 who's holding around that northeastern edge of Quarry.
I think for Jimmy playing this position, it's not that bad considering he has like a ridge line to play alongside. And also the rest of his team has pretty open ground to just look across, so they'll be able to give him information and feed him that when he needs it. 628, fairly split at the moment. I would say this is a full 4 one-man split here. So you've got all these players from 628 just holding around Quarry side. And on the upper side of the northern like marshes on top of Quarry is Yu Yang. This is very interesting this late in the game, so hopefully they'll regroup when we get to that next circle pop. But in this situation, Jimmy is just as likely to kill Yu Yang as the other side, but they do get a little regroup there. Paraboy jumping on top of Jimmy for the time being, and so they'll have a 2-2 split now coming through from Nova. Genesis Dogma still trying to make their way out of this weird open area that they've got themselves caught in.
Certainly not ideal. But there we go. The circle comes through, heads right onto Pubgmobile. They're right center of the circle. Blank, you know, we see it time and time again. They keep moving to the middle, but Nova now probably looking to push down south towards them just a little bit. Jimmy obviously regrouping that as the rivals on the northern side are going to have to push south themselves, but they've got Cryptics at their back to worry about.
Yeah, I think four rivals on that first day looked pretty good. In my opinion, they kind of fell off towards second day. I think that I was almost misled because they all had that almost team wipe onto BTR. but unfortunately BTR just haven't looked as good since then, so that doesn't give as much of an oomph anymore. But again, I think from first day to second day, looking very, very good. 4Rivals set up some really strong angles at the end of games. So I think this is definitely a team that can do well. They are just lacking a couple of their members towards the northern side underneath Everest. DRS over in that situation as well, who have come west from Yasnaya. But a lot of teams can make their way into this circle. There is just a lot of field over towards the southeast, John, which is going to be difficult to play. Reject have found one of the only compounds in this circle, down towards that southeast edge. Stalwart and the Infinity just around them.
Both looking to move in. I mean, 628 are looking for a little bit of a foothold on that south side. For me, 628's position is pushing forward directly out of the mouth of Quarry, a little bit on that hillside, overlooking a lot of those fields, but they spread out a little bit further back and want to hold out that baseline of fire. I feel like maybe they're missing a beat not going for it, but Reject have problems of their own. It's Stalwart rocking up on their position, very close by. Nades being popped over the top means that they know someone's close. Ragey, forward guard for Reject.
Yeah, tosses some nades over the top. Stalwart dodging them masterfully. Noah Paraboy does take down one of the Cryptics players. El Chapo tries to send some shots his way, but won't quite find it on this sunny day in Erangel. It's all rainy news for them.
I am jealous of the weather here currently. It's very cold in England.
Oh yeah, massively. Say that again. I'm scared to be even wearing this short sleeve shirt. You'll probably see me on the next camera shot and I'll just be frozen. I'll look like, you know, a guy from The Ring.
I'm wearing 2 jumpers. You know, it's
oh, yeah?
We're out here surviving. What can I say?
But you're just surviving. I'm not thriving at all. I'll tell you that now. I'm having a bad time, but you do it for aesthetics. Aesthetics is pain sometimes, unfortunately.
Makes me look like I have big, strong muscles as well, so that's good.
I just have big, strong muscles. I don't need to fake
you know
that.
What? Okay, let's not talk about this anymore.
I have 2 double jumpers. I look like I've got steroids on. I look like STE in a clutch moment.
Oh, okay. What about Rico Infinity Team dropping nades out towards DRS in the sticks? Trying to move down the south of it. DRS pushing on forwards. But Rico Infinity Team, they're guarding it on out. 4Rivals looking to maybe play third party here or even leapfrog this position. The flush comes through, but the knock is returned there. Nicely done. Drops back for a little bit of healing. Only 3 players alive, and with one of them down, DRS are really penned in here, Blank.
Yeah, you can see 4Rivals actually just sending it away in that situation down towards the western side. I do think that Rico Infinity Team, very similar team to 4Rivals, in fact, as they leave. In which case they are very tactical, and so I think playing sticks works out well for them. Team Secret go on 2 wheels, but they stay on 2 feet as they make their way towards the center of the circle here.
And Reject stay with 2 players alive as well. Rico Infinity Team still guarding out this chopstick, but they are going to have to move. They are going to have to
worth
shift
it anymore,
down
boys.
south. They've knocked one. They know they've slowed them down. The res has not come through, but they are still engaged in this fight. Infinity's tried to crash onto the Reject duo, but it's not going to work out. The bridge guard continues all the way into the fields as the fight moves on. 2 versus 2 now between these 2 squads, but there's teams every which way looking out for them. 628 again, gonna be peeping out this way. Stalwart across from them as well. Still yet to move. Oh dear me, that is excellent from Divine. Able to dispatch the player out in the field, but Ragey goes down in the meantime.
I really like that from Divine. You know, Reggiosio taking that nade, and suddenly Divine just like, you know, I've had enough of this. I'm going out and putting a stop to it right now. Rico Infinity Team still against DRS, who look extremely low, down to 2 players now for Rico Infinity Team. I believe DRS still have 3 up, with Gyalzen on the floor. Matthew Ninja goes underneath, while star player from this team escapes with his life, but there's still 2 players in hot pursuit.
Rico Infinity Team, they stay in the engagement, but Matthew Ninja has other ideas, looks for a flush and gets it. Fidan goes down, and Prestigo move around the side now. M249 in hand. The blue will start to envelop. Plenty of boosters on side for Prestigo right now. Mafia Ninja similarly stimmed. Around the edge, the lips, finds 1 shot to the head. Looks good, and gets another as well. It's Rico Infinity Team who stayed in the fight too long, and they will pay the iron price. Mafia Ninja, the lone survivor.
That was a really nice play from Mafia Ninja, giving them the slip and then coming around the backside, takes down the guy on the top, knowing there's going to be a guy following underneath, and then he sets himself in a perfect position where suddenly You know, Prestigo is in an awful spot underneath him, and he's getting pushed by the blue. So really well played to Mafia Ninja, thinking ahead in that scenario. Might take DRS a little bit further into this game. We're not too sure, but either way, nice play from Mafia Ninja. He has been on fire so far in both our league play days, and now starting out here in our Super Weekend.
Stalwart on the southeastern side. Pika does get rezzed. Now going to have to shift in a little bit. The question is, where does Stalwart go? Action seems a little bit indecisive. They're just moving forwards. They're going to set up a vehicle compound. Definitely can be shot out at this stage. So it could be pretty dangerous to use them this early.
Yeah. I do think that Tung Jabao currently holding the best compound within the circle. Team Secret got a nice little knock onto them as they roll through. Weren't able to do too much with it, but I think that at some point Team Secret might want to think about breaching this compound. They obviously don't know if Tung Jabao have 4, but with that shift, you know, Team Secret can sit pretty. Tung Jabao have to come to them. Really good patience coming through from this team, but all these teams towards the north side, God, it's a bad day for them. They're going to start to move down. Genesis Dogma still trying to hold out the guys from D Xavier. Seems that these two teams are constantly at loggerheads.
D Xavier seemed to have pretty good showings during the league stages. I mean, we really liked some of the stuff that was coming out from them, sorry. If they can continue that here. Genesis Dogma, they are down to 3. D Xavier, they have Duck dispatched off. 2 players rock straight on up right to Daybot, and actually almost taken down with the tires, but the rest of the team pops up with a gunfire and will get the job done. Genesis Dogma, goodness me, they just get popped on.
Yeah, that was very nice. It was like all of a sudden Genesis Dogma were alone, and then everyone just dropped up from the grass out of the holes in the floor, and they were surrounded. So well done to D Xavier there to be able to make that one happen. Nova going versus Infinity. Actually, oh my goodness me.
Hang on a minute.
It's a 1v3!
1v3 Nova! My goodness me, Infinity, you've got to be happy with that one. A Lone Ranger out in the fields doing work for the Infinities as they stay alive. Nova get curtailed. Stalwart looking to push on in on the eastern edge as well. Getting drawn short here on this hay bale. But MS Chumburi on the back line looking for the shots over towards Scry, and they're going to be able to find quite a few. Hop, though, not quite getting that flush. And all 4 of Stalwart stay alive for now, Blank.
Yeah, 628 giving him a hard time on it. Rangiosio sends a nade that falls down from the clouds and will take down that one player there. Easy peasy. In the meantime, Infinite God Sunny, he's still finding shots on towards STE. 628 over here. Cryptics, I think that's the last player going down. Team Secret now taking a little bit of a fight with D Xavier, who are trying to get onto Tung Jiabao's position. So this is very well done from Team Secret. They're just going to hold out these two teams, force them to fight one another, and then just take the bedraggled team that comes out from that chaos.
Goodness me, I'm still reeling from the fight in the shack. What a way to hold it out.
He's still alive as well, by the way.
Still going. I mean, he deserves to still be going after that performance. Fantastic stuff. Enigma Galaxy taking on Tung Jiabao, but not having the best time of it there. You can see Attacker just popping those shots with the DP. I think it's just Ralph standing. And up the top, it's the 4 rivals. They spot Amodi. They should see those hit markers as well into the smoke and just spray down for more. Enigma Galaxy taken down. In the meantime, Team Secret trying to hold off the wave of players from the north. It's not going super well right now. Tung Jiabao taking fire all across the mountainside, and everybody's going in for the fight flank.
Stalwart just got a massive hand dealt to them there with that circle. Heads down their way. They can just sit this one out for the time being. Got Tunny as well. I mean, he definitely deserved the circle after that fight with Nova. Team Secret, though, not sure why they sent out Thredo so wide up toward D Xavier's position. Perhaps just to slow these teams down. But Team Secret, they need to take precedent right now and move into the circle. Tung Jiabao, healing. Trying to get players back up again, but 4 rivals, they'll be sending nades their way. That one looks decent, and that's Tung Jiabao down to a beautiful nade coming through from all.
Goodness me, yeah, they were really penned in there. It's a very difficult hillside to try and get over, especially with all the teams coming from that northern side. Everybody vying for this edge of the hill. 628, I felt like they should have been in control of this hill for a long, long time, but they ended up giving up a lot of that control, moving down south, and it is paying off for them here with these circle shifts playing.
What the hell? Did Stalwart get taken down by 628? Have I missed something?
Hang on, we might have missed something. I think we were on the Tung Jiabao fight. but they're gone. They're not in the lobby
Yeah,
anymore.
either GodTunny's done a 1v4 at 628, which is much more likely. But either way, well played to 628 or GodTunny. I need a replay on that one, that's for
The
sure.
Infinities have 8 kills, and 628 have 2.
Well, my goodness me. GodTunny!
Did GodTunny just do it again? And we missed it entirely. Oh my god.
Oh my god, I know. I need a replay on that bad boy. But either way, he is insane. I mean, he's got God in the name, you know, and he is fighting like no one else.
I mean, you know, what's the difference between 4 times infinity and 1 times infinity is there is no difference, right? It's still countably infinite, assuming you start with a countable infinity. That is. We won't get into cardinality at this stage of the tournament, but for now, a pretty decent position in this circle. A lot of oversight. Team Secret getting punished as well. 628 going to look up north. As Team Secret try and dash on in. All the teams up there going to be going in for it. And
God, God.
I mean, I have to pull for this guy. I have to.
You have to. Like, you have to support this dude. This is peak PUBG Mobile at the moment. You know, that's Team Secret going down. Now just 628. Look at this. It's now GodTunny looking for a second place. And it's very, very doubtful that he can. There's a 21% chance that he wins. What?
Oh my
what?
God. I mean,
God,
it's a 1v3. It's a 1v3. 1 in 5 times he should win these, apparently, according to our prediction stats.
Bro.
He rolls in, 2 players around the side. GodTunny looks for the spray, but can't quite find it. There's too many players rolling on down. And finally, we found the division by 0. It is 6-2-8. The numbers themselves to take on the Infinite, and they will be able to bring out the chicken dinner finally, taking down GodTunny.
That was final boss mode there, right? Wasn't it? I mean, I heard the music start to flow in towards the end, and that's specifically for GodTunny, I'll tell you that now. That was an incredible game. That was an incredible game, and the Infinity, you know, if they're not clapping GodTunny on the back right now, they should be. They should be smacking him on the back. I mean, he has done extremely well that game to hold up versus all these teams. And really, I think Team Secret made some huge mistakes in a game which I think they could have done so much better in. Sending Fredo out wide to deal with DXavier, really all you had to do there was hold Tong Jabao and DXavier in those 2 compounds, smoke behind you, make sure no one's shooting down at you, and then just force those 2 teams to go against each other. I have no idea why Fredo went out wide. That was very, very confusing to me. And then they don't find any position in the circle. By the time they do move, it's way too late, and they're scrambling. 6-8, just easily pick up the pieces. It's very confusing to me.
I'm also still wondering what happened to Stalwart in that, because the fact that 628 only got 2 kills, maybe they did get the knocks and then they were stolen away by GodTunny. But I'm going to have to wait for the replays on that, because quite frankly, that would be insane. If he was able to take down both Nova and Stalwart in the same game on his own, I feel like that is something. I mean, it was already something special, right?
Oh, it really was. So we get MS Chonburi being run down by DRS. This is right at the beginning of the game, and this is why you don't want to rotate into Yasnaya first, to put it that way. Genesis Dogma, looking at Deadeye, guys, and here's Reject taking down a fair few players from the Infinity. Unfortunately, Reject didn't realize they were just making Infinity stronger by getting them further and further down to that 1 player of GodTunny, where his strength is ever increased by the amount of players on his team.
Yes, it's an inverse proportionality.
Yeah.
It's quite an interesting numerical relationship. But then, of course, I feel like this fight with Rico Infinity team, they should have left earlier. We were talking about it during the cast. They needed to leave that area and just get ahead of it. They've got the knocks, they've slowed them down, they're out in the blue. They can just disengage.
Here we go.
But instead, they just don't, and they die.
I think we just saw for a brief second there 628 taking shots over towards Stalwart. But yeah, it would make sense if GodTunny picked up a couple of those kills regardless. We don't get to see the 1v3 from on Nova. What? Huh? Why has that not been clipped, guys?
Maybe they're saving it.
That is a highlight. Yeah, maybe. I hope so. Bring it back on the desk at least. Like that's a highlight. That's a highlight of the tournament right there.
Absolutely. An excellent play from GodTunny, but it is 6-8 to claim the chicken dinner in the end. Let's head over to the analyst desk.
Don't worry, Blank. I'm on the back end trying to find that clip just for you. But honestly, we all want to see it. And to be fair, 6-8 closing things out with a chicken dinner here in the first match of the Super Weekend. Again, China really showing they have some extremely strong teams when it comes to PMGC. But guys, what's your first takeaway from this match?
6-8, yeah, very much so unrivaled down towards the bottom here. A nice win for them, a pretty easy and simple win for them, I think is fair to say. They didn't really have many threats coming their way, and when knowing how to round out a game like that, they were able to do it pretty clinically here, Tarzan.
Yeah, I think it's actually a very good game for, you know, viewers who want to look into the macros of this team to go back and see whenever they're on the map. Like, it's simple to say that they get zone blessed, but when we were in the green room, like when look at how they adjust the splits, Dolores and Jason, they were very mindful of keeping options open. They know when to, you know, play loud at what position, and then just had an easy one in a way. Like, based on their macro, it was great to see them play that way.
Yeah, and we can see here in our rankings from that first match, we have 23 points coming in for 6-8. Infinity coming in with 21 for them, but also for me, what kind of stands out, 4 rivals, 10 eliminations in that match. Like, that is fantastic to see the teams, and we've had very few teams get 10 or more eliminations when it comes to a single match.
Yeah, they were pretty strong. They were, for me, the standout team of this game, and I'll tell you for why. As soon as the circle shifts and they have to make that rotation down towards the west, one, Cryptic should kind of know that there's going to be a threat there coming and looming, and they were currently split, so of course they take casualties very quick. You know that nobody really wants to rotate through the fields on that east side, so the west side is their perfect path to go. They're super decisive of 4 rivals, and then they start sweeping north, joining some of those third-party situations and soaking up kills. I think 4 rivals, brilliant and quick decision-making to be able to get themselves plenty of kills on the board.
Yeah, Tarzan, looking at the second page, one thing that's going to stand out to me, Enigma Galaxy, only 1 point. We've praised them for the consistency they've been able to show off in league play. Again, I know it's just 1 match, so I'm not going to be too harsh on them, but I would like to see that consistency come back here throughout these later matches today.
Yeah, I mean, so far some of their best games were on these eastern shifts, like from the spot of Pachinki. They found some very key spots maybe on the west before that worked out one game, but you know, so far it's been a bit hard. You know, against some of these teams from that eastern side, like TJB, like even for Genesis Dogma, who were so relentless in taking these early rotations to take some power positions away pretty early on in face on making the lives a bit harder for these teams that seem to have a better priority to claim them, but no, they were just a little bit slower. But the MVP of this match, I mean, it is well deserved.
Yeah, 392 damage, 1 elimination, but only 18% of his team's contribution. But survival time, again, I mean, 6-8, as you mentioned, Claris, not really having too much of a challenge in the positions they were in. But hey, I mean, also, they deserve credit for that, right? Put themselves in a place where they don't have to deal with too many different teams.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, as Tarzan was extrapolating before, the split was kind of powerful. I mean, some of the earlier splits were wild, very, very spread out, and to the point where you need to kind of get back together when all these circles actually close down. The compound that they were controlling and the ridgeline that they were controlling, it's important to have that 2-2 split to a certain degree because they know that Cryptix is looming on that west side, and if they suddenly gain control of that ridgeline that arguably, I mean, they could have taken control of that, not just kind of just higher than where Team Secret were, but they opted to go for the compounds. Keeping the compounds is important because, as Tarzan was talking about when we were watching these games, keeping your cars is very important for those later moments, and we'll see that down the line.
Polaris.
Ooh.
There you go. There it is.
I was talking, I couldn't do it, you know?
I almost expect you to stop what you were doing and give the sound just for that. But 8 eliminations, 1,045 damage, but 68% of his team's contribution. I feel like that's the highest we've seen. But God, Tony, I mean, he deserved it.
It's you know, it's great for this team because we've seen him basically sleeping. We talk about top fraggers potentially coming from this team being newsy, but Gottoni came in strong. I mean, that segment on that southern side that they need to keep fighting through against reject like was so key, and they found, you know, a way to really survive. When we look at the actual elimination count as well, is actually extremely high from this team, and I think that's the momentum that they need, right, as that team that has always, you know, almost bullied other teams away. And this game was not easy when you look at circles, landscapes, or whatnot, but the points did come in.
Speaking of not easy, now I know we had a little bit of problem seeing the map, the overall, like, what was happening for all these teams, but I'm curious, did either of you catch what happened to Stalwart Esports there?
On the east side, I didn't quite catch how they were playing things out, because... yeah, go on.
Yeah, I saw it. So, out of the many teams, they were that team that used the compound a little bit longer to find an opportunistic enter into there. But with that type of opening ending, they need paybells. So basically, they failed to claim one or create car barriers around it and got sprayed down from the distance. I believe ST put in a lot of pressure, and Suna, as the MVP, you could see he was playing very loud to control the teams on that southern side. So I think that's damage done from there. But yeah, there's a haybell that they couldn't really pincer down.
Okay. Actually, you know, Claris, James here, I kind of want to talk about Infinity just a little bit. Obviously, we talk about, like, teams might change performance in League play versus Super Weekend. We got to talk about Infinity because the fact is they finished 15th place in League play with 46 points. Their highest placing was 3rd, which they did get 2 of them. But we see here, again, just one match, and it's hard to extrapolate things or do proper stats from just one game. But it's great to see that, again, any team in this lobby can capitalize and pick up a lot of points if they're given that right situation or if they create that right situation.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's a great step up to see what we've seen from them in just this one game alone. I mean, of course, some of these field endings can be difficult, right? And if you're able to eliminate all the threats on your side, on the east side, and then you're able to move in and find yourself like a shack, kind of a small bastion of hope down the line, then brilliant. But I think that seeing a single performance of like 8 eliminations come out for a single player alone, that's good omens for them moving forward despite that 15th place.
Well, speaking of good omens here, Claris, we're going to head into a quick recap. So what do you have for us here?
Yeah, sure. Let's take a look. Of course, we have a few teams on rotation trying to find themselves a decent spot. We're going to take a look at ST first, apparently, even though I think the thing that you really want to focus on mostly here is the fact that they have a very wide split to start things off, to then come together to control space down towards this south side of the circle. Now, the south side of the circle as a whole, they do benefit slightly from those big hard shifts from the circle. This split in particular is the one that I'm like, oh, okay, the circle's about to close, maybe it's time to get together. So they do, in terms of the 2-2 split, come back together. The 2 at the bottom are controlling the compound. The 2 on the left hand side are controlling that ridge up at the north side of them, which Tarzan, I think is fair to say, is probably one of the bigger vulnerabilities for this compound given the scenario.
Yeah, and I think this is where I really like it. They are looking at maybe hill control at the same time, so they do not fully send to the compound nor the hill, right? So they're playing 2 type of control, hill control as well as the open field control. And of course, like with this early claim on the southern edge for entry, they send in the rest of the team, and they've got, you know, info for the rest of the circle basically for the past 5 minutes, and they just full send to take the final kills.
Yeah, I actually love watching those little cars zip across the map there. It's funny because very rarely do you see teams just utilizing cars quite that deep into a game unless they absolutely know what's going on. And here is how this plays out. So important to know that 628 here has been understanding and knowledgeable of where Team Secret was for about 10 minutes in this game. Never mind everything else going on around them. They watched that rotation from Team Secret. They know that they didn't move, and they know that that was the last remaining potential threat for them to deal with. How do you deal with that after one knock? Blast it on in,
exactly.
baby. Just send those cars, get in there, get in the thick of it, and destroy them effectively.
That reminds me of, honestly, old school loops. You guys might not recognize the name if you're new to PUBG Mobile, but last year, I mean, they were ridiculous. They would get one knock, and they would immediately just pile in on top of that fight and clean things up. But one thing I do want to ask you about here, Tarzan and Claris, is like the 2-2 split we saw out of STE for such a long time here in this match. I feel like a lot of teams try to do it, but it's very seldom we see teams be very successful at it. And I feel like we saw 628 be very successful and very confident in being able to pull off those 2-2 splits appropriately.
See, I have some terms that I want to use. Like sometimes when it comes to splits, you need to know how to play loud or quiet. Like if you are trying to bait a team in and then strike them from behind, then you need to find the right cover and have the trigger discipline. But sometimes if you want to play very dominating as a solo, sometimes you need to just shoot everything and make sure that you scare them off so they don't even come close. So it's these ideas as well. And another small thing maybe, gentlemen, when it comes to splits, we see a lot of teams not having the cars ready. I'm talking about having your cars facing the correct side, so the second you hop in, you can start driving towards your teammates. It's these small things that count.
Yeah.
All in agreement, Cars?
I agree. I mean, I could. There's other things I want to talk about, but I'm sure you previously want to talk about the schedule. So.
Oh yeah, we got Miramar coming up next. You see Erangel, you see Sanhok, you see Erangel. All right, Cars, continue. I want to hear your thoughts.
I think that one of the great things about what we see from 628 there is the shock factor, right? I mean, Team Secret, we've seen, 2 players in the past hold out 4 players as they're coming in cars in the past, right? But the fact that it's working with what information you've got, and in that moment, Team Secret doesn't have much information at all, other than when they all of a sudden that they hear the cars are on their way. They don't really have great line of sight somewhere STE were. So STE capitalized on that shock factor, just plowing on in, and it gives Team Secret no time to react to what is going on in that moment. So all of the cards are very much in STE's hands, and I love those kinds of plays. As I say, very Loops-esque, I think.
Yeah, and I'm a big fan of seeing teams making a decision together and just going forward instead of questioning or having any disruption. The team of, oh no, maybe we should do this, maybe we should do something else. Seeing that commitment into a push, and well, 628, they come out with the first chicken dinner here in our very first Super Weekend. We're gonna be heading to a break though in the meantime, where we get things ready to go here for our second match of the day. So don't go anywhere.
Danny, ready for abstract.
Lontaran hit ke bahagian hadapan, tapi itulah dia Free Fire yang ditunggu dengan begitu sabar sekali oleh Rain. Mungkin akan meranapkan impian Team Secret. Team Secret terkeluar di tempat yang ke-8 dengan kini telah boleh diketahui. Pun cuma termasuk daripada bahagian belakang, tapi datang boleh gangguan daripada jumper.
The wrong direction, Zaxir aiming out for the grenade, and he gets the whole team wide here for Gigfan.
Oh, that's Rule them through. Here we have it.
Looking out really tough for you, High getting Tony K. MR5 is down as well. That is huge, Nate.
Close one there by Fluke. Ooh, another one coming in from damn root. Can he figure out Fluke? Fluke now 50% health. Fluke is actually being shot.
Oh,
where is he gonna go? Oh no! Fluke! Fluke! And he goes.
Much early on as Crafter Yango goes moving into the corner of the container, and Tamio gets taken down.
Hello, di manakah QB berada? Bombs bakal aja.
Bahkan ada sebuah lonjakan, ada sebuah bagi yang juga loncat tadi kita melihat, dan itu dia Genesis Dogma memulangkan semua pemain dari V Gaming.
โลแกนโชว์ความเก่าครับแล้วนี่เรียบร้อยครับเป็นทางด้านโลแกนครับที่ค่อนข้างที่จะเก่ากว่านะช็อตนี้แล้วมียายขาชิ้นต้องนะครับต้องปั๊มวงเหนียนเป็น CPTR กิ๊กแฟมโดนหนีสุดแล้วดึงตอนนี้เก็บโอกี้ไปแล้วเหลือแค่ตรงแล้วโดนไฟ2เลยมีลาต้องใจเย็นน้องรักมีเรื่องตุ๊เปมาก็เช็คชื่อครับโอ้โหเอาได้ปอนไฟหนาม เป็นเครียดแล้วก่อนหน้านี้โดนท้องมาจากไกลๆขอแค่เม็ดเดียวพอขอแค่เม็ดเดียวล่วงไปโอ้ยจังหวะนี้ทั้ง3 ปมเป็นเกมได้ไม่ทำได้แต่เพื่อนเขามาเทปได้เหมือนกันแล้วไม่เอานอนแบบนี้เรียบร้อยเลยเป็น4 ต่อ 2 ครับ
Ada kedudukan yang cantik. Kita lihatkan tim secret di bahagian high ground tersebut, tapi Nerpeko dengan satu pemanduan yang begitu.
Oh ya, mungkin dia memang mungkin achievement pula. Bomba Malaysia Miramar
daripada tim EVOS.
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
Thank you for all of you viewers sticking around here for our second match of the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2021 East League Super Weekend #1. I know it's a lot of words, a lot of numbers coming your way, but all you need to know, 3 days straight of action-packed games, of 5 matches a day until we do kick off into our league play yet again next week over on Tuesday. Speaking of next, we got Miramar coming up next. We got Erangel thereafter. And then finally, gentlemen, our first Sanhok. I cannot wait to see what's going to happen on that map, but we got to wait a little bit of time until then. So let's focus in on Miramar and focus in on one team in particular, Reject. They have been playing phenomenally when it comes to Miramar.
Quote some stats. I mean, out of those 5 games, 4 games, like 2 second places, 1 third place, and a chicken dinner as well. And it's not easy to do, gents, because they do not play that usual style of, finding a place to call home, their own drops, but they've been adjusting every time. And there were times that they got pushed away from the drop that they wanted to take, but they were able to adapt. And I think having big games of that type of starts is actually very empowering.
It does make you wonder, doesn't it? Like, what they would be able to do if they had a particular drop spot that they did call their home, because Miramar is very much so focused on those channels of rotation and how you actually make it from one location to another, etc. But maybe they just feel very comfortable about how the hill fights are on Miramar. Obviously, like maybe going for some of those longer distance fights and things like that. But yeah, you can't argue with those numbers. They're fantastic so far.
I mean, we talk about consistency, and during the break, I was like mentioning like the 5 Miramars, they have excellent results, and I'll get to that in 1 second. They actually played 4 of the Miramars because they had games off, obviously, in the first day of play. Yep. So out of the 4 Miramars they've played, they placed top 3 or higher every time. 1 third place, 2 second places, and 1 chicken dinner. That is probably the most consistent you could be. And of course, it's across more than just one match. But obviously, Super Weekend is always a little bit of a different beast. And obviously, they have teams they can consistently practice against, drop locations, there'll be no hands down. But I would love to see the team from Japan really come out strong here and take a nice victory for themselves. But maybe some other teams we could be talking about where we could see some strength when it comes to Miramar, or maybe some teams that underperformed a little bit in that first match. I'll leave it open to you, Declaris.
Wow, easy peasy. Once again, Stalwart Esports. If you think about their consistency throughout Miramar, it was, I think, 2 4th place, a 6th place, and a 1st place. So it's not too far behind what you're seeing from Rejects here. Yes, they didn't really start out today brilliantly, but I mean, they were in yellows, kind of just above where the bridge is, and then kind of moving in from the east. They were a little bit slower than I'm used to seeing Stalwart coming into these games. But we're going on to Miramar right now, and once again, numbers don't lie. And the fact that they got themselves a win with 14 kills off the back of the last Miramar that they were playing, it speaks volumes here, Jason.
Is that actually the that isn't the highest scoring game we've had? I remember we had a 15 elimination matches.
4 rivals.
4 rivals. Hey, 4 rivals had 10 in the first one. Maybe we'll see them come back yet again. But I am curious, obviously. Tarzan, if I'm not mistaken, you've actually coached a couple of different teams or been the analyst for a couple of different teams. going into like these marathon weekends, technically it's a marathon event, but marathon weekend, 3 days in a row, 15 matches. Like realistically, what can you adapt day to day, and what can you really adapt match to match, in your opinion?
It's actually extremely hard. I think the first part is about fixing what you do. And then, because I know that is the key thing, because it could be communications, it could be a rotation issue, or the ability of taking fight, but you can't lean in too much for that, because we did say for the highest level gameplay is less about what you do, but it needs to be what other people do. So when we talk about certain strengths and surprise factor, like Kalara said, or even clutch factor, you need to start thinking about how you can punish a particular team. And I love the fact that you mentioned Starwood Esports. They are a team that have not left the drop spot, right? When it comes to Saint Martin, yes, very strong in the middle, but you got hills on the surrounding. I want to start seeing some of the change of dynamics between teams coming from some of them punishing others for not changing their patterns.
See, Klaus, Tarzan actually brought up like a really good point on day 2 of league play that I really like to see, like finally get to hear like a really deep kind of coach mindset or an analyst mindset of teams. He was talking about Erangel, and he was talking about like the way one team was about to cross a river in one of the matches, and he was saying that, you know, when you drop, you generally know the teams where they're going to drop, and you know the rotations. And I wonder your thoughts on that, and like how well do these teams know where the teams are dropping, first of all, which I would assume pretty well, but the rotation patterns, I feel like, depend on the zone, depend on where it shifts and stuff like that. I feel like that's such a major aspect of the game if you want to be a top team.
Yeah, it becomes more severe, I think, on Miramar as well. I mean, you look at Erangel, it's kind of open, rolling fields. I think cars don't have too much trouble with a lot of the terrain there. Miramar becomes a bit rockier, a bit more rugged, and when that occurs, your channels of rotation become a little bit more predetermined in terms of, okay, we know that this is going to get us from A to B via the roads much quicker than it would be if we were going from, say, Graveyard over the hills over towards El Hazar, for example. You don't want to be really having to do that. So as such, the best teams congregate down the same channels of rotation, which creates these awkward moments where, oh, we're taking up residence in a little compound here, we're going to start shooting at you whilst you do this. So yeah, there's definitely a big factor of that for me personally, especially on the desert here on Miramar.
And obviously going into this, I would assume almost every team, if not every team, Tarzan, I feel like if you're going to get to this level, you sure as hell better have an analyst with you. I feel like that's where you're, like, the best teams are going to shine, right? Of adapting from day to day, really looking back at how teams played out different situations and trying to incorporate into your own style, which is obviously very difficult to do in such a quick turnaround.
It's very hard, Jason. I feel like a lot of players need to first practice those type of preparation as an analyst themselves, because here's the thing: if someone's done the work for you, you do not get the memory, you know, of those things if you haven't done it yourself. It's like you need to revise of someone else's work. If you are the one who's doing it, it helps you, you know, you just remember them better. You can apply it a lot quicker. And here's the thing: even if they have the resources to do that, it has to be presented in the way that is digestible, and it has to be able to be applied. And I think that is the hardest thing. I think for teams who are still growing, or even for some of these teams, if they can find a good balance between the team and sharing the workload, it's best to have them to get actively involved.
Okay. Well, let's start to maybe focus in on a couple of teams that we didn't get to talk too much about when it came to the start of the day. For me, Deadeye guys, right off the bat, got to talk about them. They qualified not even by 1 point. They were even with Bigatron at 41 points each, but depending on how the tiebreaker works, or considering how the tiebreaker works with chicken dinners, placements, then kills, they actually did qualify over them. But this team, I mean, they had to sit out the last 2 matches of the final day and just watch fate be put into the hands of other teams. But let's talk about them in general. Like, do we see this as like a consistent performance? You think around 16th place? Or do you think that was maybe just an off day? I mean, do you have any thoughts in particular about that, or in terms of their style?
I categorized some teams on my day off, and Eyes on Improvement, Deadeye's guys, is definitely one of them, right? If you think about what they did, as you say, they were left to the hands of fate, and it's not exactly easy. So I was hoping that they would come into this first game with a bit more oomph, a bit more power. Wasn't easy in these fields. I'm looking at guys like Frag on Deadeye's guys, who was the 5th lowest in terms of damage across 8 games with 793 damage. And that includes teams that fielded the same players across the 8 games that aren't even here in the Super Weekend. So there definitely needs to be a step up from them. Getting a 0 in this previous game, it's not boding too well here, Tarzan, I think.
There's a lot more that we're asking from this team, right? Like when we're talking about teams qualifying or getting points, you really need to see how they've gotten those points. Like when we look at how they qualify into the Super Weekend, it's almost like the gods of PUBG have picked them up with their own hands, bathed them in holy waters, and placed them into the circles themselves. Like that's how they got in. Those huge 2 games towards the end was so key, and right now they need to do it for themselves. I'm not seeing it yet, right? Like Jason, when you talk about whether this is an off day, that's really hard to define. Are they on track ever? Like from so far, like you need to have some reference point, like to have that statement against. And right now, I don't know what's a good day for them, like because it hasn't happened yet.
I mean, as a contrast though, Jason, just to look at another team that is was in the same bubble on my eyes to improve. One of them was D-Xaviers. I was actually quite impressed with some of the games that they were able to field in the league play, D-Xaviers. But if you think about guys like Rabbiz, he was the 3rd lowest in terms of damage across 8 games with 757 points of damage done. And that, again, includes all of the teams that are currently not here. I think there can be little step-ups here and there for a team like D-Xaviers, and they've shown it in this previous game. I think they got themselves something like 10 points or 9 points in terms of what they were able to put up. So there's glimmers there for a team in a similar situation to Deadeye's guys, and D-Xaviers might be the one to push up.
I think it's important to remember is that we're looking at 20 of the best teams in the world in this Eastern Conference, right? Just because Deadeye guys 0 points, they finished 16th place. Like, they're not bad. They're not even close to bad. They're not even close to like being remotely
they destroy
bad. Us. Exactly. Well, of course, anyone would destroy us, Colors. But they're an insanely talented team. And again, you're playing against these extremely strong teams in the world. Like, someone has to be the bottom of the table. Someone has to be last place. Someone has to pretty much get 0 points in a match. It's just unfortunate that they have gotten 0 here. But I think what we're looking at for them is, can they bounce back, correct?
Yes. Yeah, like the thing is sometimes hard to use this idea that I'm about to introduce, but sometimes the enemy is themselves. It's like, have they outgrown their own patterns? Like, that's the thing, right? We've seen rigidity from this team before, and we've seen teams like Reject and Genesis Dogma who made huge adaptations and were willing to do so and have successfully come up with like huge games because of that tendency. Like right now, that is one repertoire when it comes to gameplay and the decision that we have not seen from the Ice Guys yet. So like that is themselves that they're going against when it comes to maybe the style of play or mentality and maybe a lot more.
I'm tempted to bring up a really interesting conversation, actually, that kind of hits on Bigatron a bit. I'd say in a technically positive note. We talked a lot about Bigatron being the best team in the world for such a long period of time, right?
Yeah.
And I think what's cool to me is that they always had this bullseye on their back. Every team was gunning for them. Every team was studying their style. Every team was figuring out how they play and how they can play like them or beat them. Now that Nova has hit the global scene as being the best team in the world, winning PMGC last year, I feel like they're doing fairly well considering every team is probably having their eyes on them. They have the bullseye on their back now, and that they've been able to be consistent. I mean, they finished 6th place overall in league play with 77 points here. They get 3 in the first match of the day, which obviously isn't bad, it isn't great, but I feel like they have a lot of pressure on them to repeat that performance, and especially when you have Pairboy on the roster. I mean, he's like the model of the year. He goes to the chillest restaurants, hangs out with the hottest dudes, or I did that backwards, I'm not sure. It's tough to be a Nova player. And also the criticism you get from your region as well when you underperform is very tough to deal with. And I'm just really curious to see how Nova how Nova adapts and develops over the course of this tournament.
It feels like the hunger's still there for Nova, especially considering in a region that is rigorous. I think it's fair to say about the Chinese region, right? Like there's a lot of big profile tournaments going on. There's a lot of cameras on you all the time and things like that. Whereas compared to BTR right now, it feels like the hunger's not there. Like it feels it feels really hard to say that because I know we all love Luxy, we all love Zuxi, we all love these guys, we all love Yuhai coming in, Liquid, Rise, everybody like. But and they're phenomenal players alone, but when I watch some of their moves in some of the games that we've been watching here, again, it's only a small sample size, just 2 days. Maybe they come back next week, or maybe they blast out. Maybe that hunger is refueled. But yeah, right now, as you say, for Nova, I think the hunger's there. 77 points coming in from that week's play was nice. But obviously not enough to crown them a champion down the line. But yeah, for BTR, maybe it's not there right now.
I gotta jump in. So Nova did something similar though last year in PMGC. I feel like we kind of figured out that Nova is more of a sprinting team. Like when it comes to like, all right, 3 days and you're done. That's when they show up. But they were really not super impressive, but they didn't let us down last year in league stage. And then obviously we went into the finals. They became the best team in the world. I feel like maybe that's their style, right? They don't need to show anything. Just play kind of calm and collected because you don't need to take out every trick in the book just yet.
This is the thing. The way that they are playing now is their own game, and there will be in certain circles that it will work out just amazingly. And it actually will allow them to very securely go into Super Weekends and the finals. So I don't have a problem with that. And what I want to see, or should I say, from all teams, that Nova is demonstrating that is important is they still, like what Kalara said, they are willing to fight. They have that drive, right? They can still try their best to bite your head off with their last breath, right? So that is something that we want to see from teams still. So when we compare them to BTR, which basically have none of that, like that is why they are worrying us.
Well, as we look down the rest of the list, I feel like we've talked about pretty much every single team. I guess maybe TJB. I mean, we touched on them quite a bit, but maybe we shouldn't touch on them too much. MS Chonburi, we talked a little bit about, again, being the team who qualified through PMGC points. You know, maybe they're the new team from Southeast Asia, can put them back on the map. I feel like really any team in that region, they've had so much experience playing BTR that they not really feeling pressure, but when you get to the international stage, things are definitely quite different.
There's a funny thing about MS Chonburi and also DRS, in fact. I mean, given this playing path, and then given that both of them all go all the way up to Yasnaya to then loot and then maybe lose 1 or 2 on rotation to one another is kind of interesting and eye-opening. I think it might accentuate almost the importance of maybe, you know, some backup drops here and there every so often, and not having to like go all the way up to your original drop spot, which is already contested by someone that's driving right next to you. I'm a big fan of backup drop spots, and yeah, maybe some people need to flex out a little bit.
Still would say though, I mean, over time, teams I feel like maybe getting some experience, like trying to adapt to the lobby, to acclimate to the lobby, I think is probably the appropriate term. I hope for the likes of, you know, BTR, Dam1, BC Swell, and FaZe Clan, that they're watching very intently across these 3 days of the Super Weekend. The thing is, for them, it's really hard to practice because the teams you want to practice against are, well, they're playing in a Super Weekend, right? Yeah. So I feel like for them, it's more methodical and analytical of looking back what you did wrong and then hopefully trying to fix that going into, obviously, next week.
There's always the balance, like I said, between fixing the things like within your own team, like in the way that you play against whatever enemy, right? But to preparation, like against the tendencies of other teams, and they just need to find that good balance. And I think a little bit of mental reset is obviously the first thing that needs to come through. If they cannot bounce back from this and allow this, you know, result to stick in their own brains and grieve themselves essentially into the next week, that is at least like the last thing that we want to see.
Well, you know what? We got time. Dam1. Dam1 and FaZe Clan. It's FaZe Clan in particular as well, because you have Corbine, the team who played last year for PMGC with Power Triple 8 KPS. You got Beer 11 who played for RRQ Athena. I have high hopes for them. And again, it's just about making top 16. Technically, we could have like 2-3 teams who never qualified to Super Weekend, and all you really have to do is just beat that one team. Yeah. But the problem is you're always playing from behind, right? You're always playing now down 15 matches compared to these other teams, meaning you now kind of know that that goal line is going to move against you every single time you don't perform in a match, and those teams above you do. And you can, I know it makes it a lot tougher to catch up, but it is possible.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, for FaZe, I don't have too many. It's funny because going into that last day, I kind of thought which teams aren't probably going to get there. And it was, for me, it was BTR, Swell. FaZe actually came in as well because they just weren't looking great in that first day. But we know that they can, and we know that they have great locations to drop on and then rotate from. I'm thinking places like Picardo, etc. Sanhok down the line in overall league play might become a problem for them. But we'll see when that comes around, of course.
I can't wait. I mean, that is what's coming up next week, right? I believe it's Erangel and Sanhok the entire time through in league play. And the thing is about Sanhok, it's really hard to be consistent on Sanhok, I think is the best way to say it, Tarzan.
It's chaos, right? Like, and I think the studying of the maps is completely different as well, because we can't just say, hey, that's a pocket of a position that we can for sure play. It's so easy to get sneaky around it, and I think it's a completely different type of preparation, and you need to almost dig deeper into splits. You can't just say they go to that city. That's not good enough. You need to see when they rotate out there, which particular rock a particular guy likes. We're talking about that bit of details, and but they are PMGC teams. I believe they've got what it takes.
Yeah, and to be fair to like the Chinese teams as well, when you're playing in PEL, you're playing in PEC. I know we said this before, but I feel like on Sanhok it's even more powerful. You're playing first person. Here you're playing third person, and obviously information is key when it comes to Sanhok as well. Like clean fights, quick fights, I should say, and information. And when you have that ability to, if you're TJB, if you're STE, if you're Nova, to adapt so quickly, though Nova obviously played here last year.
Yeah.
I think we're seeing some like insanely fast adaptations to how you attack a team. Maybe that's why though we're seeing these Chinese teams like the center up early, because they don't have to worry about playing that information game when you're attacking into an enemy.
That is sort of a problem that some people have on Sanhok. Switching from first person to third person is that third person, sometimes fights become stalemate. You're like, I can see you and you can see me, but we can't shoot each other because third person, haha, we'll sit here for a moment, and then the third team comes in, and that can be a huge problem.
Well, you know, Tarzan, what's your thoughts though on like third person versus first? Or actually, hold those thoughts, because I'm just being told right now the match is ready to go. We do apologize for the delays, but it seems like we are ready to hop into our second match. We'll be going on over to Miramar with John Allen and Blank.
Thank you very much, Jason. I went for a full spa break during that segment, but we are now into the Miramar, and it's where Reject tend to reign strong, Blake.
Oh yeah, so I had a manicure done in the meantime, quick massage, you know, I'm ready to go. I'm feeling loose, I'm feeling happy. We're over here on the hot Miramar, so I can get my sauna on. I'm ready for it. We'll see where the teams go, coming down from La Cooperaria down to just the west side of Puerto Paraíso. So a lot of these spots are very open to all these teams. You know, I don't think anyone's going to have any trouble getting to where they want to go here. You know, Impala's open for D Xavier nice and early on, though Impala's been quite a hot spot for a lot of teams at the moment, dropping around Minas Gerais, La Bendita. D Xavier is kind of locked in at the moment, so I want to see how they play this one out. It's one of the teams that I am excited to see what their general plan is going forward, because I think they have got caught out in this situation a few times. DRS up towards the top side and Team Secret up towards Toy Armada. These two teams are clashing quite frequently at the beginning of the game.
Looks like Xavier heading over to Impala again. That's where they will be playing once more. Tongjaval, El Zahar. As you can see on the left-hand side of the screen, we've got 6-2-8, our previous game's winner, dropping around Power Grid towards the north, up towards Hacienda. A couple of teams in their vicinity as well.
I mean, 6-2-8 did strike me as a pretty damn good team, and they've got some massive potential when it comes to those clutch moments, clinching out right in the nick of time. And I think that's something you desperately need when you're on a global stage. If you can clutch out versus some of these players who have the beat, they have it all, they've got all of the skills that are required to play at this level, you know, you're just one cut above, and that's what you desperately need to have happen. Now, Deadeye guys didn't have the best of last games, and remember, they just barely made it into the Super Weekend, biting their fingernails all the way over those last 3 games. You know, they finished up their 8 matches very, very early on with the way our groups currently play. But making it in here, now they need to make the most out of it, right? You can't just let things slip up now when you're in the Super Weekend. Coming away with a Super Weekend with 10 to 20 points, may as well have not played in it, really.
Well, yeah, I mean, it is still 10 to 20 points, but you're right, it's negligible, especially when you can get more than 20 points in just a single game, and that could really turn the tides at the bottom of the tables, right? It's not a great buffer. However, there's still a lot of games to play in this Super Weekend. If you're hitting 4 points average per game, which is, by all accounts, fairly low, you're still going to be getting more than that total, right? You're going to be getting, 60 points if you get a 4-point average per game over this first Super Weekend, which is, I think, at that point, a non-negligible difference coming into a second one.
Yeah, you're pretty happy with that one. It will give you that little bit of buffer you need. And again, it's that top 16 that you are looking for. And already there are 4 teams behind you now that didn't make it into that Super Weekend. You know, we're looking at Bigatron. I'm looking at FaZe as well. God, FaZe not making it in is a real tragedy in my eyes, considering how good they looked over in Southeast Asia. I'm hoping they will be in the next one, just because I do think that they have the chops on them to do well in this tournament. It would be a shame not to see them head over towards those finals. Rico Infinity Team currently on our screen for just a second, coming down from Monte Nuevo. They're heading up past Picardo into that location now. Deadeye guys spotted that, not a lot of teams drop towards Picardo, so they're going to pick that up nice and early on with the Infinity just down towards their southwest.
Los Leones finish. Are we in for it? Are you pulling for it? I feel like I could go for a Los Leones finish.
I could definitely go for a Los Leones finish with this South Circle. I'm happy with it. It's one of those scarier spots to play around. MS Chonburi currently holding up for the time being. You don't want to go in too early. There's also those massive cliff sides. Well, I won't say massive, but there are a couple of ridge sides that you can drop down off. So if the circle does head out of Los Leones, sometimes it can be quite difficult to extract yourself from that position. You're going to need the whole squad to come in and back you up with the scuba gear, with the extraction helicopter. You'll need all those type of things.
A helicopter and scuba gear. Where do you think they're rescuing them from? Goodness me.
They're coming in from Puerto Paraiso, man. You've got to get the strike squad in from Puerto Paraiso. They come in, they collect you, and then you've got your helicopter that drops inside Le Bandita, away from prying eyes. I've planned all this out, John. Don't you worry.
You've got the evac helicopter. I like it. Okay.
Yeah.
This is good. This is good. I'm on board. I'm on board with this plan. We'll execute.
Good.
And should be flawless, I think.
I think so too, But we'll see what happens. May not need to pull in the whole strike squad and the evac chopper if we do make it through the game without a hitch, which is the hope for a lot of these teams here. Xavier this time aren't as harassed over towards their eastern position in Impala. They can move down towards the eastern side. Genesis Dogma down towards Puerto Paraiso. They've got a forward scout in Satar towards the north side. I like this. This will give them a lot of information should Xavier try and come down there later on. And there's a few times that, they have fought between those hills, between Xavier as well as Genesis Dogma. This time, I would hope that Xavier keeps themselves with a back to a wall. I think last time they got caught out with, I believe it was Gyalzen from DRS taking shots towards them, and Genesis Dogma just 100% lapped up those points afterwards.
Always happy to slurp down a couple more points. Get closer.
Point slushy.
Ooh. What flavor would that be?
It would be, honestly, blueberry. I always imagine points as being blue.
Do you think?
Kills red. You got your raspberry slushy for your kills.
Okay, see, here's the thing. I always associated raspberry with the blue color.
What?
Yeah, right? It's weird, but it happens in my brain. That's what happens in my brain. And the red one is cherry.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, you are a weirdo, so we'll let it slide here, honestly, on Miramar for the time being. Look, your slushy identification protocol is flawed with raspberry being blue. I'll put it that way. 628 coming down from Monte Nuevo now, looking fairly strong. All rotating in one vehicle though, John. We hate to see it. We don't like it, but 628, they're a confident team. They're ready to go for it. They've got the scouts on the backside. I mean, Daoshi's not really doing too much. He's just chilling. Whereas Yu Yang's like, come on, man. You need to get on the swivel.
That's a brown slushy right there. Nobody likes it.
Nobody likes that one. That's like all the flavors in one. You think it's going to be great, it's terrible.
Oh yeah, no, it's really bad. It's when you, not a good idea. Big no from me.
Yes.
On that one, vetoed. MS Chonburi at the moment. A couple of outposts, a little bit far away from one another. And Reject just over the hillside, coming into the west. This is on the south end of Los Leones. So on top of the building there. Not quite going to spot any of the Reject players just yet.
Not necessary at this time of being, they're just keeping it chill, keeping it calm. I think for Team Secret in particular, they've been rotating very early during the Southern Shift now, which I think is a great change. And to make that happen over the 3 days we've currently had it's very nice. Hopefully they don't come into contact with DRS too early this time. But we have had a lot of South shifts here on Miramar so far. And Team Secret, it doesn't favor them massively. But that is something that they'll have to deal with. You play towards Torre Armada, that's just what happens. Oh, bloody hell, Jimmy. Come on.
That's the wrong side of the car to point towards the floor.
Yeah, just wants to scrape along the ground. You know, it's an inventive technique where you use the top of the car as a shield. No one seems to have it right today in any of the vehicles. DMX, you know, hits his head. You know, Boogie doesn't really have a lot of protective capabilities like the US has, so I think Jimmy's in slightly better shape. Nigma Galaxy, though, taking shots towards DRS. They didn't have the greatest of first games here on Erangel, John, and, you know, we were kind of expecting Nigma Galaxy to really blast out as one of our teams.
Well, you know, everyone has their ups and downs. It's a game of high variances, PUBG Mobile. So you have to expect that once in a blue moon, even the best of teams are going to fall completely flat on their face. Get no points and all that, but it is about consistency here in the Super Weekends, right? And consistency can come in a couple of different ways, right? Sure, you can make those average plays, but if you have a really long set, if you have 45 games to play, you can play a lot more high variance strategies, which means that you can go for riskier things that can have a greater reward and on average do better than maybe some of the much more reserved, safer strategies that should be really looked at for things like league play, when you only have those short sets, when you only have 8 games to play in total.
Yeah, and I think that would actually fall into the category of Tongjibao, right? Because, yes, they sometimes go down when they head towards the center, but sometimes they have these big blast-out games where they get a ton of points, and that's really important for Tongjibao. I think a few teams have recognized that strategy, though, and not letting them do it as much. But I don't think I've had enough games so far to identify if it's like, it's failing, you know? So I think this first Super Weekend, our first day here on bright and sunny Friday, you know, we can find out if Tongjibao strat does work.
Certainly all remains to be seen. And with only one game's worth of data, it's very difficult to sort of claim that. With all sorts of circle shenanigans and everything, it's never quite reflective fully of every team's skill in the lobby.
Yeah, we will see.
It's reflective of God being able to absolutely frang out his mind, though.
Yeah, I mean, very reflective. You know, we're talking solar panel reflective with that stuff. So yeah, that's very nice coming through from God.
Really don't want a solar panel to be reflective.
I mean, but if you're looking above, you're getting blinded.
You want it to be almost exactly the opposite, right? You want it to be fully absorbing.
Yeah, but they're still very reflective. I don't know if you've ever been attacked by a solar panel, but I have.
Yeah?
It got its fists out and beat me up.
Did it?
To a pulp.
What did you say?
Left me knocked on the floor. I don't know. I really didn't have anything cool to say.
Oh, okay.
Honestly, in the position. I should have said like something like, "Oh, you're a thief of photosynthesis."
You photosynthesis criminal.
Yeah. Oh, stop taking the plant's jobs.
Oh dear. But no, you just lay there.
Yeah, I was knocked. I crawled away.
You weren't knocked.
Yeah, I crawled away.
I raised you. It's fine.
You raised me. It's fine. It's good. That's why I'm here. We got Strike Squad John coming in, not with the evac chopper, but you know the evac.
No, we couldn't.
Trainers.
We couldn't afford it. We had to go for the evac.
Evac trainers.
Evac three-wheeler.
Yeah, true. Basically, just a trike he found in his garage. On our screen at the moment, MSG Chonburi, MS Chonburi, sorry, down towards Los Leones, still holding out his position. Tongjibao, like we said before, looking for that central spot. They're still towards the edge side. The moment next circle did pop on our screens. We'll see where that actually was located towards. Team Secret, once again, very close to DRS, which seems to be a very reoccurring theme for these guys at the moment. See what they can do with it.
Yeah, Team Secret seem to have come out the best, certainly during that first game, right? They did get a lot later into these circles. Just taking it slow over the hills. I mean, they had a little bit of a tumble earlier on the roads. Now they're a little bit more worried about it. They'll be fine. They'll be fine.
Yeah.
They'll get through.
They will be fine. Here we go, though. We do have our next circle. Drops towards the very, very center underneath south of Picardo at the moment. And Dead Guys kind of kicking themselves for this one, because, you know, they started in Picado and they've just left it, and Stalwart swooped in, taken that position. Rico Infinity Team all the way on the western side. This seems to be a position they play a lot on Miramar, considering their rotational path down that west side, and they can start to make their way through. But very interesting place to finish this game, with a lot of high ground that surrounds the center of this circle. There's various ditches you can play here, and a few very good compounds. Now, I wouldn't be opposed to a Picado finish, honestly. That's always fun. You know, you've got the teams over towards in the mountain range, and then you also have those teams who have to play underneath, and you're kind of praying to God that, you know, it moves away from the mountain range in that situation. And with this circle, you would imagine it would.
I've been denied my Los Leones finish here, Blank, and I shall be moping about that for the rest of the day. Here we are.
That's fair enough. I would be okay with that one for you.
Yeah, it's a good look. It's a good look.
Yeah. MS Chumbury, very close to DXavier now. You know, they've slowly made their way in. Genesis Dogma's left this one, but the fight on our screens at the moment looks like DXavier's already taken one knock. Pons looks for another. The party bus heads on through, and you can already see that Lamborghini looking for that off angle. So very well done to DXavier to immediately try and set up something. 2 knocks go to onto MS Chumbury, so now it's a 2v2 here, and Lamborghini has got a sick angle.
Excellent high ground found there for Lamborghini. Looks for the spray, but not quite getting the knock just yet. Certainly got a whole heap of damage on in. The rest of MS Chumbury looking to try and regroup around. Potential repositions coming through as Rabbits and Duck are starting to bleed out now. Look at this. You've got Genesis Dogma starting to chime in with the damage themselves. The crash is good, and it's a run.
Oh!
Bonsai is going to go down. Nothing doing there. The backup is there for the rest of the team. However, the rest could start to come through. The point might be taken away from Xavier here. Genesis Dogma do continue to just pepper this hillside. The nades, the Molotovs, the burn can come through as MS Chumbury looking to regroup.
That's a really nice Molotov as well. It's not intended to get another knock there. It's just intended to keep those guys at bay. So, you know, he can get both his teammates back up and in action. So really well done to Lamborghini. He's unfortunate that he has to leave that high ground position to favor coming to help the rest of his teams. South shift on the circle down towards the Infinity. Ooh. This time running with 4. Cryptics also have a pretty nice split there with 2-2. They're just going to be holding out that western road. That's what I imagine they'll want to be doing, stopping any team getting in, with the sliver of circle down towards that south side not really being enough to rotate through without being spotted by Lazy Boy or Marshall.
Look at the spray push through the smoke, and Lamborghini again leads the charge over towards MS Chumbury. Taking down Jasper. Falling hard there for MS Chumbury, unfortunately for them. Looks like they're going to have to play on with 2. See, they are starting to evacuate this position. Meanwhile, on the northern side, you've got Stalwart and 4 rivals coming to loggerheads.
Yeah, I mean, I said that Deadeye guys were kicking themselves for not holding on to Picado, but it looks like, you know, they've actually made the decent move down towards the south side. They'll keep a compound to themselves. They'll be chilling. 6-2-8, also in a comfortable position. GG13, the last player from MS Chumbury. Lamborghini, so far, definitely my MVP of this match. I mean, he made some incredible moves there to keep his team in the game. And it was a very selfish angle he took, but if he didn't take that angle when he did, that fight could have gone very, very badly.
Genesis Dogma on the eastern side have their compound now. Tongjiabao looking to move in. Actually, a little bit of damage over towards Booms at a long-range engage. Keeping themselves alive on the eastern side.
JRS once again take down players coming through from Team Secret. I mean, this is just going to happen every single game. And honestly, for me, at this point, Team Secret really should know that this is a factor they're going to have to deal with. Yes, you might not get to the circle quickly, but you have to watch out for DRS, because every single game they're like, oh, 3 points on Team Secret. Their position obviously is not a secret at all to us. We have the bead. We have the info.
Stalwart still jousting over this hillside. 4 rivals haven't really been able to find a route of ingress. Not just yet, anyway. But it is Deadeye's guys ahead of them. Looking to guard them out just a little bit longer. Nades over the top, and maybe finally it'll come to loggerheads. Top obviously getting knocked there. I have to try and use that tempo, use that timing to get a little bit further forwards. I'm gonna go for it just yet.
Xavier pretty much done here now. Genesis Dogma moved forward a little bit earlier now. They're right around that position. Bit of damage coming through for Stalwart. Quite enough as of yet, though. I mean, they would love to finish up this fight because they've got to get into the circle. Deadeye guys right in front of them. Still with 4, though. Penumbra all down.
He's going to get flushed on out. The swing around did not go well. The knock is there, and out in the blue, the last player for the 4 rivals is going on in, spraying through in the blue. Will be able to take down MS Chomburi in the meantime, or one of the players from them anyway. I think that might be the full elimination coming through. 12 teams remain out in the blue. Phase 5, you're going to have to jump in a vehicle and get in as fast as possible before rivals fall. And it is not long for this world.
Yeah, they're kind of gone. Lith, the only one remaining now for that team. Rift, sorry. And then I think Stalwart tried to make their way, and they have a good position now with that next circle heading up towards the northeast side. Deadeye guys, though, do know where they are, and I think that's the biggest problem for them. 628 also taking notes from Stalwart. I mean, they are so on fire, honestly, over these past couple of days. You know, they're fighting Deadeye guys and 628 at the same time. They're trying to hold on to this very edge position with practically no cover.
628, they do lose a player there. You can see that on the sides. The Infinities on the south side, they all regrouped to the northern edge of the road because they know they're going to have to cross it. And that's allowed Rico Infinity team to get some buildings here. The road crossing, a lot easier now than it will be in about 30 seconds time.
Yes, I think that, honestly, because they are on the fast side of the circle, though, they will have to move once that circle pushes them. I think you will need those smokes to push across. The Infinity just needs to make sure that they know what is happening in the scenario, right? They need the info. They need that little scout forward, the information merchant. Tell them there's people behind them. Sarah takes a shot mid-air. Nova looking to get more damage over onto Reject. To give them a lot of troubles every single day.
Uh-oh, the party bus comes falling short there as another knock goes over towards Reject, and knocked this far out in the zone. It's almost impossible to get back up here unless you get this res fast, almost immediately. Get some healing done, but with shots coming your way from Rico Infinity team, from everybody else as well, it's nigh on impossible to get this res. Duelo's done for in my book here. Reject have to heal out if they want to find anything in this scenario.
On this circle, it's almost impossible to keep yourself alive, and we've only one first aid kit here for Regiosio. Honestly, with the amount of angles looking onto this position, Reject around. Cryptics looking to get one more res up, only 2 players remaining. The Infinity taking shots over towards Nova. Oh my god, if he just kept shooting a little bit longer, that could have been great.
Really unfortunate. The cross potentially looking to come through now from Rico Infinity team. I imagine they don't want to go straight into this compound. Well, they might just want to try and wrest control over the road. It looks like they're driving fast, driving pretty furious as well. Prestiga looks to just get over this roadside, but Nuzi sits them down as they try and make that crossing. Didn't look both ways, and unfortunately, gets swung on.
No, the Infinity, though, in a close range fight here. Rico Infinity made their way across, but the Infinity holding them back like there's no tomorrow. Really good stuff there. They only lose 1 player to a knock. God, Tunny behind the wall looks to bring back his member into the fight. He knows he fights well as a solo, but he'd rather be as a 4.
It's almost entirely a losing battle there for Rico Infinity team. I feel like maybe if they'd have gone a little bit earlier, they could have found an opening, but it's such a difficult road crossing to make when there's a team right there, and it's a team like Infinity who will be buoyed by their confidence from that last game. Very, very tricky
circle.
Stuff. Rico Infinity team
moves down towards the Infinity, which is really, really nice there. We love to see it. And they've held on to this position, but they will have to move a little bit further in. The question is, will there be much cover in that location? Stalwart's still in this game, and honestly, you know, from a tough spot over towards Mikado, pushing through so many teams on the northern side, they have done fantastically well to get into this position. They do only have 2 players at the moment.
Looking for the shots over the hillside and find yet another point. The Infinity really started to frag out today, Blank. Maybe doing a lot of heavy-hitting work here. Deadeye's guys in the party bus rock up to a hillside and actually manage to all hit the deck in relative safety. They are under the purview of Infinity. So it is a little bit trickier than maybe it would seem. And look at this flank coming through from the Infinities. They move up the hillside. They know that Deadeye's guys are here. They can start to pressure this position with the card, with the bombardment. Not quite finding the knock just there again.
Honestly, this is a really important fight for the Infinity because they haven't had to move too much. You can see that they really don't have much utility. Look at Uzi. He just had to pick up a first aid kit from one of his fellow members. He's got 0 of anything. Wow. But if they can take down Deadeye guys, they can hold out on that ridge, get some cover, loot up, and then potentially move on from there. Lazy Boy, Cryptic's moving in with hardly any HP. Uzi tries to take the shots. Lazy Boy will go down. I think that is now Cryptic's out of the game.
3 teams remain. It's the Infinities. You've got Deadeye's guys across the way as well. Deadeye's guys suffering, trying to hold on out for any sort of respite. The Infinities do not want to let this go. Look at Logan moving forwards, taking control of this tree, taking control of this ridgeline, and a vast area in this next circle. Going out wide as well. Mela moves to that drop. Stalwart really don't have too much to do here. Action swinging out wide, looking for something, but Deadeye's guys suppressed in their position.
Deadeye guys, it's a bit of a struggle. This is such a good lineup coming through from the Infinity, and Uzi, they know he doesn't have much left on the line here, so they're going to send him out wide with some nades. He's just going to provide that little bit of issues for them. Beautiful nade goes over the top. Won't quite take down the second player, but that's going to buy them a lot of time. Beautiful knocks coming through from Uzi. Nothing on board, but the nades is all he needs.
When one Infinity gets second place, all four of them standing strong through the branches. He doesn't even see the numbers anymore. He's popping the Matrix moves. And we'll be going straight through the eye of the needle. Getting the bullets in. Logan does take a tumble on the forefront. That will slow him down just a little bit.
Yeah, that's not the greatest there. Logan taking a knock. Uzi looks for another here. Just trying to find it. Frank's trying to get the heal off. If you can find one shot just to dip over that side, he's desperately looking for these angles. Finds Frank Boy once again. God, it's a constant onslaught coming through from Uzi.
You can't get away from this. And yeah, he spotted him in the bush. He knows exactly what's going on. Around the side, has to reposition, gets away without getting knocked. But Deadeye's guy is going to fall here. Certainly lose one player at least. And look at the control that the Infinities have now on the circle.
Finally, Uzi goes down to a player from Deadeye guys, get instant revenge, but I think he's done enough in that location to cause so many problems with Deadeye guys. Look how far outside the circle are. They've had no time to readjust their positions in the map. God, this has been a fantastic little game here for Uzi. Yes, he didn't get the most amount of kills, but the amount of value he's bought for his team is phenomenal.
Now the initiative is on to Deadeye's guys, moving up to crest this ridge, to push into Infinity's territory. A Stalwart just trying to hold on for as long as possible. I wouldn't be too surprised if Pika has all the meds from that team. And the backline taken down, got Tunny dealt with as Pika strikes, finally moving forward, but around the side, Logan looks to rein in, but no, he goes down. And now it's just Mela looking for a 1 versus 2 here against Deadeye's guys as they push in. Goes low, but gets the knock, goes around the edge, looks for the spray, but goes low. The weapon swap is good and is able to find the kills. It's Deadeye's guys going down, but now Stalwart have a chance. 2 versus 2, the res coming through on Logan.
Here comes Action and Pika. Action been one of our best players throughout this entire tournament. Malt over the side will not allow Infinity to move forward. Engulfed by the flames.
Going to be burning, just suppressing them towards the back, and now it's all topsy-turvy. Stalwart have Prio on the zone. Logan looking to heal now, looking to get anything done. You can see there's the first aid dropped over, a nade out wide to try and bobble straight into the smoke, but it's long. No damage found. Pika and Action moving out wide, and they control the zone. Action has a top forward position as Logan still with the back to the blue.
It's a really good quick smoke that comes out there. Another Molotov comes through from Action. Tries to make something happen here. Peeking over the top now, bro, flow, John.
2 as well, and it's going to be the off angle from Pika to dispatch with the players from Infinity. Again, they fall short. They come in second, and Stalwart biding their time. Pika with 8 kills is able to get the Stalwart chicken dinner.
Honestly, that was an electrifying finish from Pika. And you know, it's all down to it when Action is coming over the top side there, you know. Crazy stuff at the end. Stalwart managed just to get through all those teams from that north side playing in Picardo. That is an incredible result from them, and a result that I don't think anyone saw coming. I think with the way that they had to play that one, they had to be so patient, they had to take their time, and the Infinity, I really think they could have helped Uzi out versus Deadeye, guys. He was doing so much work there, and I get they're trying to hold down Stalwart too, but you can at least give up one player to come back and help Uzi, and potentially get a full squad wipe onto Deadeye, guys, get some loot, get some utility, and then that fight with Stalwart becomes so much easier. So I do think slight misplay coming through from the Infinity, but great work to Uzi.
Yeah. There was a crucial pick as well onto the back lines of the Infinities with God Tunny going down, getting flushed out as well. It left them as a two-man forefront position against the Deadeyes guys. And sure, you know, maybe you can hold that out, and in fact they did, but that just allows Stalwart to move straight on through, which is exactly what happened, right? You take out that flank, you take off that suppressing angle, and all of a sudden it's a completely different game.
I think that's the issue when you look at that play that they made, is that they'd committed to the 4-man 1 split, right? Where they would lined up across that ridge line, and that's okay if you're playing safe and if you're playing off one another, but they were playing so aggressively. They lost Logan, like you said. You had God Tunny go down 2 in those final moments versus Frag. So, like, yeah, I don't know really what happened there, John. I don't think that is how it should have gone down. And realistically, the Infinity committed to a play, but then played as if they were as a one-man unit.
Certainly looking to feel fairly cohesive as we head into the highlights here. It was a fairly kind plane path. I feel like the circle, again, was not too dramatic. And I think it was a well-leveraged position from the Infinities to get as far as they did. And I mean, they hit hard in this lobby, right? They got a lot done. And it was just the final moments that didn't quite go their way.
Yeah.
Always the bridesmaid, never the bride, apparently, for Infinity.
Absolutely. Rico Infinity, though, over the top side, just trying to find something. Uzi has done a lot this game for the Infinity. 6-2-8 in a great position, but Stalwart, again, like, they're just moving through these teams. And this is a difficult position to play in if you are Stalwart over on that side. Just playing that shack. And they played it for as long as possible, waited for these guys to actually take this out. But eventually, it does go in the favor of Stalwart. The Infinity just kind of fumbling at the end.
Unfortunate there, but it's Stalwart to take the chicken dinner. Let's head to the analyst desk to break down that Miramar.
I know PUBG so much I can...
Yeah, that was a crazy Miramar, to be honest. I mean, there's a lot to break down, a lot to talk about when it came to the very end of that match.
He loves PUBG.
I do.
Yeah, well, why would you love PUBG Mobile? It's a fantastic game with a fantastic finish. You saw Stalwart Esports coming out on top, and let's be honest, guys, I think all of us agreed Infinity should have had that game.
Yes. I thought they had Deadeye's guys dead to rights there. They had amazing angles. Uzi, of all people, as well there with the position that he had. Not only the grenade coming in, but also the angle through the tree. Brilliant stuff by that. I mean, I feel like they had 3 of them knocked. So for Deadeye's guys to make the recovery there and cause so much problems to Infinity Tarzan was quite spectacular.
I feel like it's also out of respect, right? Like sometimes you play... I want to actually draw a parallel between this and maybe the game earlier. When it comes to the amount of info that you know and don't know, I feel like Infinity was just being careful for a very good reason, right? There were certain dips that they have not seen for a few circles, so they need to use that, you know, ridgeline a little bit with a bit more caution. So I understand that, but those are some missed opportunity, or should I say, Stalwart just found, you know, we talked about playing maybe silent when need be. They used that dip, they waited, and then the third party towards the end. Look at the kill feed, hear all these gunshots. They took the chicken dinner from that.
Yeah, really smart play indeed. And I mean, to be fair to Infinity, like, yes, they didn't close out the game, but they picked up a lot of eliminations. They got a lot of points. They had a lot of points for match 1 as well. The team, who was 15th place at the end of the first week of league play, comes out to potentially, or most likely, be the #1 team after 2 matches in a super weekend. So this is what we're talking about before, right? Just because you're bottom of the table, just because you're 16th place in your Deadeyes guys, doesn't mean you're a bad team. Just means you haven't had that opportunity to really shine, and we see Infinity pick up that perfectly.
Yeah, definitely so. Infinity, there's 22 points, as you're mentioning here. And I think that, yeah, there were a little bit of circle luck involved regarding that. But what is most important is them holding out teams in the compound that they have to then transition to some of those strong points that they had later on. You don't get just circle look, you have to then play with that circle look because there are wolves at the doors knocking, and Infinity was able to deal with that very nicely.
Yeah, I mean,
11 eliminations. Go ahead, Tarzan. It's just ridiculous to see to have that many with 2 people alive at the end.
Yes, and 8 from Pika. We talked about him being the IGL and maybe the one who set up kills for top and action, but no, he was the one in that game. Maybe opportunistic, or shall we say smart aggression was the recipe there, but it was, you know, what we expect from this team, to be fair.
Yeah, and as you say, smart aggression. We said it at the top of the show, right, Jason? We were talking about Star Wars Esports. You look at their situation in Erangel against Nigma as they know that the knocks are coming through, and then they push up at exactly the right time. Once again, they know that their backs are against the wall, but they're waiting for those fights to unfold elsewhere to then push at exactly the right time. And there probably was a compunction inside them to say, you know, maybe we do leave the shack a little bit earlier. Maybe we are in nade range here. Maybe we do flex out and try and survive. But no, they held patient and pushed out at the right time. Stalwart knows their timings, Jason.
And I feel like we've said this so many times, and we'll continue to say it so many times. Information is key. And like you mentioned before, Tarzan, you know, being quiet and then being loud when you need to be.
Yes.
They just struck at the perfect time, and we'll get into that a little bit more when we do watch a quick little recap of it. But 1,000 damage, 55% team contribution, and 8 eliminations. I think we're seeing, as Maxman might call it, an Avenger level threat team here. I mean, he's already been saying it, but I'm going to say it again.
Amazing. I think like coming from someone who can dictate the game, command as the IGL and frag out at the same time. I think a lot of people who have the experience of trying that role know how hard it is, right? Like sometimes it's almost like the perfect excuse, like I'm thinking I need to shot call so that you do the fragging. No, like he just took it all away. And to be fair, like when it's come to the tendency of this team in the past, when the top fraggers die, sometimes they play a bit too passive or quiet, right? But that game wasn't the case. Like they just knew the pockets and they just made it work. It was the perfect amount. But Newsy, God, like we love this guy, right? He can't stop getting MVPs, and they've been sleeping as a team, not just him. But this might be it. This is the comeback of this team.
I mean, the thing is again, you know, they had themselves both sides of that road when the circle is slowly closing on them. They regroup and they're able to deal with Rico Infinity in such an impressive way to then transition onto one of the strongest positions in that circle. So I think really impressive stuff from Infinity. But I actually quickly want to go back onto STE here again whilst we're still looking at Pika, because it's actually mind-boggling that they're able to win this game. They were 2 for so long, Jason, stuck between Deadeye's guys as well as 628 to be able to get in towards this position. But they are so patient about playing some of these edge situations. I can't but help say that I'm so impressed with Stalwart once again here.
Well, we did discuss while we're watching the match about Infinity, right? We thought they were most likely going to win. And I feel like Stalwart took advantage of mistakes by Infinity. We were mentioning, like, why doesn't Infinity just close out on STE, take down Stalwart, then you have an easy fight versus Deadeye's guys. Then we obviously communicated, well, maybe they don't have the information because of all the dips and stuff like that. But Stalwart Esports taking advantage of the situation completely to get themselves a chicken dinner, get themselves down 3rd place overall, but more importantly, Infinity from 15th place to 1st place at the end of our first 2 matches here in our Super Weekend.
Yeah, you might be Infinity, but it seems unless your acronym is STE, you're not getting the chicken dinners today. Unfortunate for them up towards the top, but yeah, I mean, it's great points coming in. 43 points in 2 games is nothing shy of amazing, considering that they were in a bit of a rocky area throughout the league play. And
Kalaris.
Yes?
They had 46 points across 8 matches in league play. They have almost that just from 2 alone here the Super Weekend.
Yeah, I mean, again, we look at this previous game and we think, yeah, okay, there was a little bit of circle favor, but you have to work with it. You have to. The thing is that, and Tarzan, you were pointing this out, and I'm sure we'll get a little bit of a closer look at it later on, but the breach on that compound, that Rico Infinity team, a very strong team, by the way, it's a little bit difficult to even greet those guys on, and then obviously they end up in the compound, and it can get a bit scary from there.
I mean, there's so many small things that they've done, right? But this page, the disappointment. We talk about those top teams before, but those doesn't matter anymore, Jason.
Yeah, well, Enigma Galaxy, 4 points. I mean, again, like we're going to focus on that just because of They were third place overall with 0 chicken dinners. Every team around them had 2 or 1. They were the only team in the top 5, only team in the top 7, I believe, actually, who did not have a chicken dinner under their belt. But so we're going to be even crucial and more harsh about them when it comes to our Super Weekend. But you see the likes of TJB down there as well, a couple of other teams. It's been a rough first 2 matches for some teams. And again, we still have 13 left to go across the next 2 days and today, of course. I knew it was 13. I was just trying to help out Max, man. It's not even fair. He's not even on the show today, and I'm still bashing on him. But there's still a lot of matches to be played. And at the same time, it's not like you get anything at the end of the Super Weekend. All you're really doing is creating that buffer potentially against the other teams who might qualify next weekend and look to surpass you. So already a good start, a strong start out of quite a few teams. But speaking of strong, Kalaris, we got to break down some of those plays here in a quick recap.
That's right, because we've got to look at a few of the situations from Team Infinity, of course, here, as they're able to deal with a lot of the threats that are coming their way. And let's bear in mind that, again, they sat here, moved over towards Chumacera, came back to strong compounds later on, once these circles have shifted, to be able to get themselves in the best spots. And that's fine, not too much problems with that. If you want to center up, after you're already dropping in a central location, Tarzan, that is fine by me, because they made it work from the word go, I think, in these circles.
Yeah, I love how they play this, right? They pick this compound. It's actually extremely hard to pick the golden compound for this type of circle, but what's the strength of that compound is you got sight lines to the south if you need. You've got very good control to the north, and you can kind of decide when to fight, right? But this is the clip that you talk about. This is actually harder to hold down than people think.
Yeah, so actually there was a moment there where Prestigio is actually doing something very smart, which is just creating a very fast-moving object. One of the things that you know is going to happen as Rico Infinity team is people are going to be on the other side of that little dip to fire straight at you. So if a boogie is zipping around and causing confusion and trying to find a different angle to actually breach into that compound, it creates problems for Infinity because they're all of a sudden scrambling, trying to figure out where the threats are going to be coming from. But Infinity holds down strong, holds down from the windows, and is able to deal with the Rico Infinity team, despite a little bit of a lack of smoke stars. And I think you probably want to see a few more there from Rico Infinity.
Yeah, I feel like there's some ways when it comes to breaching mechanics that teams need to think about. Of course, they can peek from either building, so the windows, or the ridge. Like, I feel like aggressive smokes can be thrown to at least block off the ridge peekers, and then keep your crosshair on the windows when you push in, right? That's something that they could have been done differently, or just to pull the same move a little bit earlier so that they've got the time. But after that is this team, like Infinity, trying to have a very good split and try to control the majority of this later 2 phases, and that was a really, really good one to watch.
So we're seeing the tail end here of Infinity versus Deadeye's guys, which like Infinity had knocked 2 or 3 people here before this fight actually went down, and then they allowed Deadeye's guys to recover. I feel like Infinity at that point should have pushed a bit more aggressively on towards Deadeye guys once they know that they had them absolutely dead to rights, because you've always got to account for this kind of backstab. And we already spoke about it before, Tarzan. STE, I think they could have gone maybe even 5 or 10 seconds earlier than this and really put on the pressure, but they still find themselves the right spot.
It's a very important, 10 seconds or even 5-6 seconds. When I coach, I used to say this thing where it's a 16-second, optimization window. 10 seconds from the revive, 6 seconds for the first aid. Like, it would have made a huge difference. Even from yesterday, Top clutched that 1v2, like, with a lot more difficulty because he was just 2 seconds off to allow a first aid coming through from Team Secret. So these things are very small things that could mean the world. I mean, it's not just them. Like, Infinity made something, I would say, a mistake. Like, in a situation like that, you need to pick a side. You know what the other team were doing, and they have to pressure the Ice Guys a lot earlier.
I think, to be fair, Top was just handicapping himself to give Secret a chance in that match, to be perfectly honest. But one thing we are talking about with Stalwart, though, is that their decision-making seems to be so on point. We think back to the Erangel match when it was Nigma Galaxy inside of a compound, and Nigma were fighting a team over towards like the northwestern side or northern side of them, and they capitalized off that move at the right time. And we're seeing this decision-making just being so on point out of this Mongolian team here, Polaris.
Yeah, and I think it's scary when you look at someone like Action that had so much presence in the league play, to now see them Pika is able to do what he just did. I mean, 8 kills. Not only this, but the duo themselves being able to survive through adversity in the north of these circles. And I will say as well that we have had so many arduous hard shifts for all of these teams that it has created a little bit of variance in where the results are going here or there. So I'm not really holding it against some of the bottom teams in league play. I'm not holding it against some of the bottom teams here in the Super Weekend so far, because these hard shifts are brutal to deal with, especially when you're in a lobby this powerful. But STE, somehow, someway, hook or by crook, keeps making it work. They're brilliant to watch. Maybe a championship caliber team here, Jason.
Oh no, we got Avenger level threat, we got championship caliber, we got it all. Tarzan, I did want to focus on one thing though that I've noticed actually within PUBG Mobile, and as you guys were talking about with Pika, not necessarily the person you expect to step up for his team like that. But honestly, I feel like the last 2 years, and I'd say honestly in any esport, you go through this transition where you do have an in-game leader who's allowed to slack, who's allowed to like not be the best aim-wise, yet as long as he makes the right decisions, right? I feel like over this last year, we've seen a complete change up though, that you can't have that weak link on a team. If you want to be the best team in the world, you can't have an in-game leader who can't frag out. You need that player. And across the teams we have here, I feel like we're seeing everyone really have that ability to step up for the team, and everyone really have that kind of potential within them to frag out when needed.
Very much so. I think this, of course, like we have Erangel coming back, and I think that is something that we need to focus on as well. Like for some of these teams, they've got some success on the maps, but is this huge map that we need to focus on? But carrying on with that point, Jason, I have some insights around this. It's about comparative strengths and weaknesses within a team. When you create a team, we've got roles. For example, snipers or whatnot. And sometimes, like when I actually play as an IGL before, I'm more the support type. So I would send someone in trusting their scouting skills, and I would set the scene behind to make sure that I've got an overwatch. But there are certain IGLs, like in Western Europe, like Miki, who is the first one in. So he sets the scene like up front, and then he takes the opening knock and then sends his team. So I think it's about creating squads and their relative strengths and roles that would translate into the stats. So it's not always representative of how the teams like or the players like. And but Pika therefore sure can play more than one role.
Well, the way you were mentioning before about sending in teammates to make the first move, I actually call that baiting, but that's just me, and that's exactly what I would do, to be fair. But in the meantime, we do have to head to a break here while we get things ready. Of course I would. That's the only way I can get eliminations. We're going to go to a short break here. When we do come back, we have our third match of the day ready to go. It's going to be Erangel, and we'll see you guys shortly.
PUBG Mobile fans around the world, welcome to the 2021 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. To the top teams across all regions, we have a message for you. The Middle East. You have proven your worth. Now, make your formidable debut on the PMGC stage. South Korea, forget the past. This year, show the world you've ascended. Remind the world of South Korea's raw talent. Japan, you came so close last year. But what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Bring it back better than ever. The Americans. You're the alpha dogs that dominated the West. Now, lead the pack on the world stage. Southeast Asia. You took down so many strong teams on your journey to the top. It's time for a comeback on the global stage. Europe. It's now or never. Push your limits and surprise us all. This is the moment to create your legacy. South Asia. You were the dark horse of 2020. Amaze those who would underestimate you again. China. You carry the crown of last year's PMGC. Now, with everyone's eyes on you once more, can you secure back-to-back victories? PMGC needs a champion. The world needs a champion. Who will stand victorious in the end? Who will be next to glory?
Rasanya ya senang banget sih.
É uma sensação incrível. Nossa. Tu aprende a ter amor pelo próximo. É algo assim. Perdi, velho.
Но когда закончил, уже ни о чем не мечтаю, просто живу одним днем. У меня просто цель выиграть чемпионат мира.
他现在的责任很重，因为他现在是作为中国和平精英的形象代表之一。
Gimana kalau lu tahu lu ngebuat kesalahan terus bikin mood tim jadi agak down ya? Pastinya kesal sama diri sendiri juga sih. Banyak lah, gede pasti itu pressure-nya.
Fazia parte da Loops, um time brasileiro também de PUBG Mobile. E meu time acabou sendo desclassificado da final. A Alpha 7 me deu todo o apoio possível, né, naquele momento difícil.
Я уверен, что команда в нашей текущей форме готова стать чемпионами. И мы идем за этим.
Yang pasti gue belum puas karena semua player, semua tim pasti mau yang terbaik dan juara itu cuma satu, yaitu juara satu.
在 PMGC 夺得冠军后，只有2个方向可以走，要么是继续保持胜利，或者是其他队伍击败你。
I feel like if you're not one of those who have participated in these big past events, then you're gonna crack under that pressure. Or maybe, again, you turn out to be a diamond and you turn out to get into PMGC and win the whole thing and make a dynasty of your own.
Rasanya ya seneng banget sih.
É uma sensação incrível. Nossa. Tu aprende a ter amor pelo próximo. É algo assim. Perdi, velho.
Но когда закончил, уже ни о чем не мечтаю, просто живу одним днем. У меня просто цель выиграть чемпионат мира.
他现在的责任很重，因为他现在是作为中国和平精英的形象代表之一。
Gimana kalau lu tahu lu ngebuat kesalahan terus bikin mood tim jadi agak down ya? Pastinya kesal sama diri sendiri juga sih. Banyak lah, gede pasti itu pressure-nya.
Fazia parte da Loops, um time brasileiro também de PUBG Mobile. E meu time acabou sendo desclassificado da final. A Alpha 7 me deu todo o apoio possível, né, naquele momento difícil.
Я уверен, что команда в нашей текущей форме готова стать чемпионами. И мы идем за этим.
Yang pasti gue belum puas karena semua player, semua tim pasti mau yang terbaik dan juara itu cuma satu, yaitu juara satu.
在 PMGC 夺得冠军后，只有2个方向可以走，要么是继续保持胜利，或者是其他队伍击败你。
I feel like if you're not one of those who have participated in these big past events, then you're gonna crack under that pressure. Or maybe, again, you turn out to be a diamond and you turn out to get into PMGC and win the whole thing and make a dynasty of your own.
진을 예쁘게 쳐놓긴 했는데
이거 준이 얻어. 준이.
자, 잘 뺐어요.
워리어스. 스코어도 자 이거 오케이가 순식간에 녹을 수 있습니다.
이거 스코어가 판을 깔아줬거든요.
워리어스.
본인들의 점수가
Ready for extract.
And that kind of speaks to me a lack of confidence. Like, where is the Bigatron I knew before? The battering ram coming from Southeast Asia. This time they just try slip on past undetected before rivals. They've got the bead. The nades are coming through. Oh my lord, Nigma Galaxy ruined the Infinity.
Breakout wide and a lovely nade, beautifully timed, finds Jasper and a Molotov as well to follow it up. Gets the burn down, in goes the spray, and Attacker lives up to the nade with a quick 1-2 around the side. There's backup from the team and Manhan seals the deal, but no boosters for Duello. 1 versus 2 still, the nade over the top. Looks to go high, looks to plant perfectly, but the nade is better.
Oh, it's on him!
Through, and it is right on the money. 4 rivals able to take down Reject. Deal with
brilliant nade. And now it's a 2v3. This is Jewel with almost an instant knock coming in. Oh, he's gonna find them both.
No way!
He's gonna find them both, and he gets it with a shotgun. Oh my lord!
Important that they take out what's behind them, which is 4 rivals and Genesis Dogman.
Somehow the final surviving member of 628 still dealing out damage. Are getting just third party by multitude of teams. All 3 other surviving teams taking shots at Nova as Ponzai in the meantime returns fire onto 2 members of Enigma Galaxy. Enigma Galaxy are down to a 1-man squad.
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to hop into Erangel, our 3rd match of the day here in our very first day of our first Super Weekend, with still 2 more Super Weekends to come, but that's so far away. What we're focused on right now is who's going to perform here in this 3rd match. Is it going to be Infinity once again to really put their foot down in their dominance in the Super Weekend, where previously in League play they did struggle, but so far it's been really hard to predict how things will go. We thought Infinity would take match 2, but then Star Wars Esports is like, nope. Hold my 1+. I'm going to go in there and close this one out. And as we head into our 3rd match, we don't normally do predictions, or we haven't done it so much. I want to hear you guys' predictions after we're going to be talking about fighting up a 1+ with this flagship performance, 120 hertz refresh rate, screen as well. You guys need to cop one of these bad boys here, because you know all of your favorite players are using these as well. The 1+9 and the 9 Pro, your best shot to climb the leaderboards and potentially get into PMGC next year in PMGC 2022 with $20 million on. No, I'm just kidding. It potentially could. Who knows what's going to happen? I saw Kalaris look down like, wait, is it announced 20 million? No, we don't know what's happened just yet. But gentlemen, let's hear some like high points from your guys' thoughts today, or maybe some predictions into the third match.
Well,
get
you
to
want
choose.
predictions?
If you don't want to do predictions, you don't have to do it.
I'm going to do predictions, Jason. It's time.
Okay.
Right? Okay, so I think it is time for Enigma Galaxy to put a win on the board. They didn't during the league play, but let me tell you, they look good on Erangel. And I think, as much as they didn't look good in these last 2 games, they're going to look good this time around. Let's see it happen, all right?
Playing the odds. All right, Tarzan?
I'm just going to choose Nova because I feel like they were... All the Chinese teams got their moments, right? They haven't, but I can see them doing the right thing. They've got the right mindsets from the splits and whatnot, so this could be the game. I'm going to put my vote of confidence in them.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna even throw a prediction in here. I don't even normally do that. That's how crazy things are. I feel like, and this is a little bit of a long shot. I understand, but I'm thinking towards MS Chonburi or Team Secret here to have a big step up.
Wow.
I mean, MS Chonburi is sitting very low in the rankings so far within the Super Weekend, and I don't have any reason behind why I think they're gonna win this match in particular, other than just a gut feeling. But I want to see them step up. They're currently in 6th place with 1 point. And I really want to show everyone out there that, again, just because you're last place doesn't mean you're a bad team. We saw Infinity already have a fantastic day today. And I feel like, honestly, anyone in these lobbies can win. It's just about, again, the zones and obviously how you play out things in particular. But I'm really interested to see how things will break out. And I'm really curious to see how our first day will end off as well, to see our overall rankings. And again, for you guys at home, it's just about maintain top 6 team. You have to requalify next weekend to continue to grow up those points as time does go on. Teams who have not qualified, well, let's just say you got to qualify next Super Weekend. You got to close out the last 2 if you want to have a chance to make it into our league finals. We're 9 teams from East and 6 teams from West. And of course, 1 invite, as we have seen from India. Not sure how about who's going to get voted or who's going to get brought into the event, but it's going to be the best event of the year. You guys are not going to want to miss someone when it kicks off in early January. I just talked for a long time there, gentlemen, but I'm just so hyped and so ready to go to hop into this game. I can't wait to see how Erangel will break down. And it's time to head over now to our commentators. We got 2 new ones coming in. We're no longer drawn on a blank. We got Imperium and Bled to bring you all the action.
Well, thank you for that, Jason. He's looking dashing today, Imperium, and so are you. Although I can't see you. I know you did send me a little bit of a cheeky selfie earlier. So yeah, you're looking good. You're feeling great by the looks of things.
Thank you. I'm feeling good, and thank you very much for the compliment. Don't expose the selfies that we send each other. That's between us, Blair. Yeah, I know you're excited, but yeah, I'm absolutely ready for this game. Game 3 of the day. We've had Infinity step up massively to the plate, although, like the Deska said, always the bridesmaid, never the bride so far. And then Stalwart pick up on a beautiful opportunity to pick up their first chicken dinner of the day. So this game 3, I like what the desk was saying about, you know, Nova and Nigma, because Nigma, for sure, they have not really performed at all so far today. And that could be a product of the fact that in that league stage, teams tend not to take, you know, every game seriously, or it's like it's all about just getting into the top 16, and there's a little bit more of a, you know, randomness about it. Whereas in the Super Weekend, teams start to step up, they try hard, and I think Nigma have maybe felt the effect of that, where they're being punished a little bit more heavily, they're being countered a little bit more heavily, and they need to adapt to it.
Oh yeah, for sure, and I think a particular trend we've seen thus far, after, I know it's only been 2 games, but you look at the top 8 currently at the end of of the second game being played in the first day of the Super Weekend, and you look at teams like Infinity, you look at 628, you look at 4 Rivals, Dead Eyes Guys, Cryptics, Team Secret. These are the teams in the top 7, top 8, right? And they were, most of them, if not all of them, were in the bottom half when it came to qualifying for the Super Weekend. So yes, it looks like the script has kind of flipped. However, the only one team who has maintained their consistency thus far has been Stalwart Esports, and they are sitting pretty decently comfortable in the 3rd position. Of course, they're going to be gunning for more, and gunning for Satar. It is going to be Scry, but he's going to try and steal the weapon away. Satar with that semi-automatic pistol, trying to rattle off a couple of shots, but not quite able to. Is he gonna go for? No, he's not.
Is he hunting
it?
No, okay.
I thought he was gonna go for the hunt, but there we go. He's gonna try and regroup with the rest of his teammates, which is the right call.
Oh, and then we do see in the seal coming in, getting a knock onto action from the off angle inside the farm building. So that's good play from Genesis and Dogman. That's where it's not much, and I don't know how intentional it was, but that's where a bit of a bait play can come through when somebody from a team gets into a vehicle and starts driving away or driving in a direction, and they get distracted. The other team gets distracted by that. That's when we see that teamwork come through. So good communication from Genesis Dogman.
And it looks like the truce we saw between MS Chonburi and DRS, which did come into play during the league stage. It looks like it's no longer going to be in play here. We see knocks back and forth between the two teams. And here we go. The battle for Yasnaya. It has commenced already. A couple of members have been lost pretty earlier. One for DRS and the other for MS Chonburi. And they're spread quite thin, especially for MS Chonburi and Stalwart Esports. Well, there we go. They're going to be going for the Novo play. This is something they usually... The interesting thing about Stalwart and why they do kind of stand out from the rest of South Asian teams would be, while a lot of them don't really have a plan B when it comes to the drop location, Stalwart, I mean, right now they're going to Nova, but they're a team who are comfortable dropping, it looks like, at least 3 locations all over the map.
Yeah, and they're the kind of team that, I'm not saying they put themselves in the best positions all the time, because I think they don't. And whether that's a product of them making a mistake or, I'll talk about it, or whether it's just one thing or another, they don't always put themselves in the best position. But they do look to make the best of every single position they're in. And that's what I really like about Stalwart. They have the confidence, the aggressiveness to turn something out of nothing. So I think that's really positive about their playstyle coming into this global championship east side. But indeed, that phase 1, bit of a pain in the so-so. I tried to be a little bit PG in that regard, but definitely
I'll be your angry voice.
I love it. But yeah, a pain for sure for a lot of these teams. Now, the river does come into play. Shooting range is an important hillside area that you want to look to somewhat control. And then you have specifically those kind of airplanes, that strip of airplanes that's on more towards the northwest side of this phase 1. If a team can get control of that area in the early parts of the game, it could prove to be very fruitful for them.
I also do want to correct myself. Earlier, I did think it was both DRS and MS Chonburi losing a player apiece, but actually it was MSC coming off the worse for wear in that particular skirmish.
Yes.
So right now, a bit of a lull in the action towards Yasnaya. Stalwart Esports have found their way all the way towards their usual hunting grounds, which is of course going to be Nova Rep Noi. But looking at the zone, as we saw earlier, Imperium, they will have to traverse quite a distance. Now, listen, I'm pretty bad at this game, which is why I usually do the play-by-play. Of
course.
Just hear me out, right? Like, hear me out. If you're, and we don't see this that often, we see it once in a while, but when you're, I've seen teams towards Nova where there are always like a couple of boats around, right? And you see a circle like this.
Are you thinking about
Do you think it's viable, rotating all the way around down south, kind of making away from the western side? Because I feel it is viable, because usually you don't see too many teams waiting around, towards the Primorsk area, towards the western side of the island.
Yeah, it's. I don't think it's the best. Actually, overall, no, it's not the best idea. I really love the fact I really love the fact that you bring it into play as an option, because sometimes not enough teams do think about that, the outside of the box rotational path, or the outside of the box kind of mindset. But it's something that if they were to pull it off, they would probably have to rotate in between the mainland and the military island, that bed of water that divides the two lands of Erangel. So that could be probably the best option if they were to rotate. I also have to just say that I'm so happy that I'm commentating PMGC East with you, because I'm a big fan of rotations. The fact that you bring it up yourself, I'm like, it was meant to be, man. It was meant to be.
It was always meant to be, Imperium, and eventually, if I do wind up being a lonely old man, I know who to call. Right now, we do see the Xavier rotating pretty comfortably up north. You're obviously going to be seeing an early migration taking place here from the majority of the teams. I can probably take a look at the map very quickly. Production can bring that up in the next couple of minutes. We can take a look at how these teams are navigating their way up towards the zone. MS Johnbury have somehow managed to extricate themselves from what was looking like a very picklish situation. Take it, take the glider, take it. Oh no. I don't know why everyone's so averse to taking that one. It's so, it just gives you such a unique, picturesque view of the map.
I think if they had a full squad, they might do that. But the fact that they're down to 2 players, I don't think they can afford to take that risk. Of course, for the views and for the memes, 150 billion%. But I don't think the views and the memes are going to book their spot in the PMGC East final. So I understand why they opted to move away.
I just saw they have 1 point as well. So yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah. Hey, look, you know, you're a little bit evil. You're a little bit sadistic. I love how once again you bring that into play. But this Xavier, they have the spread on board for the time, and being Rabbids leading the way, the Xavier I think have stepped up big time across between the league stage and the Super Weekend so far. They've looked a little bit more aggressive in today's first 2 matches, and it seems like they're not taking anything for granted in my eyes. So to me, I'm excited to see how they develop across the rest of the Super Weekend and of course the whole of the PMGC East.
The team who has definitely impressed us has to be Infinity, though, right? They are a team who we had a few question marks about looking at their performance during the league stage, and they're like, yeah, they're not bad. They're not really struggling or anything. They managed to book themselves a spot here in the Super Weekend, not very convincingly, like a few of the other teams.
Yes.
Like a TJB or a Enigma Galaxy or even Starwood Esports. But right now, first couple of games, it has been incredible for the SEA team.
Yeah, and that's where it really matters, right? Because you mentioned TJB. A little bit like Enigma, they're another team that, hey, looked confident. Won the first game of both league days. But in this Super Weekend, currently, they only have 6 points in 2 games. And when you're talking about prize pool as well, where it really counts, TJB have not really shown that so far. So yes, there's a long way to go, but when you're comparing the league play to the Super Weekend, which is all we can really do at the moment, TJB have gone backwards in that regard. So let's see what they can pull out inside this game 3 as 4 rivals hold on to shooting range. I'm not a big fan of committing to shooting range in phase 2 because crevating up that hill if it goes south is incredibly dangerous from shooting range, and I don't think there's as much of an exit potential around shooting range as teams think. So I do worry about 4 rivals in that regard. You can look at Deadeye's guys. They have that hillside. They have a lovely spread up that hill.
Yeah, great spread. And there is yet another team in the vicinity. That is something that DE are going to be cognizant of, but not for the time being. The team being Xavier. And you're indeed right. I don't really see, like you said, it's a bit of a depression. It's going to be hard for you to kind of find an escape route, which is covered if you are going to be pincered by more than one team. As we take a look at Enigma Galaxy, who have had a bit of a tepid start thus far in the Super Weekend. They were impressing us alongside all their MENA brethren during the league stage. They looked incredible, and okay, never mind, saved. That was that gave me a mini heart attack, but it's all good.
We got there. But yeah, you were saying about Enigma and even the whole of the MENA teams that are in this PMGC. Yeah, I think they did impress us all in the league stage. They just haven't really kick-started their Super Weekend.
Of course, still very early days. For those of you new to how the format works, suppose we have 5 games across the entire weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So you have 15 opportunities. And thus far, two of them have gone by. So still a lot of chances left for a lot of these teams to kind of reverse what has transpired over the last couple of games. Teams like Rico Infinity, you have MS Johnbury, who are still struggling a little bit, considering they're down to just a 2-man squad pretty early in the game. And now we have a team who have looked fantastic thus far in a Super Weekend. 6-8, the Chinese representatives going up there. It's not. It's more like warning shots in the direction of Enigma Galaxy. There's no need to really commit to it, right?
Well, yeah, because when you're looking at kind of the current circle ending and the next circle popping up, it really doesn't hurt to make that little bit of noise. It might not cause the exact amount of suppression you want, but it is kind of puffing up your chest. It's making that noise and it's saying, hey, we're loud, we're proud, we're here to step up and kind of send that little bit of a message across to the team that you're shooting at. Tarzan, alluded to it. There is a time and a place to make some noise, of course, when you are trigger disciplined to the point where you're able to surprise your opponents. That's also a plus, but sometimes not enough teams make the noise required to manipulate the traffic and to make it a lot easier for them to enter the next phase. The Xavier, they've gone a little bit close to the likes of 4 Rivals and Deadeye's guys currently pinched in between, and we see Enigma Galaxy. They started to rotate, but they've been caught out by their Mina brethrens in Cryptics.
No love lost, it seems like, between the neighbors, and yeah, Lord, feel like his days are kind of numbered here. And yeah, they were looking like they were in a very good spot on this side of the cliff, but as you pointed out, that cliff can be problematic as MS Chonburi, they are coming under fire this time from the Xavier, and one by one they start to fall. I do believe just one member remaining for MS Chonburi. In the meantime, though, the Xavier, aware of 4 Rivals' position, getting the kill onto one member of MS Chonburi. They're looking pretty comfortable right now as we head on even further north. And you can see it, Town, it is kinda inside the zone. And a bit of a stalemate here between Team Secret and, of course, their opponents in the form of DRS, who have somehow managed to find themselves up north after getting a couple of kills early in the game. And okay, Freak is just going to whiz on past, and TJB somehow not landing any shots.
It's like, I'm not here, guys. I'm not here. Ignore me. Ignore me. I'm on my own. Leave me alone. I'm doing nothing. I'm doing nothing. And he's going right into the path of 4 Rivals down on shooting range hill. Now, honestly, that really isn't like the worst hill to go as a solo, because there is the wall. You have that little bit of kind of an underside. So honestly, I don't mind that from the last player, Enigma Galaxy, as Stalwart under a little bit of pressure against her STE twin of 628. And knock initially onto one of the 628 players has been returned. You can see Scry is able to pull off the revive onto his teammate, so that should keep Stalwart for the most part in the majority of the control, because that separation from the 628 isn't really enough to put an insane amount of pressure on Stalwart.
This little flank from 33Z, he's gone into the blue to get the angle on top, and he's going to find him. This is beautifully done by 33Z, and you got to bear in mind, he is taking quite a lot of damage. Unfortunately, Daoshi will bleed out into the open, and it's going to be blue, which will claim him. Now, for Stalwart Esports, they can still go and try and go for the res, but it is an exposed position, meaning they're going to be paranoid that 33Z is still going to be sticking around. So it might be Stalwart Esports losing a member. There we go. Top will be found. So the 3v3 as Nova are going to be going up against Infinity. Right now, the Kings of the Hill going up against a Chinese super team.
There's also a potential third party with Genesis Dogma. We'll have to wait and see if they want to get involved. For the time being, it doesn't look like it. Nice nade being thrown out by Order as he tries to suppress the members of Infinity. They are realizing that, hey, it's not worth it. Nova held onto that compound, by the way. It was Infinity that pushed up onto them. And Nova said, okay, you know what? You want to push up on us? We'll take one of your players out, and Infinity run with their tail between their legs, which honestly, I appreciate. I think it was the best call for them to disengage.
Right now, though, Genesis Dogma in a bit of a rough spot. The smokes has been deployed, but RC Reject, they know exactly where Nicehill is going to be running off to. So they're going to try and hunt him down. This is interesting from RC, and that's going to offer an opportunity for Booms with that AWN to land a couple of shots. He's not going to quite find Sarrel, though. He's taking a couple more shots through the window of the car, and RC now, might they have gotten a little too over-eager? That's a question, because they're spread quite thin, and being exposed out in the open, if they get taken down, if a member gets knocked down, there's not much cover, and the chances of a revive coming in also look quite slim. But for the time being, it looks like RC are coming out on top. They're going to find Daybot, and the remaining members of Genesis Dogma should somehow be able to escape unscathed. However, they have lost at least one member, and that's not a good They're gonna be very happy with that.
I can't believe though the Xavier has been able to kind of hold on in the way that they have in around the shooting range. Hill, I thought a little bit more pressure might have been put onto them by the likes of DR, maybe 4 rivals, but they found a way to disengage away from where they are, and DRS have actually gone to where they were initially positioned. Rico Infinity looking quite nice on towards the northwestern side of this circle. Team Secret are on the very north tip as we do see Phase Force closing in. If it goes down south, they're going to have to go across the road as Cryptics. They got initial couple of kills onto the members of Enigma. Now finally they make their way on to the west. As Sunan goes down 6-8 are out of here.
The buggy straight in the butt from Senkai. What a way to take down STE, and that is gonna be 6-8. Out, down, and out for the count. It's Infinity, the remaining 3 members, having to go up against their nemesis thus far in this particular. Oh, Logan? I think he just naded himself. That is not the play, my man. And Nova, it's got to be so much more easy for them. It was a 4v3, now a 4v2. Paraboy, though, is not extending. They're not overextending. They're like, it's not just about Infinity. They still need to contend with a couple of teams nearby, primarily Genesis Dogma.
Yeah.
Just off onto the right-hand side.
And I think that's where Nova King was kind of driving around to try and get that information. It's exactly what the kind of Chinese meta entails, is getting into the vehicle, driving around with that vehicle, grabbing information, not afraid to make some noise. And sometimes the sequel isn't better than the first movie. And in this fight, the sequel is working out very good for Nova. They once again send Infinity away to separate an order, driving around in the buggy. One player from Infinity is knocked down. Newsy in the back line. Logan has only a tree and a couple of smokes to play with.
Oh, multiple fights breaking out. Logan's been found. And I think that is it for Infinity. A rough end for them. And yeah, I mean, it started off with them facing off against Nova, and in the end, Nova will be the team to claim them. Logan getting run over. I think it's still one more player somewhere looking around for Infinity. There we go. Never mind. Tunny's there, and it is going to be Paraboy almost. Well, there we go. It is going to be, it is going to be order from Nova to finish off the job. That is going to be it for Infinity. Meanwhile, Team Secret going up against Rico Infinity's Anas, who is by his lonesome.
Beautiful.
And a sliver of HP is all he's got, and then Nate will find him. Team Secret, a couple of members down, but the res is very much possible. But this is the opportunity for their opposition to just swoop on in and wipe them out of the server. Meanwhile, Genesis Dogma playing a little bit of a ridge, tossing in all the utility they have in the direction of Tang Jiabao.
Look, we're looking at a shooting range finish. This is incredible. Why do we get all the best circle finishes? I don't know what look we're getting, but it's incredible. And the teams must be cursing us. We'll certainly take it as reject. Sarah loses a life. Deadeye's guys continue to try and do everything they can to control their position inside the circle. It's been whittled down to the edge, but they have 4 players up.
And Divine, they have to leave Reggie. There's no way they can go for the res right now. So Duello, okay, that's a fancy driving coming in from Duello, even able to avoid and dodge a couple of bullets from Lamborghini. But that nade could completely ruin his day. Lamborghini tosses it in, and there you have it. That is going to be it for a couple of teams now. We lose Reject, we lose Rico Infinity, and Nova now coming under heavy fire from 4 rivals. I can see in the kill feed, a couple of them going down, and Nova, in the meantime, also going against Starwood Esports. It's a free-for-all, Imperium.
It is a free-for-all. For DRS, they have to cover against 4 rivals. So to me, they need to focus primarily on Xavier to push Xavier more towards Deadeye's guys. The side of this hill is so vicarious and so volatile, so I appreciate if they're not willing to take too much of risk. But if DRS can do a little bit to push Xavier away, he can fare them off so much better in the final moments of this game.
Right now, DRS. It looks like the 2 Chinese Kings are just going up. It's a bit of a war of attrition where TJB have come out on top. Nova losing a lot of their members. There's DRS utilizing all the nades they have. It's a little bit too short of where they wanted to land though. And the Xavier able to get the res, and Frankie should have enough time to go for the heal as well. Meanwhile, Starwood Esports going up against Team Secret. And if you take a look at the radar, it's a kaleidoscope of teams. Imperium, so many alive considering how tiny the zone is right now.
Yeah, the circle shifting down south is great for Tong Jiao Bao. Team Secret right in on towards the airways. I said they were going to have a difficult task coming in from the northern side across the road. Well, they dealt with that very confidently by eliminating Rico Infinity, and now they're looking to do the same to take out Stalwart. Action, last player up, he steps up, gets a knock and eye shots.
1v1, he knows what Jumper is, and Jumper, he might not be expecting Action to just push on in. Action is going to finish off the job, confirming the kill, and now Team Secret, only Jumper remains. And Action, he's going to just lie prone for a few seconds here. Senkai, meanwhile, the blue is going to be on his butt, and he's going to try and move on ahead. In the meantime, Deadeye's guys uphill. They still have all 4 players alive. Just to 1 kill thus far. But having these many players alive, especially in that particular position, is massive. And look at Turulov's position, Imperium. That could be imperative for DE.
It is imperative, but it really isn't going to be the saving grace, because yes, Deadeye's guys have moved away from the Xavier, but they've moved closer into the loving arms of Tong Jiao Bao, where the nades are flying up. 2 of the DE players are down to a sliver of health. Senke is eliminated. That's the end of Cryptics.
Jumper by his lonesome, taking fights at multiple teams, multiple players. Yeah, with Senke falling, at least now he can focus on King from Nova. The tree, the only thing providing him some cover. He's going to peek around the corner. Jumper barely alive, and it is going to be Action from behind. He finally strikes and steals the kill away for the last remaining member of Nova. But actually, no, they still have 2 alive, but King will be dropped in the meantime, and this pandemonium, it's only getting even more hectic in Imperium. We have TJB, quite a number of them still alive, although 1 has been knocked down. Deadeye's guys still somehow able to heal themselves up. And Ninja, I think, is spotted out. Boom! There we go. Boom! Will be knocked and finished off. And Genesis Dogma losing yet another player. They're down to just 1 man stand.
And if you notice, Xavier pushed up onto the hillside where Deadeye's guys were, and that's exactly what DRS did that I wanted to see them do. Just suppress and push the Xavier in the right direction. That's fair DRS, so much better off, and the number of kills they've gotten so far leaves them in a very good position as they're down to our final 7 teams.
How is Nova still in contention? I don't even know. They still have 1 player alive, Paraboy. The myth, the legend himself, just lying prone. He hasn't been seen yet. He's got a little bit of time while everyone else just take pot shots at each other. But DRS, this is a great positioning. And there's no one really nearby to kind of ruin the day, right? There's no one who has a clean angle on them, unless a couple of good nades. And that is what 4 rivals are cooking, but not for DRS. I'm not sure where these nades are going to be sailing, and it's going to be towards TJB! And what a nade coming in from 4 rivals! And in a heartbeat, TJB are no more.
Sometimes when you have the center of the circle, that leads you to focus, and that's exactly what happened to Tong Jiao Bao. They're out of here. 4 rivals. I questioned their phase 2 position and shooting range, but it's worked out for them.
Satar? Any moment now.
But he knows the rest of DRS is there, see, on the other side of the wall, so he doesn't want to make a move.
I know, but, you know, it's a kill. It's still a kill. Powerboy, meanwhile, sneaking in. He's still lying prone. 4 rivals. They seem to have kind of forgotten about him, or resuming he's no longer there. No, they're still going to be tossing in a couple of nades, and there we go. Powerboy, who's going to unleash, but that's going to give away his position. And what a reply from Lappy. He smacks him into the ground, and then now the Xavier having to go up against DRS, who are literally fighting an uphill battle.
Last player up, Frankie. Sorry, he has Doug left alive with him. AJ goes down. Galzen is able to finish off the last player, Genesis Dogma. 3 teams are left up there.
And 4 rivals, though, a couple of them getting knocked down almost instantaneously, and Galzen's doing pretty much everything by himself. He's a last man standing for his team. It's a 1v2v1, and the Xavier, they might just be able to steal this one away from everyone else. They only have to contend with Galzen, and Galzen in the meantime is pinning everyone down, but Galzen might get shot from above, and he runs out of bullets. Frankie, the worst time possible, swapping over to his secondary gun, finishes him off, and now it is going to be the Xavier getting the chicken dinner in the end, just raining death and hellfire from above. But what an intense final few minutes that was.
It was a crazy finish when you really think about it, primarily because shooting range is an area of the map which the circle rarely ends on. It's an incredibly difficult part of the map to control. You have so many little crevice, hard areas of the map, which to an extent teams are able to control, and it's hard to really punish your opponents. You have the massive shooting range hill, which played a big part of it in towards the end, and the Xavier, credit where it's due, they played in, they avoided DRS, they got pushed back a little bit, they took out Deadeye's guys, and then they were able to wait in the shadows until the final moments and third party to get the chicken dinner. I said we've been impressed with the Xavier. This is just the beginning. So happy to see them win.
Yeah, they're really nailing it right now, and definitely doing much better than my camera is at the moment. I look like I don't know, something out of a CGI from a 1995 movie. But
still look
yeah,
handsome, you still look handsome.
moving quickly ahead though, just a very hectic end to this game, right? You look at the zone, you look at the way the circle was shifting as well. You kind of expected maybe a few teams would fall by the wayside on their, when they were migrating up north, but quite a lot of them had kept a majority of the players alive. And I was taking a look at the rotations as well. There were so many chances, so many opportunities for a few of these teams to kind of go up against each other, but somehow they managed to find themselves into a shooting range where, again, it was just so back and forth. I don't think you could have ever expected anyone to take it cleanly.
Yeah, and I don't think too many teams played this game like very badly towards the end. Maybe Deadeye's guys missed a couple of opportunities to be more aggressive. However, I understand why they're playing a little bit more passively, because they were ultra aggressive in the league stage. But other than that, so many teams played this beautifully, and I'm excited for the next game.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely excited for the next game, but I'm also excited about what our desk and of course Jason, our host, have to say about what was a bit of a just a mind-bending game, so to speak.
Mind-boggling, even some might say, though that's not the correct term to use either there. But that was a ridiculous kind of finish coming in on shooting range. I know we were talking about the majority of the time. We talked a lot about quite a few different teams like DRS, the position they were in. But I want you two gentlemen here to kind of go over what really went on there and how hard it was for some teams to transition when some of these shifts just didn't go their way.
It's more hard shifts again. A lot of hard shifts coming in and hurting some of these teams. But again, you got to accommodate for that if it does come along. Thankfully for D Xaviers, we were talking, Tarzan, quite a lot about, yes, this might end up being a shooting range finish. And even if it is a shooting range finish, coming in from the south side and having that high ground advantage over any teams down there is going to pay dividends. And it certainly did here.
It was actually extremely hard to be the kings of the hills just now. Like, so many teams were flowing in there, and if you are a latecomer, like for that hill position, you just get pushed down, right? You get funneled into shooting range, and it's actually so rare that we have it finished there. I mean, like Jason mentioned how long ago it was that he saw a finish around that spot, and I think this is also very unusual, like for the type of macro that DRS and 4 rivals were playing that eventually worked out.
Hey, credit to Satar, though, out of Genesis Dogma here, able to keep alive for such a long time. We even had a position with him trying to channel his inner Ryzen from last year at PMGC, hiding inside of a bush, hoping the grass would be enough to cover his tracks, and the Magician couldn't stay invisible long enough. But still, getting them 9 points, getting them 8 ranking points was a fantastic job by him.
Yeah, it definitely was. I think that with the position that they had, and we're going to talk about this dip quite a lot, actually, throughout all of this. Yeah. It's funny because these Xaviers, Rabus went there super early in this game, and we were speaking a lot about this whilst this game was going on. It's about when to go to a dip, if it is too early or too late or just at the right time. The Goldilocks dip, let's call it that. Because, to be honest, DRS went there at the perfect time, but D Xaviers didn't go there at the perfect time, but they were still able to salvage it, which I think is really cool from them going from the east side of this circle down towards the south side. So I've got a lot of thoughts about this, actually. I'm kind of all scatterbrained, Jason. It's kind of all over the place. So I'll quiet for now and try and formulate my thoughts properly.
You can't see me, but I'm rubbing my hands together. When we came to predictions, one of you two said Enigma Galaxy, didn't you?
Oh, no. Well, you know what? Bad on you, Tarzan. I can't believe you did. No, I'm joking.
How dare you, Tarzan, say Enigma Galaxy? No. I mean, my prediction didn't go well either. MS Chumberly getting 1 point. Not too great by our prediction game here, but you know what? We don't have to be correct in predictions, but we can see Frankie here channeling his inner Goldeneye with the 5 eliminations coming through and 901 damage. And again, like D Xavier, the team coming from Vietnam, the only Vietnamese team we have played here. We saw some great signs out of them before at the World Invitational that happened just a few months ago, and it's great to see they're able to maintain some momentum and again, kind of have a strong start here into the Super Weekend.
They refuse to go down is like my impression of them, right? We talk about some of these teams which would have, you know, these knock-on effects. Like it's like dominoes. Like you have some rough early games, you lose 1 or 2, and just keep going down. But Xavier's not that team, right? So a whole nations behind their back as well. They are doing them proud this game. Their first chicken dinner, in fact.
Yeah, well, we can see here our head-to-head between two great players, Frankie, as we just saw before. Pretty even on damage between him and King. King with 909 damage, and I mean, again, he did go down earlier than the rest of his, or not the rest of his team. He was not the last man standing, which was Paraboy, as we obviously saw there, but able to put up some decent eliminations, and I have to say, he's looking pretty damn good too. I like the hairstyle.
I do as well. You know, all of these guys, how do they have so much hair? That's what I want to know. But yeah, that's about it.
I feel like mine stays where it is.
Exactly.
That was your hair.
I think I had that. I need to dig out like from some old phone photos or albums, but yeah, like it's not like that anymore. Like I'm getting to that age as well. If people don't realize, I know people think I'm lying, but no. But
like
this
15, no?
standings.
Yeah, on the standings, for me personally, for Rival, it's great to see a team be kind of consistent with frag potential. They had 10 eliminations in the first match, and they had 8 eliminations here in match 3. It's great to see that we have some teams who can put up some big numbers. Obviously, you have Stalwart Esports in there. You have Infinity there as 19 as well. They have 6-8 at 20 or at 13 for themselves. We're starting to see some big fragging potential out of teams here now.
Yeah, for Rivals, I spoke a lot about them looking good throughout the league play, and I think once again, 40 points coming in without a chicken dinner here. Great stuff by them so far. I think the position that they took in shooting range, if you're wanting to go for the win, I think might have been a little bit early. Again, we're talking about kind of taking spots in the Goldilocks period of time. But I mean, it gets you a top 3, it gets you a podium finish, right? And when it comes to overall averages of points coming in, it is good enough here to be able to push them up to the upper echelons, Tarzan.
Yeah, but I'm a bit worried, guys, about these teams at the bottom. Especially from 13 to 15, we're used to seeing them quite high up, at least through those 2 days of league play. And we talk about how, hey, sometimes you get that mental reset, right? We start from 0 and all that, but it's no longer the case, right? Like for this Super Weekend, like this sticks and it stings extremely hard for a team like Enigma Galaxy.
Also, Reject in there too. I mean, a team that has been so consistent when it comes to Miramar, a team who placed, I think it was 3rd place overall with 0 chicken dinners. We've just not seen the same team. And maybe they'll become the new footballists in my eyes. Who knows as we progress forward into this tournament. But I do kind of wonder, realistically, what could change from league play to the Super Weekend that you're not able to maintain that? Was it just like a really 2 good days for them, and this is maybe more towards their norm? Or is this just a bad day? Obviously, time will kind of tell us when we do get to that point. But Klaris, you have something I'm going to break down for us yet again here.
Yeah, let's talk about some of the top teams here and how not only they're able to make their way to the circle, but also how they're kind of positioned in the circle relative to some other teams around them, because it does cause them some problems. Now, DRS is one of the teams that actually did a lot here in this game, and I love what they were able to do. So sitting on the edge of this circle, they're always going over to Yasnaya, that's no surprise, finding themselves cars and eventually finding themselves over towards shooting range. Now, we've already mentioned Rabbits in that kind of dip east of shooting range, which me and Tarzan were talking about at length. It's a very powerful dip, but only at exactly the right time. Why is that the case? Well, one, it's nade bait. It's so easy to throw nades in there. It's scary. And 2, it's pretty easy to crash as well. This is the location that we're talking about. But Tarzan, they were able to stage a very, very strong campaign from this location.
I think there's a huge reason that could explain that, right? It's about this whole landscape. When you look at the circle, whoever's trying to put maybe pressure on them might be shot from all across the other side of the circle. And I think that is the reason why they could hold that down for so long, and then it just slowly edge in. I mean, at that point, they've already got the momentum from what the landscape gave them, and then just slowly towards the end. I mean, it's very hard to go uphill, but the work's done already.
No, definitely. As they're moving up the hill here, obviously they have to deal with 4 rivals on their left side, and then obviously Xavier's who were shooting them from the south. Now, the important thing, as you look at the overview here, whilst we're watching some of these teams play out their positions, Xavier's, I have to give them massive props for how they moved with the circles, because for a long time they were in the eastern side. You see them up on the kind of northern ridge. I say northern, but that's technically the southern side. Up there. So any time a circle's falling towards them, And even if it's not necessarily falling towards them, it's a massive advantage of lines of sight. Even if the circle moves away from them, Tarzan, we already talked about that tree line that you can see right there, which would then act as their next barrier against those teams in the south. So they have a lot to play with here.
Yeah, and of course, it's about, you know, the peek and shoot that you can do. You can reset and reposition along that ridge. And I think it also changes the dynamics of this end circle because of how strong the position was. It stopped some of these southern teams to fight each other in a particular way, right? So that is basically it. They became the kings of that hill, choose the correct side as well. It's more towards the east, then the west, and then like from there onwards, it was domination.
Yeah, it very much acts like a city finish in inverted commas, and when the circle shifts away from it, it's like, don't take a position in a city unless you know it's going to finish in there. And you're seeing, as all those teams are coming out of shooting range, they're just, that's crossfire between them. You know that you're going to be taking not only collateral damage, but also game-ending damage at that point, Jason.
Yeah, I'm actually really, really glad you mentioned if the zone went the other way, they still would have been fine. They would have still had the tree line. Because I feel like we talk a lot about teams and like if the zone goes their way, we're like, oh, they're geniuses. They played that perfectly. They predicted where the zone was going to go. But obviously if the zone went the other way, we would be saying, oh, they messed up. They didn't play the right spot. But I'm really glad you pointed out because either way, win or lose, zone shifts to them, shifts away from them. They're still in probably one of the best positions they could possibly use. Though I do like how DRS, when we saw the zone kind of center over shooting range, they centered up like ASAP. They rushed that down as quick as possible. But either way, I mean, obviously with Xavier taking that win, that's a win they desperately need, I'd say, to make them contenders here and obviously build up a buffer against other teams who might qualify next Super Weekend. But you know what's coming up next, boys, right? You know what we have coming up for the fourth match of the day for the first time in PMGC.
Jeez.
Oh, chaos. Chaos, Jason.
I am excited to see Sanhok finally come out with all of these teams. It's the first time we're going to see it outside of scrims, and honestly, I feel like it's going to be a little bit of a bloodbath here, Tarzan.
It's going to be so chaotic. I mean, like, they've scrimped against each other a little bit, and at this point, I don't think they have enough data, right, as to where these other teams are going to go. Of course, things changed because we lost a few teams, like, through those, like, league stages. I don't know what to expect. I think it's down to whoever can hold down the pressure and perform at their, you know, usual play style.
Lars, I mean, this is the thing about Sanhok. We talked so many times. If you're gonna take a fight, you take it quick. I honestly, I feel like for the first Sanhok, I think a lot of teams are gonna play out the Hewlin Blues strategy.
Yeah, they may allocate one person to do so, and we've seen teams do that early as well. Like, I'm thinking like circle 3 or 4, they're like, okay, it's going to be hard for us to get into towards kind of a good position for the circle. Let's unload our meds, put them on one person, and try and play it out. However, yeah, it will be eye-opening, I think, this first game of Sanhok. This really is kind of a testing ground. As Tarzan's already alluded to it, you know, there's been some scrims here and there, but still, there's nothing quite like that live moment when you're having to deal with, say, oh, the circle has now shifted up towards that mountain in Northwest Island. Like, okay, time to see what we're all going to be able to do there. Who's holding us out from that mountain? There's so many factors here on Sanhok.
And Tarzan, before we do head to a break here, I want you to give us a little teaser into what you expect, because you did mention, I think it was boot camp, if I'm not mistaken. You're expecting some like maybe early action happening around there.
Well, like, to be fair, when I watch some fight, it involved FaZe Clan, and they're not in here. So, like, I think that's going to change things up. But I still find maybe the South to boot camp quite interesting. I think I expect Reject there. I may expect... Nope, that one's not in there. I'm sorry about that one. But, yeah, there will be quite a few teams who might, you know, funnel into that position. And we know, like, Painan would be another very interesting one, I think, because Nova liked that. And, oh, sorry, BT is off. I didn't mean it. I really didn't mean it, but there's a few interesting things. And gentlemen, I think there's one thing, like we mentioned about scrims. I think at the highest level of esports gameplay, scrims are the biggest bait that you can use off. Like, but I don't think we are there yet. But it's still going to be extremely interesting to see how they play it out.
Yeah, I wonder if it's like a contractual agreement or what it is. Maybe just get some early info if anyone's going to contest drop spots. But I think the consensus we normally have is like most teams don't try too hard at it, because again, why would you want to show too much going to an event, especially if you're one of those big contenders? And typically we'll see teams who end up not doing well in the actual event do really well in the scrims before the event kicks off. Even talking to Zute about it when Execute was doing them last year, they fared fairly well in scrims, and then Well, we saw that played out. We see that he's obviously now on the analysis desk over in the West Show. But that's coming up later on today. And coming up after this short little break, we will be heading over to Sanhok. It's going to be a little bit of an extended break, but we'll be seeing you guys on the other side of it here for some more PUBG Mobile action.
PUBG Mobile fans around the world, welcome to the 2021 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. To the top teams across all regions, we have a message for you. The Middle East. You have proven your worth. Now, make your formidable debut on the PMGC stage. South Korea, forget the past. This year, show the world you've ascended. Remind the world of South Korea's raw talent. Japan, you came so close last year. But what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Bring it back better than ever. The Americans, you're the alpha dogs that dominated the West. Now, lead the pack on the world stage. Southeast Asia, you took down so many strong teams on your journey to the top. It's time for a comeback on the global stage. Europe, it's now or never. Push your limits and surprise us all. This is the moment to create your legacy. South Asia, you were the dark horse of 2020. Amaze those who would underestimate you again. China, you carry the crown of last year's PMGC. Now, with everyone's eyes on you once more, can you secure back-to-back victories? PMGC needs a champion. The world needs a champion. Who will stand victorious in the end? Who will be next to glory?
And that kind of speaks to me a lack of confidence. Like, where is the Bigatron I knew before? The battering ram coming from Southeast Asia. This time, they just try slip on past undetected before rivals. They've got the bead. The nades are coming through. Oh my lord, Nigma Galaxy ruined the Infinity.
Breakout wide and a lovely nade, beautifully timed, finds Jasper and a Molotov as well to follow it up. Gets the burn down, in goes the spray, and Attacker lives up to the nade with a quick 1-2 around the side. There's backup from the team and Manhand seals the deal, but no boosters for Duello. 1 versus 2 still, the nade over the top. Looks to go high, looks to plant perfectly, but the nade is better.
Oh, it's on him!
Through, and it is right on the money. 4 rivals able to take down Reject. Deal with the
brilliant nade. And now it's a 2v3. This is Jewel with almost an instant knock coming in.
Oh,
He's got to find the boat.
No way!
Find the boat, and he gets it with a shotgun. Oh my lord!
Important that they take out what's behind them, which is 4 rivals and Genesis Dogland.
Somehow the final surviving member of 628 still dealing out damage are getting just third party by multitude of teams. All 3 other surviving teams taking shots at Nova as Ponzai in the meantime returns fire onto 2 members of Enigma Galaxy. Enigma Galaxy are down to a 1-man squad.
Лед — это отличное место, чтобы остаться наедине со своими мыслями, для того, чтобы сфокусироваться.
Só me vem Dubai na cabeça. Aí eu olho o Discord, Loops classificado. Aí caiu a casa.
Que melhor.
Menurut gue tim Nova juara mulu, gila. Gue bosen sampai lihat dia juara.
而且上个问题可以重新来一遍，特别强的队伍嘛。其实我们中国的战队其实就我们2个战队一块去的嘛，然后感觉双方都是很厉害。
在 PMGC 夺得冠军后，只有2个方向可以走，要么是继续保持胜利，要么是其他队伍击败你。
Kalau Jimmy tuh kayak gue, menurut gue ya, para boy kayak Bagas dan Order tuh kayak playstyle mereka tuh mirip kayak kita bertiga sih.
Но в этот раз я увереннее буду, чем китайцы и вообще наша команда, потому что мы тренируемся столько же, сколько и они, и так же, как они. А больше у нас, по сути, конкурентов nету, кроме как китайцы.
Muitos aí julgam fora, como eu já disse. E hoje eu posso dizer que eu sou um novo Carrilho.
Okay. Let me write that.
You could be like trying to figure out what is exactly behind the Max Man curse, you know? Who is Max Man? Where does he come from? All that
Is
kind
he a
of stuff.
demon?
Is he even real? We're gonna be filming, have fun, tell me how it goes.
Hi, Jason.
Hey Kaya, how you doing? Long time no talk.
Pretty good. And you?
Not bad, not bad. How's things down there?
Trying to get ready for this new split, this new year, you know. How are you preparing yourself for the next PMPL?
I'm really excited. PMGC finished, and I can't wait to get this new year underway.
Definitely.
Honestly, Kaya, PMGC, I still don't know what the hell really happened. I mean, you had Loops get disqualified and disbanded, and then you had Alpha 7 finish 9th place with Carrillo there with the team supporting them in the finals. Like, what's going on with the Brazilian scene? I got to cover them. I know how good they are.
I think everyone is kind of shocked right now. They're still trying to figure out what really happened, and I don't think we're going to know it so soon. It's a great opportunity for all of them to get a new start, a fresh start, to show what they're capable of and to be on the top. Now that there is no Loops to be on the top of everything, it's a chance for everyone to get better results, to, I don't know, to try to beat the new Loops or something like that.
Okay, well, I mean, getting better is a good sign, but like, can they compete against Nova, 400 men, like Bigatron? There were so many teams above them, and a lot of teams we never expected to be better than them. Look at Zeus.
Definitely Alpha 7 is the strongest team we have right now, because they went to PMGC as well. But there are a lot of good teams on Red Souls, like Dragons, Vivo Cage, Inflames Rage, which is a great team as well. I think they all might surprise us.
Yeah, Kaya, honestly, I appreciate you so much. Like, you give us such good info for the shows and some really good background, and I really appreciate how you have your ear to the ground.
I'll call you again. Bye.
All right, talk to you soon.
Loop's having a little bit of a meeting here about what they're going to spend their $20,000 on from qualifying in 6th place. Let us pray. What are you going to spend your share of the 20K on? Oh, I don't know, I think. Not yet, not yet. But either way, they will stay strong. Taking 3 shots up towards Carrillo. He knows he wins these trades. The loop's still vibing. They're absolutely vibing. We'll have to get a double check on that. Someone needs to give them a little bit of a pep talk. Yeah, there they are. They are still vibing. I can confirm the loop's vibe continues. Spots the weird ritual, and we'll take the points.
Dá maleta. Dá maleta. Sai de fininho. Vai, 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 vai. Mete bala, mete bala, mete bala. Nice, é isso.
Bom, acredito que para ser um jogador profissional não tem segredo. Basta ter muita dedicação, foco e força de vontade.
I feel like if you're not one of those who have participated in these big past events, then you're gonna crack under that pressure. Or maybe, again, you turn out to be a diamond and you turn out to get into PMGC and win the whole thing and make a dynasty of your own.
Jumper lontaran hit ke bahagian hadapan, tapi itulah dia Free Fire yang ditunggu dengan begitu sabar sekali oleh Rain. Mungkin akan berharapkan impian Team Secret. Team Secret terkeluar di tempat yang ke-8 dengan kini telah boleh diketahui. Pun cuba untuk masuk daripada bahagian belakang, tapi datang oleh gangguan daripada Jumper.
In the wrong direction, Zaxir aiming out for the grenade, and he gets the whole team wide here for Gig Fan.
Oh, that's Rule them through. Here we have it.
Looking out really tough for you, High getting Tony K. MR5 is down as well. That is Union 8.
Close one there by Fluke. Ooh, another one coming in from damn root. Can he finish off Fluke? Fluke now 50% health. Fluke is actually being shot at.
Oh,
where is he gonna go? Oh no! Fluke! Ooh, Fluke! And he goes.
Much early on as compared to Erangel goes moving into the corner of the container, and Tamio gets taken down.
Hello, di manakah QB berada? Bombs bakal aja.
Bahkan ada sebuah lonjakan, ada sebuah bagi yang juga loncat tadi kita melihat. Dan itu dia Genesis Dogma memulangkan semua pemain dari V Gaming. โลแกนโชว์ความเก่าครับแล้วนี่เรียบร้อยครับเป็นทางด้านโลแกนครับที่ค่อนข้างที่จะเก่ากว่านะช็อตนี้แล้วมียายขาชิ้นต้องนะครับต้องปั๊มวงเหนียนไปสิ BTR กิ๊กแฟมโดนหนีสุดแล้วดูตอนที่เก็บโอกี้ไปแล้วเหลือแค่ตรงแล้วโดนไฟ2เลย
มีลาเราจะยืนน้องรักมีเรื่องตุ๊เปมาก็เช็คชื่อครับโอ้โหเอาได้ปอนไฟหมอนเป็นเครียดแล้วก่อนหน้านี้โดนล้อมจากไกลๆขอแค่เม็ดเดียวพอขอแค่เม็ดเดียวล่วงไปโอ้โหจังหวะนี้ทั้ง3ปมจะเกมได้ไม่ทำได้แต่เพื่อนเขามาเทปได้เหมือนกันแล้วไม่เอานอนแบบนี้เรียบร้อยเลยไม่ตี2แต้ม
Ada kedudukan yang cantik. Kita lihatkan tim Secret di bagian high ground tersebut, tapi Nerpeko dengan satu pemanduan yang begitu.
Oh ya, mungkin dia memang confirm bikin achievement pula. Confirm Malaysia punya rumah
daripada tim EVOS. 진을 예쁘게 쳐놓긴 했는데
이거 준이 얻어. 준이.
자, 잘 뺐어요.
워리어스. 스코어도 자 이거 오케이가 순식간에 녹을 수 있습니다.
이거 스코어가 판을 깔아줬거든요.
워리어스.
본인들의 점수가
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
What's going on, y'all? Welcome back to PMGC. I don't know where I'm going with that one, but it's PMGC 2021, the East League, as we're into our super weekend and into our, don't look at me like that, Claris. You know I don't like you looking at me like that. I look the wrong way. Don't look at me like that, Claris. You know I don't like you looking at me like that. We're into our first Sanhok here of the entire event, and I cannot wait to see what's going to happen in this one. I predicted we're going to have a heal off in the blue by quite a few teams, but we'll see. We'll see as teams going to try to field each other out. But predictions, we were really bad at them last time, Claris. There's a chance for redemption. I am going to start things off. What? I'm going Nova. Nova's going to take the chicken dinner with 8 eliminations.
All right,
I'm going as far as calling out the elims too.
So we started off this segment with you being the host, Mustache Dave. Then you getting excited about Sanhok, being Mustache Dave, Papa Blue Mustache. Oh, okay, and now we were going for Nova. All right, I'll what do you even go for Sanhok? It's such a wild battleground.
Just close your eyes and point your finger at a team and then choose that team. I think
All right,
that's probably the best
I'm doing it on my
chance.
screen. One sec. I'm going to go with 4 rivals, apparently. There you go.
Okay. All right. Let me write that down. 4 rivals.
You done writing?
You
Yep. Okay. Yep. If you're done writing,
How long do you
I'm
think
going
it takes
go
me to
for...
write 4 LVS?
I don't know. You need to find your notepad.
The answer is
baby.
very long.
6 to 8 is my choice. I feel like we may see them on Northwestern Island. We're not the only team who likes doing that though, but we have this, I can't use that word, but like sometimes we do get these finishes, and actually for some other broadcasts, they call it the Chicken Dinner Island or Chicken Dinner Hill on the Northwestern Island because it's so hard to breach that if it goes over there. So I feel like 6 to 8 have a good chance if it goes over there, but I believe in the macro if the circle goes elsewhere as well. So yes, they are my choice for this game.
I'm just really curious to see what word he meant to say or wanted to say, to be honest, Claris. But this is the first time, not the only time, though, we're going to be seeing it throughout these next weeks. We still have, obviously, 1 Sanhok a day when it comes to Super Weekends. We're following the exact same map order every single Super Weekend day. However, next week in League Play, we'll be running Erangel and Sanhok the entire time. So for the teams who did not qualify, I feel like this is a really good chance to get an idea of where teams are going to be dropping, especially when it comes to figuring out who's in the lobby with you and who's not in the lobby with you. This is a chance for you to really build up some steam now and build up some, not presence, but knowledge of what will be coming your way here next week to try to qualify for that second Super Weekend.
Yeah, keep an eye on what teams are kind of around you. Keep an eye on what teams are dealing with in terms of guarding certain areas. And if those areas are being guarded, an early boat rotation is not bad on Sanhok. It can definitely pay dividends if you're caught on one side of this battleground and really need to get over to the other side, because sometimes going through that mainland can be treacherous.
It's going to be tough indeed, Tarzan. Last initial thoughts before we head into this one for all these teams. We got about 30 seconds till we kick off things.
I don't know. Have a good transition into heel strap. I think that's needed in the repertoire. Like we hate to see it sometimes, but you just need it. But the transition into the difference of 1 to 2 first aids, I think that can make a huge difference. So I want to see them used properly.
Yeah, no unicorns love in our East League, unfortunately, as we can always expect them to go for the heal off when it comes to the blue. Hopefully, we're going to have some botations. And speaking of botations, I know one man who loves to see them happen. Well, 2 men, I guess I should say, Imperium and Bleh.
You know what, Jason? You're my unicorn of love. And Imperium, here we are. First Sanhok of the entire event. And I am more than ready. I know I've heard a lot of people being like, you know, a couple of gentlemen on the desk as well. They're like, we don't like Sanhok, it's too chaotic. For me personally, Imperium, take me down to the Paradise Resort where the grass is green and the girls are pretty.
Love the fact that you reference Guns N' Roses. Bring it on. Welcome to the jungle, baby. We got fun and games. Now, I have a different viewpoint than Sanhok. I absolutely am against the map completely, but I am totally for a hot drop.
Look at this.
And look at this. Xavier, Rico, Infinity. Let's get this show on the road.
That's what I'm talking about with Sanhok. You do not know what you're gonna get, but what we're gonna get right now is Xavier fresh off a chicken dinner. The belly's probably feeling a little bit heavy at the moment, but they have to be quick and nimble because right up against them is going to be Rico Infinity, a team who has shown they are not going to shy away from a fight. So the SCA team going against the Mina side, they can see already Lamborghini raring to go. We're just trying to spot someone out. But right now for Rico Infinity, I gotta say, oh, that nade was very close. But they seem to have the right angles here. And unless Lamborghini is careful, it could potentially be taken down.
They do have some good angles, especially SK Ton of Rico Infinity. He's probably going to be the haymaker for Rico to control this fight in my eyes. Whereas Xavier, they have a clean 2-2 split. So in theory, Xavier, I think with their angles and that split, are in a little bit more of a comfortable position. But the stalemate is there in Paradise. What isn't the stalemate is a little bit of a fight between Cryptics and El Chapo, all the way down in Camp Charlie.
Yeah, there are a couple of simultaneous fights happening. So as I pointed out, Cryptics obviously going up against TJB, up all the way towards the north, towards Harton. I do believe Deadeye's guys are going to install with esports, but we'll get back to those fights later on, because right now, Lamborghini is going to be making contact with his opposition. The UMP is going to come to play. Just trying to be the tip of the spear in this particular attack, and there was a bit of a sneaky flank taking place, but the Xavier more than aware of the potential flank from the one member, the sole member of R8. This could be an opportunity for them to try and isolate SK Ton and take him down.
Definitely. The focus should be on taking down SK Ton for the rest of Xavier. That flank was good, but it was just a little bit too deep, and the rest of Rico didn't really create any kind of distraction or any kind of angle of pressure. But that's a beautiful nade from SK Ton. Lamborghini takes that one right to the face.
Oh my lord. The second one, he's gonna find a boat. He's gonna find that boat. SK Ton, the hunted, becomes the hunter. And all of a sudden, the tables have turned definitely against the Xavier. And now Frankie having to do a lot of work. Duck's been taking down Frankie from above, using that SMG to try and close the distance and get a knock, but he is definitely getting hunted down. Rabiz will drop, and DX are left only with Frankie alive. And there's not much he can do. He's getting surrounded, hounded, and he will fall. What a nade. What a play from SK Ton. That was perfection.
But we're not over yet. We're moving on over to the fight between Deadeye's guys and 628 and Hating. One of the Deadeye's guys players is down. That's on top. He's not on top. He's down under for the time being. 628 do have the 4 players up. One in the off angle. They're crowding in. They know exactly where Deadeye's are.
Indeed they do, and they're going to be pushing in like a well-knit unit. And from atop, oh, he's going to drop on down. Shifuster in the meantime, is he going to be spotting him out? Yes, he will Daoshi, but he needs to win this duel. Indeed, he will, and simultaneously, 2 members getting taken down for Deadeye's guys, and Shifu, he can feel his heart beating out of his chest, and he is going to be the last man standing, able to at least get a knock, but won't confirm the kill. And 628 making very, very quick work of Deadeye's guys. And we're 4 minutes in, we've already lost 2 teams, Imperium. How can you not be entertained?
I am definitely entertained. I will not deny that. But that's definitely a product of the fact that this is the very first Sanhok game of the PUBG Mobile Global Championship East, right? This is the very first time outside of scrims that really is only like 5-10% of what might really happen in a competitive setting. This is the first time these teams are meeting inside this battleground, so it was to an extent to be expected. Great fight by 628. Great fight especially by Rico, and SK Ton proving himself with that nade initial knock, and followed by a second as well to really help seal the deal. Now that the dust is settled though, we can't talk about this circle. Phase 1 is very nice. It's up in the north. It's primarily on that mainland. Yes, it can shift west for that Northwest Island. But I really like the quick rotation from Reject. Yeah, they're being put under a little bit of pressure by Stalwart, who dropped in boot camp. But I do appreciate Reject in their urgency of wanting to get into a bit of a centralized position, because if you leave it too late to rotate on phase 2, phase 3 in Sanhok, you can really get punished.
Yeah, Reject are a team who have really impressed my noob eyes when it comes to their rotations, right? They've been fantastic thus far. But a thought did strike me, Imperium. It's we have 4 teams sitting out the Super Weekend, right? And what do we know about the league stage taking place next week in a couple of days? And well, not a couple of days, but like 4 days. It's going to be Sanhok and Erangel, right?
That's true.
And they're going to be watching this particular game with their eyes peeled. They're going to be, all right, let's look at the tendencies. Let's look at what these teams are going to be up to. As attacker, I think he's got an inkling. I think it's smell Booms. But Booms lying prone. And I like this from attacker. He's not overextending. He's not going to be going over the crest of the hill. And that's going to allow Booms the opportunity to peel back to find himself some safety and regroup with the rest of his teammates. But information has been gleaned.
It's not even join up with the rest of his teammates. Genesis Dogma are massively spread out. Right now, two of their players are right down at the very bottom of the map by docks. You have Daybot is joining up closer to Boom, so that is a little bit helpful. But Genesis Dogma are in no way positioned to take this fight against Tong Xiaobao. So I do appreciate that Boom was in some way able to move away without being shot at.
Absolutely. I just took a glance at where Genesis Dogma are, but fortunately for them, Imperium, they are going to be regrouping. So, and in the meantime, Booms has done a very good job of kind of being the recon guy for his team. He's gathered information that TJB are atop that hill. And
the good thing, sorry to cut you off,
No,
the
go
good
on.
thing for Genesis is that TJB might not be aware of where all of the players of Genesis are. So that surprise attack from Snickle and Sitar could really pay off for them.
And there we go. Booms will unload onto H-Sir. He's looking for the finish as well. Position compromised. He waited for as long as he could and realizes that now is the time for him to strike. And that's going to force TJB to make a play. H-Sir, though, getting shot from afar by Booms is going to finish him off. And that's a good reply coming from Longs. Not quite able to confirm the knock. However, attacker is so very low as well. And they were just being lying, just curled up in the grass. And when they strike TJB, they look like they were caught with their pants down. Longs taken down. An attacker in Manhand, they have to just, well, as Iron Maiden so eloquently put, run for the hills.
Run for your life, and that's exactly what they're going to do. One thing I've noted about Genesis Dogma when I watched them in the past, and they pull this off perfectly, a prime example, is when Genesis Dogma make a play, they make it so quickly. You saw straight off the initial knock, the rest of the team were there to join up as a team and to get into a much stronger position. They don't take that for granted. Genesis Dogma are so good in those moments, and they proved it there. So really great play from the Indonesian team, and it's great to see them show up. Phase 2 has popped up. It's centralized quite nicely on the mainland. You still have Rico and Paradise, which does make sense with how delayed their movement would have been away from Paradise with the fight they had against the Xavier. DRS are in an absolutely beautiful position to the east of Paradise. And I also like Infinity's spread because I think it's a little bit more prepared for, let's say, 6 to 8 moving from Hating.
Indeed could be the play here. They are spread a bit thin, but like you said, you know, there's still quite a bit of time to work with.
For sure.
They get that for sure. So spotting out a couple of members of Nova in the distance, and it is going to be Reject. Well, they're going to be just kind of ruining Nova's day. Paraboy was looking to, you know, somehow res his teammate, but I like this from RC. They're aware there's one member of Nova knocked down. They're aware of Paraboy is. They don't have eyes on Order and King, which is why they are being a little bit more tempered in their approach. Spread quite thin. Reiji as well, all the way up north. You can see on your screens, and he's going to be getting an angle. But Nova, okay, still early days, still very early days here in the Super Weekend. But compared to the start they had during the league stage, they have looked almost like a different team altogether, Imperium.
Yeah, but if you think back to the previous PMGC, right, they weren't exactly looking super hot in the league stage as well. You know, they were looking quite flat. They know when to turn up the heat. Of course,
right.
I'm not saying they're not trying, but they will know when to massively turn up the heat.
There we
And
go.
Order did exactly just that with a double knock on the Sarah and Rejo. So paid the price off a bit of a poor push on that vehicle. And now we see the hands, the advantages in the arms of Nova.
Well, they did turn up the heat, right as you said. It could not have been better timed.
Jesus.
As Nova, just a casual 2K there, 2 eliminations, and with that, the reject will have to, just have to kind of backtrack. Left just licking the wounds. Going to be a little not too happy with that, as you pointed out.
Yeah.
Imperium not really well thought out the way they approached that particular duel. Maybe being a little too disrespectful of Nova, and Nova reminding them who they are. Stalwart
Exactly.
and TJB, the stats we have over here, very neck to neck in the average rankings. Damage-wise, the Stalwart were just so dominant.
Yeah, if you even think back of a graphic that popped up a few minutes ago, 3 of the Stalwart players are in the top 5 of the kill leaderboard right now. That is massive. I don't think I've seen that quite heavily before. I know it's early on in Super Weekend, but when we think of giant teams in different regions, such as Alpha 7, such as Navi, for example, I've never quite seen that so early into a major tournament. So that does show how good Stalwart have been across the 3 games so far.
For sure. Right now, though, and here's one thing. Here's one more point I just wanted to bring up as well, and I think it's perfect time. And this is something Tarzan brought up on the desk as well. You know, when it comes to just playing out in the blue and healing, right? Kind of, trying to go for the position placements. It can kind of catch you off guard how much damage the blue can deal, right? If you, especially on a map like Sanhok, it's so small, and the very first time you face the blue, you're like, oh, just a first zone. No, it's not. It's a 3rd or 4th, and before you know it, you're just bleeding out of the open.
Yeah, dead right, because the blue zone does close in quicker on Sanhok compared to the other map, so it can catch some players out a little bit in towards the mid part of the game. So I'm glad you bring up that point. I'm curious to see how teams will, of course, look to adapt to that. The next phase popped up, and it did go down towards the south east. Ban is still in play. Paradise Resort is now on the cusp of the circle in the northwest side. It still leaves DRS in a very good position. Just as Dogma have a lot of space in front of them once they get rid of Cryptics.
Oh, absolutely. Like, whoever comes out on top of this particular fight, as you pointed out, this is prime free real estate for the taking. And Marshall not expecting Satar to pop his head out from that little depression. The timing could not have been worse, and Marshall caught with a nade in his hand, and with a nade, he might be finished off. Oh, there we go. Almost finished off. And eventually, Booms will make quick work of him. So, if I'm Cryptics, though, considering they were getting gatekept there by Genesis Dogma, they weren't quite able to find an angle or an avenue back inside of the play zone. So they're still going to be sticking around in the blue. And as we said earlier, just a couple of minutes back, the blue can suddenly become your worst enemy, as even more than the team is gatekeeping you at the moment.
Yeah, and Cryptics are no stranger to the blue zone. They normally pull out a bit of a heel strat with El Chapo, but I do need to compliment them on that rotation in the previous phase. I don't think it was massively like their fault that they lost a player. I thought that adaptability of the circle shifting down the southeast and primarily going for what is the less congested part of the map down the south. It just happens to be that Genesis Dogma are there waiting in the shadows and have been there for a decent period of time, so they are a lot more settled and ready for a fight, and that's exactly what they took to Cryptics. Moving on, we see 6-8 being put under a lot of pressure. They moved into the mainland from that northwest island, and Stalwart are doing exactly what they do best, taking a couple of shots, getting a couple of knocks, and making some noise.
Making quite a bit of noise, the battle of the STEs. And meantime, Satar, he's been harassing Cryptics for quite a while, but then Once Cryptics found their way, managed to kind of find their way inside of the safe zone, they found Satar out in the open, and that's when he realized that, uh-oh, I might be in a bit of a pickle, and they're going to finish him off. So trades will take place, a little bit delayed from Cryptics, but they do find a kill eventually on a member of Genesis Dogma. In the meantime, Genesis Dogma still continuing this bit of a battle, and Cryptics, while a couple of them have managed to find themselves comparative safety, there's still one member out in the blue, and is going to try and find his way all the way from behind as Lazy Boy gets caught out in the open. And Cryptics, he can't afford to lose members like this, and Lazy Boy so far away. He had so many other possible angles he could have taken. Instead, he gets knocked. In the meantime, though, 4 rivals going up against some opposition, and it is indeed going to be MS Chonburi. Back and forth the trades will be, and looking at the circle shift, Nova are in a prime position. I don't think they've budged yet thus far.
They hadn't budged just yet, but now they sent order down to the compound that's very in the central part of the circle. So I think he's kind of creating that anchor point position for the rest of the team. Compliments and props to Genesis Dogma, recognizing that Cryptics would probably rotate to the other side of Quarry, so there was still going to be the opportunity to get a bit of a knock on board. So they didn't forget about what was behind them, and they also still sent 2 players much closer to this next circle shift, and it's paid off as TG13 gets a glorious double knock on the 4 rivals. How do you like them apples?
I don't think they're enjoying them apples right now in TG13. Out in the blue, bear in mind the blue is brutal at the moment, and for TG13, he's going to try and patch himself up. It's now a 2v1 at the moment for TG13. This is an opportunity to strike. He could just wipe them all out. Another well-placed nade is all he needs. He's going to cook it. I think he has an idea, but no, it might be a little bit off to the side. But now he's going to go for the play, pushing on. There you have it. He finishes them both off and gets yet another knock in TG13. Bear in mind, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages watching it right now, this is a 1 versus 4 against the 4 rivals, and a Molotov as well. He's just harassing the side of 4 rivals, where the 1 member left standing, he's too far away. There's nothing he can do. And TG13 is basically 1v3'd 4 rivals. This is just absolute scenes we're witnessing here in Sanhok.
He should change his IGN to PG18 because the amount of violence he just dealt to 4 rivals, that was 18 plus levels of violence. So really well played and great solo effort as Rico Infinity battling with the blue, going up against Stalwart. Top is knocked down, but they have to push either side. This could be the end of Stalwart. It's going to seem to be the case. Although SK Ton is going to be the last player up. He's able to get the kill, and that is going to be Stalwart out of the game.
Great push coming in from Rico Infinity. Sure, they do suffer a couple of casualties, but they're going to be happy with how that one panned out. Infinity now getting gate kept by Team Secret. Team Secret have all their members alive, mind you, and they're doing great work. Just, you know, rattling a few bullets and moving in 1 by 1. So you have a player peeling back, and then the second teammate is going to provide covering fire, and there you have it. 1 by 1, Infinity do start to fall as we take a look at the next zone. It's going to be a couple of compounds, and RC are going to be pretty happy, but they have to now go up against their old nemesis in the form of Nova once more.
And who's best to start things off? That's Powerboy from the other side of the road, gets an opening knock onto Duello, and then the other 2 players are now going to push on in. Nora, or Order should I say, throws a nade. Isn't really going to connect for the time being, and through the building, Powerboy is now going to join up. It's 3v2. Very nicely done by Nova for the time being, because more importantly in my eyes, they've made it into the circle, and I think that is a little bit more important. They don't have to worry about the blue when it starts closing in, which it already has.
For sure, TG13 will finally fall, but what a valiant last stand that was from him, getting 3 kills as well in a place where he had no business getting them. Incredible utility usage. And Reject is still getting harassed by the nades, and there you have it, Nova. It was Reject who got the first kill on the Nova, and then Nova make, well, not necessarily quick work, but they eventually wipe out Reject from the server. It was prolonged work, Imperium.
And now we see a battle inside the blue between DRS and Team Secret. That always reminds me of the beautiful play Team Secret made back in the PMGC when they were healing up in the blue Sanhok and was able to steal a chicken dinner away from Blue Bees. It's not going to be the same this time around, as Team Secret do lose their life and DRS win out on that one. We are left with 8 teams, 17 players as 4 rivals go down.
Zone is going to be the MVP of this particular map, looking at the number of players falling to the blue. Mafia Ninja as well will bid us goodbye. We're down to the final 6 teams. 15 players still alive, though. El Chapo, Lazy Boy from Cryptics, somehow able to claw their way into the blue, but they still have to go up against their eternal nemesis in the form of Genesis Dogma and Booms. He knows there's another player nearby, but they also have to move in. The blue right at their heels and holding the line, ensuring that they go no further. It is going to be Enigma Galaxy from the grass, rattling of bullets, and Snicel's been spotted out as well. A laser beam from Freak, and there is no way in for Genesis Dogma.
It's a fact that Enigma hold on to so many different angles is so good, but the third party's become the third party. The 628 Yu Yang, the hero of the day for his team back in the PEL, able to get a lovely knock. Freak is left on his own.
You said it right. They're getting shot at by multiple teams right now. And Freak, well, they've done a good job keeping Genesis Dogma at bay, but Freak will fall as Order. They're starting to come alive late game here. Genesis Dogma, Nicel, how much longer can he stay alive is the question. Out in the blue, he's bleeding out, and he is a lone man standing for Genesis Dogma, as it is going to be the 2 Chinese teams. That is, of course, 628 and Nova. You can see on the screens. God, can't forget, there's still a couple of teams still in contention, but right now, it's going to come down to the 2 Chinese sides.
Yeah, Roof is healing in the blue. Genesis Dogma are healing in the blue. There's one... No, sorry, there's not now one other team. It is just the 2 teams healing in the blue. And like you said, Nova going to be going up against 628. When you're looking at the position in the circle, in my eyes, Nova do have the advantage because they're a little bit more in the downhill area. So 628 are a tiny bit further away from the circle. And I think Order has that angle which could really put a lot of pressure into 628. At the end of the day, it is a 3v3.
It is a 3v3. There is a bit of a battle going on between Tunny and Rof as well from Infinity and Enigma Galaxy. But the more exciting one is, of course, going to be these 2 Chinese squads going up against each other. Nova has spotted out the players in the form of 628. Nades are going to be lobbed back and forth, primarily from Nova's side. Order's kind of low in health, though. He needs to patch himself up. But 628 is just moving in and using the rock as well. They're pushing further in, and this is not comfortable for Nova at all. They're out in the open. They only have the trees for cover. And STE, they can just pretty much just mow the lawn, so to speak, with their rifles. Those incendiaries, however, are going to make life very, very uncomfortable for a couple of members. She's burning alive. He's got a drop and roll, but fortunately for him, he will eventually put the fires out, but they have managed to get a knock onto Nova. So for the time being, it is a 2v3 barely, though, and Powerboy, he could strike right now. He's going to stand up, but he gets put down to his knees. 1 man remains for Nova. It's all in order. STE moving in for the finish. Can they find it? Dowsey switches to the M4, but from afar, Rolf's going to take a shot at Rolf. He just might steal this one away, but he won't. The blue will end him, and somehow, Imperium, somehow, Enigma Galaxy gets 2nd place. What?
Oh my god. Okay, so firstly, 628, they didn't have the circle towards the end, but they played that game as if they really wanted to win it. They dealt with kind of the mollies that were coming their way, but they bided their time. 1 golden nade helped really kind of open that door against Nova, and they came out on top. Like, just absolutely wild. But there was 2 teams that pulled off a big heal strat towards the end of that game. It was Enigma, and it was Infinity. It got themselves into the top 4. More importantly, Enigma Roof getting his team 2nd place, extra 2 placement points because of that heal, and Nova went down in 3rd. It was wild, absolutely wild.
I know. I still don't get why people don't enjoy Sanhok. Sure, you do wind up with like 3 or 4 teams at the very end and healing out in the blue, which might not make for great entertainment, at least at the beginning. I mean, Imperium, that was one of the most action-packed beginnings we've seen thus far in all the games.
It was a shot of adrenaline right from the offset, right? We had 2 battles at the start in Paradise Resort, and down in actually 3 battles Paradise Resort, Camp Charlie, and we saw Ting, where the winners of the game 6-8 came out on top against Deadeye's guys, and then they were able to recover. They were put under a little bit of pressure coming into the circle, I believe, by Stalwart, where they got a kill, but it wasn't enough to really kind of take them down. And 6-8 realized that if you don't get rid of us, we're going to punish you, and that's exactly what they did to the whole lobby. So really well played from 6-8 throughout that game. But the team that I was probably impressed with the most was Genesis Dogma. They played so good on this Sanhok game, probably like as an individual team, the best Genesis Dogma game we've seen so far in the PMGC.
Oh yeah, and they're definitely a team I'm gonna be keeping an eye out for going deeper into the Super Weekend. But yeah, like I think one of the coolest things you get to see on a map like Sanhok, and obviously I'm talking about out of my butt over here, is it kind of like there's certain teams, right, which rely on the rotations. A team that comes to mind, for example, is going to be DRS, or like playing the edge of the blue and whatnot. But it does are able to adapt on the fly, who have who are able to think on their feet, and more importantly, who have like the fundamentals of team fights. I'm talking about good spacing, just this this really good comms coming in, and we saw that from Nova. Even when it looked like things were kind of grim for them, the way they were able to bounce back and just completely eliminate whatever opposition they face, just such a great thing to see.
It was, and I do have to give props to Reject, because I think they positioned themselves really well in the first couple of circles where they were able to punish Nova from Painan, but in the end that one mistake proved to be their end, and Nova took that advantage and put themselves to third.
Well, of course, we do have the panel, and of course Jason Kaplan as the leader of men on that desk to break down what was, in my opinion, one of the most fun games we've had the opportunity to cast.
Leader of men. I'm not quite sure about that one, though my prediction was decent. There on the end of the desk here, over in that direction, Professor Tarzan getting himself the prediction correctly with 6-8, able to take home the first place. There's so many things to break down, honestly, from this one. But Tarzan, since you were correct, I'll let you open up to where you want to go with this discussion.
I think it's about tendencies of teams that we are already seeing from Phase 1 in what they decide to do and not do. And I think Kalaras would agree, because his pick was 4 rivals and they took that Ruins position, and there's only a few rotation routes, and you can see they did not attempt to even look at Trifecta and went for some really risky rotations. But we also see, on the other hand, something that worked out, for example, for Enigma Galaxy doing the signature tanking of 2-3 phases, then a wide rotation into the Barn and Lakawi side, and transition into heel strat like we mentioned before this game.
Yeah, and honestly, we actually had an in-depth discussion about Enigma Galaxy. Why don't we just bring it up now while we were watching the game? Let's just do it here. I mean, Rauf, we were talking about staying together as 3 for the zone or keeping one person out the heel strat. And Claris, I think we came to like a decent conclusion of why you would do that in this situation.
Yeah, we came to a decent conclusion, but I still disagree. All right, here's the reason. I get and I understand why you would kind of go for these plays, playing the laws of averages, getting yourself towards a podium finish. But I still do think if Ralph is with the other members of Enigma Galaxy in those moments towards the end, you could potentially play for a win. It might not necessarily come to you. You might get yourself, 4th, 5th place or whatever, but I'm all about playing for the win personally, but I do understand. And also, by the way, as an aside, ridiculous line of sight that Ralph actually had on that final fight. I can't believe that he knocked some people from that angle. That was nuts.
I was hoping for the caster curse there to come into effect. You're like, yeah, but you're not going to win games if you do this. And then he knocks 2 players out of STE, almost closed out the last. But it was fantastic indeed. And I think, Professor Tarzan, you were talking about like tendencies earlier on, and some tendencies out of Enigma Galaxy of kind of not using a leapfrog strategy, I think you said.
So I think it's opposed to what James said. It was about Enigma Galaxy's usual style that caused them to need, a strategy like that. Like for other teams who like this sort of leapfrog, it allows a plan B, to adjust. But because they love point-to-point rotation so much, that they definitely need someone to heal, because it's so likely that the other 3 who are sending into zone can just die just like that.
Yeah, well, either way, I mean, Nova, we obviously got to see a fight between them and Reject, and a crazy nade again to end things out, having to kind of, leapfrog from compound to compound. But in the end, like, what's your big takeaways? I mean, again, it's our first Sanhok here in PMGC. I don't know if you can take away a ton, but we did see some teams definitely invest quite heavily into Hune in the blue zone. But I feel like that's kind of how the meta's gone on this map.
A few things I think is fair to say. Obviously, I'll get onto ST in a moment here, but for Rivals, Professor Tarzan already mentioned it as my pick. Despite them being so close to that starting circle, you're still having hard times getting into the circle. And you saw it here. They were hesitant. They didn't exactly know who was ahead of them at Trifecta, so they were cautious going through that Northwest Island. That's Sanhok. That's how hard it is, because we can see the map. We know what's going on, but they cannot. So you've got to be ultra cautious on Sanhok. And then STE, huge recovery potential from them on the northwest side here to be able to then get down in towards that angle. I think very, very well done by STE to make that room, make that recovery on a volatile battleground to find themselves the win.
Okay, well, gentlemen, we had STE able to take our first double chicken dinner in a day. We'll find out if they can take a third, though, as we head to a short break and come back with our final match of the day here in just a few.
Danny, ready for abstract.
Лед — это отличное место, чтобы остаться наедине со своими мыслями, для того, чтобы sfokusироваться.
Só me vem Dubai na cabeça. Aí eu olho o Discord, Loops classificado. Aí caiu a casa.
Tem melhor.
Menurut gue tim Nova juara mulu, gila. Gue bosen sampai lihat dia juara.
而且上个问题可以重新来一遍。特别强的队伍嘛，其实我们中国的战队其实就我们两个战队一块去的嘛，然后感觉双方都是很厉害。
在 PMGC 夺得冠军后，只有2个方向可以走，要么是继续保持胜利，要么是其他队伍击败你。
Kalau Jimmy tuh kayak gue, menurut gue ya, para boy kayak Bagas dan Order tuh kayak playstyle mereka tuh mirip kayak kita bertiga sih.
Но в этот раз я увереннее буду, чем китайцы и вообще наша команда, потому что мы тренируемся столько же, сколько и они, и так же, как они. А больше у нас, по сути, конкурентов нету, кроме как китайцы.
Muitos aí julgam fora, como eu já disse. E hoje eu posso dizer que eu sou um novo carrilho.
me write that.
You could be like trying to figure out what is exactly behind the Maxman curse, you know? Who is Maxman? Where does he come from? All that
Is
kind
he
of
a
stuff.
demon?
Is he even real? Look at the refilming, have fun, tell me how it goes.
Hi, Jason.
Hey Kaya, how you doing? Long time no talk.
Pretty good. And you?
Not bad, not bad. How's things down there?
Trying to get ready for this new split, this new year, you know. How are you preparing yourself for the next PMPL?
I'm really excited. PMGC finished, and I can't wait to get this new year underway.
Definitely, definitely.
Honestly, Kaya, PMGC, I still don't know what the hell really happened. I mean, you had Loops get disqualified and disbanded, and then you had Alpha 7 finish 9th place with Carrillo there with the team supporting them in the finals. Like, what's going on with the Brazilian scene? I got to cover them. I know how good they are.
I think everyone is kind of shocked right now. They're still trying to figure out what really happened, and I don't think we're going to know it so soon. It's a great opportunity for all of them to get a new start, a fresh start, to show what they're capable of and to be on the top. Now that there is no loops to be on the top of everything, it's a chance for everyone to get better results, to, I don't know, to try to beat the new loops or something like that.
Okay, well, I mean, getting better is a good sign, but like, can they compete against Nova, 4 Angry Men, like Bigatron? There were so many teams above them, and a lot of teams we never expected to be better than them. Look at Zeus.
Definitely Alpha 7 is the strongest team we have right now, because they went to PMGC as well. But there are a lot of good teams on Red Souls, like Dragons, Vivo Cage, Influence Rage, which is a great team as well. I think they all might surprise us.
Yeah, Kaya, honestly, I appreciate you so much. Like, you give us such good info for the shows and some really good background, and I really appreciate how you have your ear to the ground.
I'll call you again. Bye.
All right, talk to you soon.
Loop's having a little bit of a meeting here about what they're going to spend their $20,000 on from qualifying in 6th place. Let us pray. What are you going to spend your share of the 20K on? Oh, I don't know, I think. Not yet, not yet. But either way, they will stay strong. Taking 3 shots on towards Carrillo. He knows he wins these trades. Still vibing. They're absolutely vibing. We'll have to get a double check on that. Someone needs to give them a little bit of a pep talk. Yeah, there they are. They are still vibing. I can confirm the Loop's vibe continues. Spots the weird ritual, and we'll take the points.
Dá maleta. Sai de fininho, vai. Mete bala. Nice, é isso.
Bom, acredito que para ser um jogador profissional não tem segredo. Basta ter muita dedicação, foco e força de vontade.
I feel like if you're not one of those who have participated in these big past events, then you're gonna crack under that pressure. Or maybe, again, you turn out to be a diamond and you turn out to get into PMGC and win the whole thing and make a dynasty of your own.
PUBG Mobile fans around the world, welcome to the 2021 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. To the top teams across all regions, we have a message for you. The Middle East. You have proven your worth. Now, make your formidable debut on the PMGC stage. South Korea, forget the past. This year, show the world you've ascended. Remind the world of South Korea's raw talent. Japan, you came so close last year. But what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Bring it back better than ever. The Americans, you're the alpha dogs that dominated the West. Now, lead the pack on the world stage. Southeast Asia, you took down so many strong teams on your journey to the top. It's time for a comeback on the global stage. Europe, it's now or never. Push your limits and surprise us all. This is the moment to create your legacy. South Asia, you were the dark horse of 2020. Amaze those who would underestimate you again. China, you carry the crown of last year's PMGC. Now, with everyone's eyes on you once more, can you secure back-to-back victories? PMGC needs a champion. The world needs a champion. Who will stand victorious in the end? Who will be next to glory?
And that's kind of speaks to me a lack of confidence. Like, where is the Bigatron I knew before? The battering ram coming from Southeast Asia. This time they just try slip on past undetected, but 4 rivals. They've got the bead. The nades are coming through. Oh my lord, Nigma Galaxy ruin the Infinity. Break out wide and a lovely nade, beautifully timed, finds Jasper and a Molotov as well to follow it up. Gets the burn down, in goes the spray, and Attacker lives up to the nade with a quick 1-2 around the side. There's backup from the team and Manhand seals the deal, but no boosters for Duello. 1 versus 2 still, the nade over the top. Looks to go high, looks to plant perfectly, but the nade is better.
Oh, it's on
coming
him!
through, and it is right on the money. 4 rivals able to take down Reject. Deal with
Brilliant nade. And now it's a 2v3. This is Jewel with almost an instant knock coming in.
Oh,
He's
you
gotta
die.
find the boat.
No
He's
way!
gotta find the pole, and he gets it with a shotgun. Oh my lord.
Important that they take out what's behind them, which is 4 rivals and Genesis Dogland.
Somehow the final surviving member of 628 still dealing out damage are getting just third party by multitude of teams. All 3 other surviving teams taking shots at Nova as Ponzai in the meantime returns fire onto 2 members of Enigma Galaxy. Enigma Galaxy are down to a 1-man squad.
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration and the first steps. I am the 1+9.
Well, we are back here now, almost about to get into our 5th and final match of our first day of our first Super Weekend. And I'm joined by Claris and by Professor Tarzan here on the very end, as we've been covering all the action, of course, across today. And 628, just to reiterate one more time for you, because I can tell that not everyone out there heard us say this the first time, the first team to take 2 chicken dinners in a day here in PMGC 2021 East League. And we're going to find out if maybe they can take a third, or maybe another team can join them here. Maybe Stalwart Esports. Who knows? Maybe we'll have 2 STE double chicken dinners in the day.
Wow.
Yeah. It's dominant, isn't it, by the STE boys, be it one way or another. But Xaviers as well showing up, not too bad. But I do like how 628 were able to play out this. Sanhok, I think that the recovery over on that west side was the most important factor in that. And to be able to make that happen against some of the teams that are crushing down on you is very, very splendid. So, yeah, kudos to them for being able to make this happen here.
I think on the
a
other
perfect
side
time,
of the map-
Tarzan, too, right?
Yes. Yes, oh, definitely. But some of these teams haven't found the timings yet. There's not even maybe a decent drop spot. We talked about how Farm and Milta is a bit more open due to certain teams not being in the Super Weekend. It's still a little bit chaotic, to say the least. And of course, like, Yasna is always quite chaotic in their own manner, but we need to find out whether that will continue.
Yeah, and I think chaos is definitely a good way to put it, especially when it comes to Sanhok. But I think overall, like, at the end of today, when we go into tomorrow, I feel like we should see a difference in play out of almost, well, I'd say a lot of teams, right? They should, air quotes, have a better understanding of how the lobby is going to play out, how the drop spots are going to be, how the rotations might work out for them. Because remember, it's just, you're playing against the same 15 other teams day in and day out when it comes to Super Weekends. You don't rotate in and worry, okay, who's not playing this one? Okay, that's going to be open. We're going to go here. But I am interested to see, like, which are the teams that are going to adapt the quickest and improve the quickest. And I think that's where we're going to find out who the best teams are going to be, especially into, obviously, day 2 and day 3.
Yeah, especially with Erangel being such a focal point. It's today is, I mean, I have already said it over the course of our first 3 days of gameplay overall, there has been a lot of hard shifts. It has been rough on the teams, but also our Erangel circles have not been super common. I mean, you get your field endings, yeah, they sometimes happen, and they can be rough themselves, but then the shooting range ending, that is not common by any stretch of the imagination. So watching the teams have to solve these puzzles that they may not have constantly had thrown at them all the time, I think is really cool.
Yeah, and Tarzan, I mean, again, we keep doing it. Adaptability, go.
Yeah, I mean, that is, sorry about that, but yes, for finishes like that, that is the key, right? I think it's so interesting to see some of these endings because it relies on playing not just the usual skills. It's almost like years and years of playing this game, of playing almost other modes of the game, where you need to know, okay, that is a very good spot, that's a really good rock. I keep going back to these small details because it keeps coming in quite importantly, and don't know what's going to happen in this last one, obviously, but the macro and tendencies they are forming, I want them to be exploited by some of these other teams.
Yeah, and that's a good point, actually, realizing that if you have the same play every single time, the same rotation, teams will take advantage of that. And I feel like we did get to see a little bit of that, actually, in PMPL Western Europe, Kalaris. I think it was like Big, Unicorns of Love, and I think there was one more team in there that kind of tend to rotate the same way, which caused a lot of clashes very early on in maps like Erangel.
It was Destiny, I think, that you're referring to. Big and Destiny kept clashing
there
on
we
the
go.
rotations. Yeah, I mean, something that kind of you could draw a parallel to is here on Erangel is the Infinity Rejects potential bridge camps that we may see go down. We already saw them in scrims. We saw them a little bit potentially. I think it was day 2 of League play as well, but Infinity knew better, which is cool to see, and we've actually seen come to fruition here in these couple of games with them doing so well. They just backed off because they know that Rejects is really good on something like that bridge camp. So they're changing up some moves, being able to avoid some of those moments where they think that they're going to lose 2, 3, maybe even a whole squad right up on those rotations. And I think those kinds of adaptations, as Tarzan is referring to here, are fantastic.
And to be fair, we can carry that same type of chaos, like or dynamics potentially over to the other bridge as well, because we talked about an unstable Milta and Farm, but we also have on the other side a very stable and very predictable Stalwart Esports who would go to Novo, right? So that is another point that could be very volatile, I would say, and it could add even more colors because at some point someone needs to stop this team. Like there will be at some point where we may need to take a certain team out, and that is where you can do it. Like they constantly cross that bridge in that manner around the same timing, and I really want a change for some of these other teams to maybe take them down.
Yeah, and I hope we at one point get to see that. I feel like teams are always so hesitant to hot drop on top of each other, you know, to force fights early on. They'd rather, okay, let's just play safe, play our game instead of trying to mess up someone else's game. which makes it a little bit sad sometimes. And obviously, you know, fans get a little bit crazy saying, why are you focusing my team and stuff like that. But I once again want to give a quick little shout out here while we do have the time before the next match kicks off to OnePlus, our official sponsor here of the PUBG Mobile Global Championship, with its flagship performance, an immersive 120Hz display and HyperTouch technology made specifically for gamers. The OnePlus 9 and 9 Pro are your best shot to climb the leaderboards. And I'm so glad Kalaris next to me does not have his phone ready to show me and make me jealous once again of his oh my gosh, he has it. How dare you? How did you have it so close to you? I thought I'd catch you completely off guard. Just like some teams might be caught off guard here in our final match. And I almost want to do predictions. I almost don't, because we've seen one of us today is, well, I guess technically I've been up and down. A certain one of us has been down. And the other one has been correct. I'm not calling anyone out. They never would have known Kalaris. They never would have had an idea. But one thing we can talk about is our Super Weekend rankings. At the end of 4 matches now played, you can see here, 6-2-8, first place, 59.
Yeah, which is very, very impressive. And come on, you know, only the best people own OnePlus phones. But anyway, we've got ourselves, yeah, as you say, STO up at the top, 2 chicken dinners, 59 points. But what is more amazing to me is actually Infinity and 4 Rivals being where they are without chicken dinners. I think great stuff by them so far in terms of points they've put up, especially Infinity, as we were talking about some of the adaptations that they're slowly working into their play against a lobby that, again, you've mentioned it before, Jason, it's the best in the world.
Yeah, 100%. Neighbor Galaxy, sorry, I just wanted to look at a couple of other teams that we saw do exceptionally well when it came to league play. 12th place, they have improved a little bit where they're down towards the bottom of the table, but one team that hasn't really impressed me, unfortunately, that I expected honestly a lot more out of, MS Chonburi. Again, came in from PMGC points from Indonesia. They beat out the likes of Bigatron, because Bigatron obviously missed a super weekend. I think it was like week 2. I wanted to see bigger things out of them. The problem is they've gotten 0 placement points. So they are getting wiped out so early every single match here, Tarzan, that they can't really play that late game style.
It's a huge, huge yikes. Like, I can't imagine going through a whole day without one single placement. But I think here's the thing. It's almost like you can play heal strat on every single map, and you should be able to get at least 1 point, right? But they're trying to do something else. And maybe we can start by playing smart around Yasnaya. Of course, that's where they got some of the elimination points as well, and they've only got 5 now. I don't know, guys. Like, I feel like they had some decent plays going maybe from day 2 of this league play, but today they are pretty much non-existent.
Yeah, and well, we need to see some teams step up a little bit more. I mean, we're having some teams kind of just continually play the same kind of results. I mean, Cryptics, for example, we did see them finish, I believe, around 9th place, which is actually sitting at now. So funny enough, they're kind of exactly where they were when it came to league play. But if you think about the buffer, I think that's where my mind's focused on. MS Chonburi at 5 points, just to go back to them really quickly. They have to be very careful. If they continue on this pace, we're looking at potentially 15, 20 points on the entire Super Weekend. Yeah. If they don't qualify next Super Weekend, or even if they do, you have the likes of FaZe Clan, the likes of Bigatron, the likes of Damwon, the likes of BC Swell ready to hop back into the Super Weekend for their first time and to pass you or challenge you. And you got to be top 16 at the end of our 3 Super Weekends to make it into our league finals.
I'm not too concerned about MS Chonburi just yet. I think that they've got difficult drops that they have to deal with. Erangel is one in Yasnaya. That's annoying. On the west side of Sanhok that we just watched, that's kind of annoying if the circle shifts over towards mainland, and they got caught constantly by 4 Rivals in the previous game. That's not a team you want to be going up against, and when you're getting caught in 2-2 situations and you're constantly getting naded like they were, that's not great either. They can make adjustments to be able to negate some of these things, and in Yasnaya on Erangel, they've won the fights out against DRS before, so I don't see why that wouldn't change.
Tarzan?
It's tricky. It's tricky. I feel like I want to go slightly at a different angle as opposed to Kalaris's, because 9 out of 15 games, you're going to Yasnaya. And if we just look at map feeds and whatnot, it's almost like you can, more than half of the game, you know they are starting there and they're either going this side or that side. It's extremely easy to punish, and I feel like as someone who loves digging into these, I want to see some teams maybe who love to play around school Rozok or whatnot to really exploit that. I think right now this is the new type of aggression. Is not to hot drop on you in phase 1, is to choke you off based on your patterns in phase 1, and that thing carries you a long way if you can do that properly.
Yeah, and exploiting mistakes, exploiting weaknesses on rotates is very important out of all these teams, just like it's important to head into that final match. Throw it on back over to Imperium Blood to take it away for you at home.
Thank you for that once again, Jason. And we're not going to be wasting any time here in Imperium. We're going to be jumping in straight into the final map of the day of day one of the very first Super Weekend. And we do have an interesting playing path. It's going to be a little bit more further north compared to... We've seen a few wonky playing paths, as most of it has been kind of south-oriented thus far in Erangel.
Yeah, it's nice to see something different, and we're coming into this final game, so we can take a little bit of stock at what we've seen so far today and teams that have stood out in either a good way or a bad way. Definitely 150%, 628 and the Affinity have been the two standout teams in my eyes. 21, 22, 0 and 9 points for the Affinity across their first 4 games, and 628, 23, 10, 1 and 25. And as the desk correctly pointed out, 628 currently the only team with 2 chicken dinners in one day so far in the PMGC. And then on the other end, MS Chambori, they have definitely failed to deliver. It's more the fact, Blair, that they only have 5 points in 4 games. When you're talking about that kind of like top 16 after 3 Super Weekends making it into the finals, it does put their journey to that top 16, I have to say, at quite a heavy risk. I know it's only the first Super Weekend and the first day, but it does.
Oh yeah, it could sneakily just, catch up on you before you realize it. You're like, oh crap, we're more than halfway through, we're still in the bottom of the table, and suddenly you're not feeling very comfortable. Suddenly you have even more pressure heading into week 2, the league stage. We will, however, have an early first blood being drawn here, of course, by Lamborghini, catching booms from Genesis Dogma, a team who have been, as you pointed out in the green room earlier, Imperium, they've been very, very consistent thus far.
They have. It hasn't been light up the game type of consistency or performance, but they've had 4, 8, 9, and 10. So very solid middle of the pack performances, and it does put them in a pretty good position in the overall standings. It's good. They can build upon it. That's the important thing. When you have a certain stability in performance, you can build on that. And we even saw it in the Sanhok game. I highlighted how they played the edge of the circles really well. They were aggressive. They were controlling. They made it work.
Oh, Power Boy from the distance, though. Look at the knock. He's gonna just wait for his teams for a couple of seconds and then go in for the push. He's gonna go for a bit of a roundabout way, and I like the way he's moving around. He's not going to be out in the open, not exposing himself to, just a shot coming in from Logan. And I love this on Powerboy. He wants to confirm the kill. At the same time, he is being wary of a trade coming in from Infinity. As DRS now going with Rabis, who is struggling to somehow keep all four wheels of that car on terra firma. But it looks like he will be able to kind of pull off his escape as DRS, surprisingly, already on the move, considering Yasnaya is in the zone, and we know they're a team notorious for sticking around for as long as possible, but it looks like they're feeling it today, Imperium, which will definitely be something very happy, very surprising for any DRS fans out there.
Yeah. The desk highlighted the golden word, adaptability, and I think DRS, despite them again not having insanely good performance, I think they have adapted quite well in this Super Weekend to rotations, to exit strategies in these circles. And when they're dropping in a city with another team, it is important that you're able to disengage away nicely without too much trouble. Nova, on the other hand, though, they are looking for a fight. They pick up another kill onto the Infinity. This is a crazy last game of the day. It seems like the shackles are off, and maybe there's a little bit of influence from Sanhok.
Yeah, it feels like a less tropical Sanhok. I mean, look at what's happening. Infinity are getting hunted by Nova, and now Infinity are hunting Reject. So it's a bit topsy-turvy. It's not quite making sense, but thankfully, Imperium, our job is just to yapper away. It's a job of the desk to break down what happened here early. Oh, Zara needs to be careful, but fortunately for him, Uzi will have to go for the reload. Still a chance. One bullet is all he needs, but somehow RC will stay alive. 3 members still very much alive, and bear in mind, Sarah has nothing on him. Absolutely nothing. And we're 5 minutes in.
I don't know exactly what has happened with a couple of these teams. I'm aware that, okay, I'll kind of extend more on what I was going to say earlier on is Newsy, maybe they're quite angry at getting caught out by Powerboy and the rest of Nova, that they want to deal a little bit of damage onto another team. It's that kind of, you know, someone gets angry at you, so you get angry at somebody else, and they get angry at somebody else, and it's that kind of like the domino effect. So hey, look, I like it from the Infinity. I do.
It's the chain of aggression, of abuse. I don't know. I don't want to go anywhere dark with that.
Destruction.
I know you're trying. Nice. I like that. Well, right now though, the Symphony of Destruction. It's been singing interestingly, swapping from team to team, and but unfortunately, it's like they're not quite, like you said, they're not quite able to get the revenge on to the team who got the kills on them. But at least they're able to get a couple of points. They're going to be happy with that. But outside of those early skirmishes, don't really see anything much too drastic. Everyone's kind of comfortable, and even if you look at the zone as well, right, it's kind of centralized. It kind of followed the plane path as well, so don't see too much of migrations taking place from these teams, right?
No, DRS actually went back towards DRS. But went back towards Yasnaya after initially moving away. So they've moved around but come back to their homeland, and I'm curious about that strategy. I don't fully agree. I think if you're going to disengage from Yasnaya, you disengage away from it completely. It's on the edge of the circle. I don't think it really benefits them to stay there for too long, but I do like that they were at least moving out, making a bit of noise, sending the Xavier back, so when phase 2 pops up, there's automatically a higher chance that there's more space in front of DRS to move into a stronger position of the circle. Nigma Galaxy, they're still in Pachinki for the time being. It's in the heart of this phase 1. I'd recommend that they move away sooner rather than later. Maybe a Potato Hill position would be a good start for them, as King takes a couple of shots onto 628.
628 team you do not want to trifle with, at least based on how they have been performing today. But Nova, they're not afraid to take fights. They have been on the hunt thus far in Kings. He is on a crash course with 33Z, and 33Z, realizing he spots an enemy vehicle, he's going to start to follow Kings. This game is just absolute chaos, and Kings gets caught out by Daoshi. What are they doing? It's like Carmageddon with like, I don't understand. Are we watching a different game?
It's a Tornado Souls. That's all I can say. That's the best way I can put it. Now, Powerboy is looking for a bit of revenge. Finds Sunam, gets that knock. We'll look to confirm the kill. I don't think he's able to, because Sunam was just about able to get to the other side of the wall as he was knocked. So that revive will most likely come out. A bit of a cheeky smoke being pulled out by Daoshi to confirm that revive, and Powerboy will probably look to disengage away, or at least maybe reposition, as Order is on one side of him. You see Jimmy on the other. So they do have a bit of a blanket effect onto the members of 628. The disadvantage there is that they're separated, so if another knock comes out, it massively impacts Nova's ability to control that team fight.
For sure. It's kind of like the Triangle of Doom, but if you're keeping an eye on the minimap, as we are, you can see them slowly peeling away, heading into the direction of Pachinki. So what could have been a very tasty skirmish between 628 and Nova will not transpire, at least not for now. Taking a look at the rotations, so Starboard Esports are going to be making the way from the Eastern Bridge from Military Island, and unless they're careful, depending on what path they take, they could be going up against Genesis Dogma.
Yeah, they stayed on farm for a longer period of time than I expected. I don't know if that was calculated. It might have been because they did have a bit of an early couple of shots at each other at the start of the game, right? So that's something that Genesis Dogma have been prepared for. Possibly a Western Bridge rotation might have been better off for Stalwart, but they stop as they get into the mainland to scout it. So I do appreciate that awareness from Stalwart, and they should be able to avoid Genesis Dogma. Genesis Dogma will not want to give up a strong phase 2 position in the hopes of taking this fight. They're better off probably just disengaging away and possibly trying to camp Stalwart in the edge of the phase 2 circle.
Meanwhile, the Vietnamese side of the Xavier have looked pretty good thus far. Rabbits out in the open and taking a lot of points as well. Yeah, just well, there's a bit of lull in the action. We can maybe ruminate a little bit about who's on top, who's at the bottom. Obviously we do have STE, that is a Chinese side, not to be confused with Strawwood Esports. At the tip of the top 60 points, they've been looking fantastic. But their Chinese counterparts in the form of TJB, who were incredible in the league stage, they find themselves languishing at the bottom alongside MS Chonburi, who have been just pretty much just been a non-threat, a non-factor thus far.
Definitely, it's a big fall from grace from Tong Jiabao. I don't think it's anything that they've insanely done wrong. They've clearly missed a couple of steps along the way and taken the wrong path lines, but I don't think it's anything that is outright terrible. These things can happen. When you're going up against 15 other teams, you're not always going to have a good day, and you're not always going to get things right. And I think Tong Jiabao coming into tomorrow will learn, VOD review, prepare, and pull into the next 5 games much better. One thing to point out, though, with that leaderboard is that from 3rd to 10th, it's only 20 points. So I gotta say that the standard across the lobby overall is not only extremely high, but it's very even. So one massive result from, let's say, Team Secret in 10th could see them move into the top 3. So it's really exciting to see how that's going to develop throughout the rest of the first Super Weekend.
For sure. That is something I'm sure even the teams are going to be wary of. I did enjoy that casual vehicular manslaughter kill coming in from Pika. Very casually taking down a member of Genesis Dogma. And speaking of casually, Satar, I say Genesis Dogma, nice. They're going to get a knock and a finish as well onto Reject. So it's almost like everyone's kind of trading, but on the wrong team.
Oh my god.
Taking a look at the zone. Oh, this is going to make you happy, man, because I am definitely a fan of this. Expect a few vehicles in the water.
Let's go, baby. Watertown is going to be beautiful to hold on to, which 4 rivals have control of. Team Secret in the compound to the other side. I'm a little bit surprised you're not staying there for the most part. I get that Kid is going to the side of the river as a bit of an anchor point, but the rest of the team should be committing, in my eyes, to that compound across from Watertown. Ruins is going to be very important to grab hold of the Cathedral area. You see teams wrapping around there. Nova, Tong Jiabao, now 628 coming in towards the northern side, and they're the first team to get to the river.
Everyone making just a beeline for the water, but amongst all the chaos, it's like watching the wildebeest crossing the plains of Africa and just getting taken down in the water by crocodiles. But here, I don't know who the crocodiles are, but everyone's just getting run over, taken down. Marshall, he noticed someone in the smoke that's going to come pre-firing around the corner, around the tree. It's like a Bollywood dance, but instead it's with a hail of bullets, and somehow it is going to be flipped on his head. It is absolute pandemonium. Marshall will fall. I don't even know what's going on, and I'm supposed to kind of follow the action here, Imperium.
I don't really know why he went in on his own, though, being honest. Cryptic should have joined up and much stronger together as a team to really kind of lay down the law and secure things. So if one did get knocked, there's going to be a refire. Deadeye's guy is going to be going into Watertown, though. Torulov picks up a knock and a kill. Nicely done. It's actually across the road. 4 rivals maybe bit off more than they could chew. And that makes me think, okay, T-Secret, I get that the northern side of the river is in the majority of the circle, but you're really going to rely on the open side of the land rather than hold on to this combat. I think it might have been a mistake for Team Secret to disengage from where Deadeyes are now located.
We'll find out eventually. Right now, Secret still all members intact. But Deadeye's guys, though, this is a fantastic position to work from. As long as they, don't remain sitting still, as long as they're not stagnant and keep just a 360 vigil around themselves, they're going to be in a pretty decent spot, despite the fact there's so many teams gravitating towards this position. Now, I've lost count of the number of cars inside of that that little nice river, but quite a few members just going to wait it out. What's going to get interesting here, Imperium, is if the circle shifts away from the water. What's going to happen then?
Exactly, that remains to be seen, as DRS is going to come in, gets a nice clean knock into one of the Team Seeker players, and that's the thing. What is with this separation from Team Seeker? There's definitely an unknown kind of entity around how they're playing this game right now. It's one of the first times I'm really questioning them inside this Super Weekend. The next circle has popped up. It's gone a little bit away from the water, but still a good chunk of that south side has a river in play.
Oh, if you look at Cryptics making their way in from the western side, they're in a great spot. And if the circle does shift further north, they're going to be just waiting and picking off the players scrambling up the banks like fish in water. As H Sir, 2 members alive for Tang Jiabao, knows where the player is, but not quite having the angle onto 4 rivals. Now you got to bear in mind, all 3 members of TJ, well, rather, the majority of their members are all swimming. Where did it go from here? It's not an easy decision to make. No matter where they clamber up, sure, they can be underneath the bridge for a while. They can, just put on some red hot chili peppers, just dance along to under the bridge. Although it's not a song I really dance along to. But where do you go from there?
What you got to do is you just got to kind of take your time. But when it comes to, you got to make sure that you can't stop to move around, and you really have to be aware of what is around you. And that's, I think, exactly what Tang Jiabao have done, and the communication has been absolutely on point, because one of the players that was under the bridge was under pressure. The rest of the team came to support, and 4 rivals have been shut down instantly. Good teamwork, Tang Jiabao.
Yep, they're able to not just scramble out of the water, but also get control of that portion of the map. And that's going to force 4 rivals to slowly just swim away. Just the one surviving member there. Now, just a waiting game. Just a waiting game. A number of teams still. In fact, it's kind of crazy how every single team is still standing. Sure, a few of them have suffered a number of casualties, but 16 alive, 17 minutes in, and considering how some of these early fights have broken out, is quite, I might even say, unprecedented thus far.
It is. That's really well observed, because I obviously I took note of all the little battles we had early on, and the fact we're down to 45 players, but I definitely didn't take into note that all 16 teams are still up standing. And of course that's going to surprise a couple of teams if they do go out early on and they're like, what, 16th or 15th? Because of the amount of players left in the lobby. It still does, with the amount of players down early, it still does open the door of the amount of landmass that's available inside these very harsh circles, for sure. We'll have to wait and see. The Xavier have played this game perfectly. They came in on the eastern edge. They've hung on to the kind of edge of the river to the north side of it, and they've really done a good job of being aware without going too deep, and they've adapted to these circle shifts wonderfully.
The next zone shift is indeed going to be what kind of decides who might be coming out on top here. I gotta say, though, Enigma Galaxy are in a beautiful place, smack center of what is a very, very interesting zone. Pika, he is in the crosshairs of Rico Infinity, and finally he's going to unleash a couple of burst shots, but Rico gets knocked down from afar, and that is going to be from Pika. The reply was instantaneous from Starwood Esports. If you're going to take a shot at them, Imperium, you better make sure it's quick and you take them down as soon as possible, because right now DRS are in a very, very rough spot indeed. 2 players out in the green, the grass getting bloodied, and well, LazyBoy's going to have a very easy time getting a couple of kills here, and there's no one nearby to trade.
And you correctly pointed out about Cryptic's rotation a circle and a half ago, and how they played on that western side, and they've done a great job of punishing DRS for that. I do have to give props for Rico's spread. They haven't remained passive in that cube compound. They've spread out. They've looked to control and manipulate the traffic around it, and they've done a good job of it. The next circle has popped up, and it has gone up north, so it is great for MS Chonburi, the one team that really need a good result to Stalwart. Feeling the burn of SK Ton and the M4 spray.
Yeah, Stalwart Esports, they came in late, and if the circle is shifted down south, they would have been in a great position, but considering the shift, they were a little bit of a picklish spot there, and I do believe only 1 or 2 members of their side has managed to cross on over to the northern side, but still, they're not in a very comfortable spot. But Nigma Galaxy, even though they have a zone, they don't have any compounds, no cover to work with, so they need to decide what they want to do here as MS Chonburi just tapping away Ponzai, trying to find someone from the distance using Mini 18. And if he somewhat trains his crosshairs in the direction of Nigma Galaxy, he could pretty much ruin their day.
Fee-fi-fo fum, MSC are able to get on top and punish Nigma Galaxy. And this is the kind of train where you don't really want to be in the center of the circle, right? You don't want to really be in the thick of the action. Holding onto the edge is a much more kind of calculated and even safer move to make. And Deadeye's guys done a great job of doing that on that southern edge, keeping pressure on Enigma, getting a knock on the Ponzai. MS Chonburi should still be able to hold things down and possibly get the revive, while the Xavier and Tongja Bao, they're getting much closer to each other.
The Molotov is going to force Duck out of position, but the nade is even better. But from beyond the grave, Duck will fall to his knees. Now, the res should be coming on in, but that was an interesting exchange. But no, there is no possibility of a res, because Pop is going to pop his head. And DX now, they're lying prone, but they're unaware that there is an easy angle, multiple angles for MSC to just rain down hellfire from across the fields.
Rico make it across the water. They're getting close to Deadeye's guys. Stalwart looking for a bit of a third-party opportunity. Pat the headshot ball there from Pika. Not quite there. Yes, he did get that knock on the frag boy. Deadeye's guys find themselves out of here with 5 kills.
How? They had 4 alive, just a minute back in Imperium. And of course, Pika, this late in the game, of course, still going to be wielding a bolt action. The guy, he has pure, sheer confidence in his skill set.
Absolutely fantastic. The next circle pops up and it goes towards Rico and Nigma Galaxy. More importantly for Nigma Galaxy, they can really shut down the teams coming from up the hill down. MS Chonburi, they shouldn't be really going out directly to Enigma because you have Rico there. They should be trying to wrap around and possibly hunt down the last DRS player, the Cryptics players, and then on to Stalwart. It's really important to see how MS Chonburi move into this circle. I know they're closer to that side, but I think it's a riskier play.
It's a risky play. In the meantime, the Pop trying to lay down some covering fire for his team, and is actually going to do one better. He's going to get a knock. That's great work here. Pika still looking to snipe a few unsuspecting members from afar. Did he land that? No, he didn't, but he could get a couple of finishes here. This could be his kills getting stolen by Pika from the distance, but he's got to go for the reload. And while he reloads, Enigma Galaxy are going to be, well, pretty much dismantled. One member remains Freak, and he's got to be a freak of nature to survive this one, as Rico Infinity are going to push on in. Actually, I beg your pardon. It is going to be MSC pushing on in and claiming Enigma Galaxy's position.
You know what? They proved me wrong. I didn't think it was a safer option, but they got the knocks, they got the push, and they pulled it out as a team. So I got to give massive credit to MS Chonburi, and they proved me wrong in that regard. Team Secret iShot still left alive. The last player of DRS Gaming is still going strong, although he's outside the circle, as is the last player of Cryptics. Despite us having 6 teams, it's only really about 4 that can possibly win.
That nade, bear in mind, just like 3 teams with 1 member standing, Galton being one of them, Shots being another. He's gonna find the kill, and now MSC down to a 2-man squad. Galton gonna be finished up by Pika from the distance somehow. Stalwart Esports is still in contention.
Oh my lord,
MSC has just been eliminated by the 1-man standing for Team Secret, and all of a sudden the tables have turned, and Rico Infinity with a very real chance of claiming the chicken dinner, because right now it's a 3v2v1, and Scry has already been knocked down.
Oh my god. What the hell just happened? I shot you, absolute insane madman. The opportunistic play to pull that off is insane, but down he goes. Rico Infinity eliminates the last player of Team Secret, and we're left with 2. Pika's on his own.
Well, listen, I know how good these Mongolians are. I know how good Starwood Esports is, but this looks nigh impossible. I love the repositioning of Firdan as well, but Pika, even in a 1v3,
oh my god,
sticking with a bolt action, taking on Firdan to half HP as well. Pika hasn't been touched yet. And now it's a 1 versus 2. Pika deploying all the smokes he's got.
Nice nade.
Prestigo, I think, has shown his position. The trajectory is a dead giveaway. Pika is burning alive. He is burning alive, and 1 bullet is all Prestigo needs to find Pika. And Pika, he's gonna just hold the line prone, healing himself up as well. And somehow Pika is making this somehow doable.
Beautiful smokes being aired by Pika, and the nade comes through. Prestigo's knocked down. We're in a 1v1.
No way he pulled this one off. Pika, you cannot do this. You cannot do this. This is just absolutely inhuman from Pika. A 1v3 out in the open. He knows exactly what Firdan is. He's going to be going in for the push. The M4 comes out. He's going to be looking to take the duel. Firdan has got the cover. He's got this slight advantage, but going up against Pika, is that going to be enough is a question. He's going to cook that nade. He's going to cook it. Biding his time, waiting for Pika to arrive. He's gonna lob it in. That's a great trajectory, but not quite able to finish out the job. Pika continues to hunt him down. He's so very low in health though, but up close, he's gonna switch to his weapon at the worst time possible. And Rico Infinity will breathe a massive sigh of relief. Pika, the demon, has been put down finally.
Firstly, Rico Infinity, fantastic win overall. The way they control Cube, they didn't stay passive on it. They knew that they had to create the space to push out of it because there was a really high chance that the circle was not going to stay in that Cube compound. So they did a wonderful job all throughout that game. But those final moments, Pika, Stalwart, like, talk about sending a message to the rest of the lobby. Don't count us out. Don't, you know,
ever.
We're not dead until we're dead. It's insane. Like, the resilience Pika, incredible as a solo player.
Honestly, in a 1v3 like that, out in the open, he had no cover, mind you. And I like the rotation coming in from Rico Infinity as well. They're spreading themselves out so that they had, like, he had to take a fight with 3 players simultaneously. Deploys a smoke, use that for a little bit of cover. He's burning alive and has the nerves with bullets whizzing past him to go for the heal. And then he replies back. I mean, I said it. I'm like, I know how good Pika is. I know how good Starwood Esports are, but this one shouldn't be possible. But he almost made it possible and almost kind of eclipsed all the crazy action we saw in this game. This is one of the more, shall we say, interesting beginnings. Frantic, I think that's a perfect word, to Erangel we've seen. And I still have a few questions to what some of the plays were coming in from Nova and even from 628.
Yeah, like, of course, Frantic isn't the best name of a Metallica song, but it certainly does sum up this game extremely well. It was picking a player off here, picking a player off there, teams being whittled down to 1 or 2 players within the first 2 circles. It was absolute madness, and in amongst it all, when the dust settled and the circle shifted up, a few teams stood out. Stalwart, Rico, most notably, and then eye shots from Team Secret. 1v3ing MS Chombori. Yes, it was not a pretty game for Team Secret. It really wasn't. Probably, honestly, their worst game in PMGC so far, you know, as a team. But when Ice Shots was down and he was left on his own, he pulled something big out.
I think the most incredible thing we've witnessed thus far is how like if you're talking about these the individuals, right? But
yes.
And sure, sometimes you might have team play kind of faltering a little bit. Sometimes you might have a little bit of issues with you know, teams not quite able to you know, deliver or have the cohesion that a few of the other teams have. But when it comes to individuals, like you said, I feel like almost everyone is on an even level.
Yes.
But even there, you have the slight outliers, the 1 or 2 players, like Pika, for example, like Shots MX over here, getting the 1v3, which somehow managed to stand out. And the fact that they're able to stand out despite being surrounded, despite being in a lobby filled with the best from the East, goes to show how good some of these players are.
Really, exactly. And that's why, even though it kind of gets memed on, Avenger level threat, because you need the Iron Man level of play. You need that Captain America level of skill, and so many players and so many teams have that. But Pika, what a performance. Couldn't get the job done. What a way to end the day.
Yeah, absolutely. But speaking of Avengers level threat, we have Captain America on the desk alongside our wonderful analysts.
I mean, we talk about action, we talk about top, but man, Pika today has made a meal of all the teams. He pulls off almost a 1v3 at the end to potentially get themselves that chicken dinner. It would have been a chicken dinner there. I mean, we got to start to talk about this man off the bat. We have to talk straight about Pika.
Man.
Pika almost chewed up his opponents there at the very end there. That was crazy, crazy stuff. I mean, me and Tarzan are going back and forth about how he could potentially finish out this 1v3. The fact that the bolt action is so important. Tarzan, talk to me. This was fantastic.
Yeah, like, I think we've been talking about loadout like for even before the tournament started, because we know DMR got buffed and we're seeing more mini 14, but to see the bolt action getting used on this particular map and made such an important difference in time to kill in the given circles and locations, that was so good to watch. And I mean, the micro come through it as well, how he dissect the plays using the soft cover, but after all, that last 1v1 was extremely hard. We're talking about the need of pre-firing, like for the ones pushing against someone's got the TPP peek behind the tree, and how there's a need to reload at some point.
And we're seeing the rankings from that last match, and Pika basically alone gets them up to 12th rank into second place, get themselves 20 points to add to their tally. I mean, a fantastic job, and that's the Stalwart Esports we saw when it came to league play. This is the team that's the Avenger level threat. Maybe Pika is just is his own Avenger because he's able to pull off such an amazing play. But we also definitely need to give a shout out to Rico Infinity team. I mean, 25 points for them is also a fantastic finish. 10 eliminations is huge.
No, definitely. I mean, they were sat in the Cube compound for about 18 minutes of this towards the end of the stages of this game, which is a great staging point for them to be able to make this happen from the south side of this circle, right? I think that they were controlling their space exactly how they needed to. They were firing on teams that were trying to come across that bridge. And actually, one of those victims for a lot of that was STE, as they were able to blast down two of the members. I think it was SKton that was able to get them. But then two of them managed to sneak on across. That would have been absolutely not possible later on if they would have been able to get them all across that. But yeah, good stuff by Rico Infinity team. Later on, I'll talk even more about what Pika did, because just wow.
Just nutty, to be honest. Let's give some shout-outs, though, to some other teams. MS Chonburi been hard on them today with only 5 points going into that final match. They get themselves 12 there, so almost tripling just in one match alone what they've earned throughout the entire day. And as we look now towards the second page, TJB, I mean, I hate to say it, but I feel like they've been consistently on the second page for the majority of today here, Tarzan.
Yeah, I think some of these macro decisions really allowed them, how should I say, like led them into the wrong way, down the wrong way. They were very committed to maybe the river play too early on, and that's how they lost all the cars and all the means to get out of that. Like, after all, I think today's been the worst day for them so far, but they are not the only team that's struggling. I mean, like, when it comes to Nova as well, like, we've been maybe hyping them up, and we say, hey, if they just keep playing their game, they should be okay. But today, I can't really say they're anything more than average, I would say.
Okay. What about you, Cloris? Any teams that kind of stood out in terms of subpar performance from league play till now?
Trying to think here. Nothing jumping out to me right now, I think is fair to say. I think, again, I'm still focusing on like these hard shifts, the fact that it is creating this juxtaposition of like, oh, you could have done great in league play, but now you might not be doing well, because sometimes chasing circles is very difficult in this game.
Yes. Well, we see our MVP, Prestigio, though I still want to give it to Pika personally, just because of the shots he was hitting at the very end. But either way, 525 damage done, 2 eliminations, contributed 23% for his team. And I mean, I think you actually called Rico team, if I'm not mistaken, Colaris, Rico Infinity, because they were able to have such an early position that they held for pretty much a majority of the game.
Yeah, I think we're going to get to look a little bit closer at the rotation a little later on, but we'll be talking about Cube Compound, the kind of strength of that and where it actually plays out from there. And I think Prestigio, alongside these guys, aside from holding the position that they had at the bridge, also just firing everything down at the south really helps them out from the position that they had. But they're a team that drops in Severny. They understand and know the power of being north of this river and trying to deal with the threats from there.
Just seen head-to-head here, Tarzan.
Yeah, I have a little bit, just a little bit to add for Rico Infinity, because I watched them many games in the past, and they are this Northern team that sometimes, not sometimes, most of the time don't do good at all for Northern Circles, but they seem to have changed that around for this tournament. We've got another day around Saverni, and they did decently well, but this head-to-head really shows. I mean, DXA refused to go down, of course. Pika refuses to be mediocre. He's been popping the heck off today.
I mean, look at it. Look at the numbers. In my opinion, better than what Prestigio did in this game. And you're looking at those final moments as well. Technically, my opinion, better than what Prestigio did. But, you know, that's how it crumbles, I suppose.
Well, I think we're all in agreement, though. Maybe not the MVP of the match for Pika, but MVP of the day with the amount of times he's able to step up for the team. But we're going to see STE both in 628 and Stalwart Esports able to maintain the #1 and 2 position. Also, look at Infinity. 15th place league play, 3rd place overall in the Super Weekend so far. We start to see some big step-ups out of some of these individual teams. And of course, Rico Infinity team at the very end, able to get themselves up to 43 points, 5th overall. A pretty good standout and a pretty decent change across the board from what we kind of have seen just in the first 2 days of play.
You might not have got yourself like a win off the back of the day for Infinity, but a second place. I think they had a 13th place, but then, I mean, they followed that straight up with another 4th place coming in here. So really cool stuff by Infinity. And I think there's been brilliant standout individual performances from them as well. Not something to round out that chicken dinner. Like we saw Newsy trying to put up the damage on Miramar when he nades and then is able to get those shots through the trees here, Tarzan, but still, without a chicken dinner, looking fantastic.
Yes, but we talked about a team that really highlighted this Japanese team Reject before the start of the day. We were a little bit concerned, right? Because the good results from the league play were heavily reliant on Miramar, and this kind of shows it. Right? We've got not three Miramar games today, with 3 Erangel. And it's not just today, it's 2 days after, and they seem to be struggling.
Let's be perfectly honest. I mean, I know we don't want to put too much stock in how a team did in league play versus how they're doing in Super Weekend, but considering TJB placed 2nd in league play, Nigma placed 3rd in league play, Reject placed 4th in league play, and then it's 13th, 14th, 16th as we just saw there. Like, this is not a good sign out of the teams who did such a strong performance in league play. Really, I mean, for instance, Reject and Nigma both really surprised us, and then now they're not able to replicate it in the Super Weekend, where they ideally should have, I guess not in Reject's case, more Erangel to play. They should feel more comfortable on that map, though obviously Reject was more heavily in favor of Miramar. But it has come time to this, Kalaris. We want to talk about a quick little recap of the very end of the game here. I'm going to throw it on over you to take it away.
Yeah, get out of here, guys, as I take things over. We've got ourselves Rico Infinity and how they move throughout this map to start things off. We already mentioned that they're a Saverni team, so they're starting things out in the north side of the circle. They're doing their looty bits. They're picking things up, going left and right, finding these compounds where they're not really challenged. They know that there's not many teams floating around this area. Once this second circle pops, what do? They take one of the most valuable compounds in this circle. They take this cube compound, which then narrows down further. They can control this. It not only is a great staging point to hold teams from the south side of this river, but also if you need to cross the river, if this circle shifts down there, Tarzan, it's another spot to be able to easily access that lower ground. But as you can see, the circle shifts here, Tarzan.
They made it work. I mean, they got a lot of info. I think this is the strength of Cube, right? They've got many sight lines, but you need to know how to use it. We've seen teams in the past failing to hold it because they try to achieve too much at the same time. But then the rotation out is usually a little bit tricky as well. So they did send one first, and there was a little bit of a price to pay, but they found that southern side, and they worked from there.
That little whirly bit they did there, by the way, was them running over. I think it was DRS.
Yeah, right. Like, whee! Doing what they need to do. I mean, they had a lot of room, and that was the game for them in its entirety. The only problems came when a certain small Pokemon turned up at the very end and started trying to electrocute them all. That was a bit of a problem. As you can see here, 2 of them dying towards the bottom, even trying to crawl. That crawl, actually, that you just saw on that left-hand side was an information crawl. He knew there's no way you can pick up members here. You can see Pika on this left-hand side currently. After we get the knock on this right-hand side and this all unfolds here a little bit further, that information crawl, he's trying to spot out exactly where Pika is so Feeden can have a line of sight. But as this continues, Tarzan, this is just some crazy stuff from Pika eventually.
How 1v3 Tarzan, and they're all on different angles. One in front, one to your left, one to your right. Like, I feel like it's so hard to explain how difficult this is.
And I think just off the bat, let's talk about how important it is to preemptively lay down smokes. We've seen some huge plays coming from this team, whether solo plays or whatnot, because of that awareness. You don't just throw smokes when things are bad, right? But of course, he got that headshot initially now against Prestigo. It was about using that soft cover as well as that bush between him and that tree. And that was the time that he bought for the quick reset.
You could see some shots coming in there at the very end from Fidan. He did know where Pika was for that moment as he hits that. That nade is very important. Technically, as Fidan, if you cook that perfectly to the point where they're pushing up against the tree, and then you throw it just as they're coming around the tree, it's almost impossible for Pika to win that situation. We were theorizing, me and Tarzan, back and forth as to how you deal with that. We came to the conclusion, or at least maybe I think so. Kind of advocated for it. You agree? Okay,
I agree.
The smoke, an offensive smoke to block your opponent's line of sight is probably the best play, but it's likely Pika had nothing there available, so had to make this run and gun for it to try and make that occur.
Honestly, probably the highlight play actually at PMG so far, and I think Pika's making a name for himself. I even see Zute saying Pika greater than Paraboy. Now that's a bold statement. Ooh. I will say Zute, but hey, if you're willing to lay down on that, you know, tag Paraboy on a tweet or something or Instagram post, then I'll respect it. But definitely amazing to see. But I do want to give a little bit of love though to Rico Infinity Team. I mean, maybe they didn't even really misplay the situation, right? Because they had the different angles. But to go back to something we've talked about before, it's so important as a team where you have the zone, you have a great position, that you capitalize off that position. Yeah, it got scary at the end, but they get themselves the 10 eliminations. They get themselves the 15 points from the chicken dinner. That's a lot of points that if you're a team in that situation and you mess up, that you're going to be kicking yourself for.
I think you're not expecting the angle to be open from SK-Ton when the bolt action comes in, right? You saw as the buggy crosses from Fidan to try and deal with Pika's angle and just take 3 angles against him, making it almost impossible for Pika to deal with. But that bolt action really changed kind of the makeup of that situation there, Tarzan.
I think it's sometimes these players, right? Of course, huge win for Rico Infinity, but the way that Pika played that, he's always looking for the overwatch. And I think it's something that players severely lack sometimes. The reason why people get baited as much, like in compound breaches or whatnot, is they are thinking about what they see and not what they were trying to achieve. They know there's a center claim coming from the side of Fadan anyway. The first thing that Pika did was continue to use the smoke and find where the support could be coming from. And that happens, like that's how he got the first knock, and then it just happened the way that we saw it.
We can see here a quick little recap of what went down today. We did have finally a first team, just once again to remind you guys at home, 6-2-8, able to get 2 chicken dinners within a day. Finally, we've had a team be able to do that when it comes to the East Conference, and they're able to do it in style as well. So they're actually our standout Chinese team at the moment, where TJB were the ones to do so before. And really quickly, just to see where they were in league play, STE were 8th place. Okay, so 65 points. So kind of playing pretty damn consistent here, but that means we're pretty much done with the day here, guys. I mean, we still have 2 more days of the Super Weekend to go, and just remind you guys at home, it's not over after the Super Weekend. What it means is you keep these points into our 2nd Super Weekend, then you keep those points into the 3rd Super Weekend until we do have that conclude, and our top 16 teams will go into our league finals. But coming up tomorrow, same thing yet again. 3 Erangels, 1 Miramar, and 1 Sanhok. My eyes, though, going to be definitely focused on that Sanhok once again to see how many teams adapt from day 1 to day 2.
Yeah, definitely so. I think as we've watched these games unfold so far, Jason, I'm scared for all these other teams having to go up against the Stalwart Esports if Action, Pika, and Scry are on point. These guys are absolute monsters if given the opportunity.
Hey, Top as well. We had his sick 1v2 clutch against Secret on day 2 in the last match.
This whole team.
It's the complete package, Kalaris.
That's right, the complete package.
All right, well, Tarzan, any last thoughts before we do end off the show today?
I mean, like, off what you guys just said, like, sometimes we'll say, hey, we need to create a super team. Like, you do this, you do that. The best team, you require 4 fraggers to start off with. Like, then you see how you fit together when it comes to personality, leadership, and whatnot. But that is a great example from that team. They've been continuing to impress us. What a good day so far.
And that's why, Claris, you and I have never been on a team together because we clash in every single one of those points. But ladies and gentlemen, that does end off our first day of the Super Weekend. Remember, we'll be back here tomorrow at the exact same time for 5 more matches for all these teams. And then, of course, on Sunday, we'll be running out our final day of the Super Weekend for just week 1. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for tuning in. And we'll see you guys tomorrow at the exact same time for some more PUBG Mobile action.